I crossed over to the Xiao's house and became an orphan whose parents died in battle through the heavens. Unexpectedly bounding life simulator system. It didn't only life simulate every 7 days, and also give me various reward. Chapter 101 The Summit of Yunlin, Union Master and Apprentice. Yun Lanzong, the most powerful force in the Kama Empire, and the uninterrupted inheritance from generation to generation has made this ancient sect stand on the top of the Kama Empire. If it weren't for the fact that the sectarian rules said that the power of the emperor should not be seized, I am afraid that when the dynasties of the previous empires changed several times, the Yunlanzong completely controlled the entire plus-size empire. Although did not control the entire empire, the status of Yunlanzong in the plus empire was unquestionable. Yunlanzong is built on Yunlin Mountain, and Yunlanshan is only a few dozen miles away from the imperial capital. It can be selected by Yunlanzong as the sect address. Yunlanshan is naturally a treasure of feng shui. Yunlin Mountain is not just an isolated peak. There are many mountains around it, but it is the tallest. Just as the surrounding mountains bowed their heads to the sky, it suddenly appeared like a sword, pointing directly at the blue sky. As if challenging the sky, the top of the mountain exposed to the clouds is like an island surrounded by clusters of suspended white clouds. The steep mountain top shrouded in clouds and mist, with a graceful shadow, is looming in the mist. The woman is dressed in a tight-fitting golden robe inlaid with purple and 3,000 blue silk. She is pulled into the shape of a phoenix roaring. There is a hint of nobility that cannot be concealed. Noble and awe-inspiring, but could not help but give birth to a little thought. Tap tap, while the woman looked at the clouds and mist in front of her and did a contemplative gesture, a footstep sounded from behind her. The woman turned around and looked at the person who came. A girl came, with a cold appearance and a beautiful face like a fairy. She was dressed in a moon-white robe, with a delicate body. A green jade pendant hangs on the delicate earlobe, and when it shakes slightly, it makes a crisp jade sound, showing a touch of delicacy suddenly. Looking at the girl's face, there seemed to be a trace of sadness, and the woman asked in a puzzled way. Yanran, didn't you go home yesterday? Why don't you seem happy? Did something happen? When Nolan Yanran heard her teacher's question, she couldn't help but think of her father and grandfather's instructions when she went home, and she couldn't help but feel sad. Teacher, do you know that I have a marriage contract? Well, I heard you say, is it related to this? Yun heard the words, her pretty brows wrinkled, and she asked with some doubts. She knew that her apprentice had a marriage contract, but this apprentice seemed to have always resisted this marriage contract and seldom mentioned it. The object of my engagement is someone from the Xiao family in Wudin City. Xiao family in Wudin City. As soon as Nolan Yanran said the words, Yun felt as if she had heard of this family. Soon, a light flashed in her mind, and she thought of the information presented not long ago. Blurted out, the Xiao family in Wudin City, the family where Xiao Ming belongs. That's right, it's the Xiao family where Xiao Ming is located, the evildoer who claims to be the once-in-a-million-year-old empire. There was news some time ago that Xiao Ming of the Xiao family in Wudin City has returned from Canaan College. My grandfather asked me to find a time. In the past, recognize relatives. Nolan Yanran's expression was a little annoyed. Union knew that when she heard the words, it was false to recognize her relatives, and it was the real thing to win over the relationship between the two families. According to the information from the Yunlin sect, she has already learned that Xiao Ming of the Xiao family is a strong Duwang and is also a 6th-order pharmacist. The teenage Duwang strong, 6th-grade pharmacist, is indeed an existence that needs to be drawn. Actually, for Xiao Ming, Yun had heard his name a long time ago, but Xiao Ming's talent was too exaggerated at that time, she thought it was a false rumor. When Xiao Ming ran to Canaan College later, she realized that this was not fake, and it was too late when she wanted to admit him to the Yunlin sect. In fact, this is also related to the short exposure time of Xiao Ming's talent. After Xiao Ming's talent was exposed, he didn't stay in the Xiao family for a long time. In addition, most of the powers of the Plus Empire were based on the family model of blood. Therefore, before Xiao Ming left the Plus Empire, he did not contact other big forces. Pass. Not to mention what Union thought, after Nolan Yanran struggled in her heart, she said firmly, Teacher, I want to break off the marriage. Have you made up your mind? Now all the powers of the overweight empire don't want to get involved with the Xiao family in Wudin City. The reason is that Xiao Ming is a 6th-grade alchemist, or a 14-year-old 6th grade, your family will never agree. You broke off the marriage. Nalan Yanran bit her lips and said stubbornly, I have already thought about the divorce when I knew about the engagement, not to mention that the object of my engagement is not Xiaoming, who is famous for his extravagance, but someone else. It's Xiaoming. I want to revoke this engagement. I don't want to marry a man I don't know, and I don't want my marriage to be used as a bargaining chip for family power. Yun Yun sighed, stepped forward and patted Nalan Yanran's head. Looking at her beloved disciple, she whispered, if that's the case, then break off the marriage. As the young sect master of Yunlin sect, as long as you don't want to. In the plus-size empire, no one can force you. Although Xiaoming is also the target that Yun Lanzong wants to win over now, Yun Yun still cares more about her apprentice's feelings than winning Xiaoming. Besides, a genius of Xiaoming's level is not easy to win over, and her apprentice's marriage contract is not him, so if she wants to break off the marriage, she should break off the marriage. As long as you pay enough compensation, you should be fine. It's just that the Xiao family now has a 6th-grade pharmacist who is not a second-rate force, and this door-to-door etiquette should also be in place. After thinking about it, Yun Yun said, tomorrow, I will personally accompany you to the Xiao family to break off the marriage. Added to the holy city, deep in the imperial city, in a secluded bamboo forest in the back mountain. An unusually hurried footstep walked through the gravel path in the bamboo forest. The gravel path leads to the top of the mountain, and the figure does not stop until it reaches the end of the road. Appeared in front of him was a huge lake with a small pavilion in the center of the pavilion. In the middle of the pavilion was an old man in a linen robe, drinking tea. Seemed to sense the arrival of the figure, and the right hand of the old man in the hemp robe, who was playing with the tea set, paused slightly, and then said softly, Shadow Guard, what's the matter? The old man's voice was not loud, but it was accurately transmitted to the ears of the figures outside. Hearing this sudden sound, the figure did not panic, but half knelt on the ground as usual, clasped fists in both hands, and said respectfully, There is news from Wudin City that Xiaoming of the Xiao family is already a 6th-grade pharmacist. This time, there is also a strong fighting king who will return to the family with him. See. The old man in the linen robe in the center of the Lake Heart Pavilion shook his hands violently as he was playing with the tea set. 6th-rank alchemist. Is there any problem with the information? The night Xiaoming returned to the Xiao family, the Xiao family held a banquet for him. The head of the Xiao family publicly said that Xiaoming was a 6th-grade pharmacist, and Xiaoming was also present at the time, and he did not deny it. Chapter 102 Marriage Plan, Nether Sea Flood Beast. So, he is really a 6th-grade alchemist. This talent, as expected, he is worthy of being praised as a once-in-a-millennium monster. Seemed to be digesting this information, and after a long silence, the old man in the hemp robe at Huxin Pavilion sighed. 6th-grade pharmacist, Furukawa was the only alchemist in the entire Kaka Empire in the past, and Ji Yuhi is the elder of the Yunlanzong. Over the years, he has created a lot of strong people for the Yunlanzong. Yunlanzong. Yunlanzong has a long history, and the history that can be traced as thousands of years, while the plus-size empire was established only a few hundred years ago, and its background is far less than that of Yunlanzong. If it weren't for the fact that the Yunlin sect had an ancient teaching since ancient times that they should not interfere with the royal family, I am afraid that the overweight empire would be called the Yunlin Empire. Even if the Yunlin sect has an ancient teaching saying that one cannot interfere in the royal family, this does not give the naturally suspicious royal family a sense of security. As long as anyone who is qualified to rebel, the royal family wants to die. However, Yun Lanzong is so powerful that it cannot succeed. Although they didn't dare to scratch the tiger's beard, in order to guard against the Yunlin sect, the overweight royal family still stationed 100,000 troops at the foot of the Yunlin mountain and practiced every day. It can be seen how much he is afraid of Yun Lanzong. Now there is a 6th-grade pharmacist in the overweight empire, and he is still a young and promising alchemist, and the overweight royal family is naturally impossible to let go. It's just that the sack-clothed old man hadn't spoken yet, and the figure who was half kneeling on the ground spoke again. We also heard a piece of news. What news? Say, the granddaughter of Marshal Lionheart has a marriage contract with the 3rd young master of the Xiao family. Is that Nalan Yanran who was accepted as a disciple by Yun Lanzong's sect master Yun Yun? The old man in linen was a little stunned. Yes, Shadow Guard replied respectfully. The marriage contract between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran was only a verbal contract made by Xiao Lin and Nalan Jia, but in the Xiao family and the Nolan family, there were actually not many people who knew about this verbal contract. In particular, when Nolan Yanran was a child, because of Xiao Yan's outstanding talent, he often forced the young Nolan Yanran to practice the exercises in order to be worthy of Xiao Yan, so that the Nolan family would not be embarrassed in this engagement, and even more so. Many people in the Nolan family knew about the engagement. However, when Xiao Ming went out to study, Xiao Yan's realm suddenly fell. After that, no one mentioned this matter gradually. It was not until Xiao Ming returned recently that the Nolan family brought it up again. Young Lanzong has already been involved with a 6th grade pharmacist, Ji Yuhe, and now he has to be involved with the Xiao family. How can this be done? Isn't a marriage? There are not many other things in the royal family, that is, there are many girls. Young Lanzong and the 3rd young master of the Xiao family are married. I will find Xiao Ming directly. Thinking like this, the old man in Mapao said, "Let the eldest princess Yaoye come to see me." Yes. After receiving the order, the shadow guard replied and left the place in a hurry. After the shadow guard left, the calm surface of the huge lake suddenly seemed to boil, with countless blisters. With the boiling of the lake, a majestic breath is gradually surging from the bottom of the lake. Boom! Just as the lake surface was getting more and more boiling, suddenly, a huge water column shot up from the lake, and finally turned into a spray of water in the sky, falling down. Roar! The water column burst into the sky, and a low and strange beast roar suddenly swept up from the lake. The huge body suddenly occupied half of the lake. The monsters that appeared on the lake were hundreds of meters in size. The huge sinuous body was covered with dark blue scales. Under the sunlight, it reflected the cold light. On the huge head, there was a blue thread. Unicorn, a pair of lantern-like giant pupils, looks quite terrifying. As soon as this beast appeared, the air in the surrounding heaven and earth became much moister. The old man in hemp robe didn't care about this change. "Old man Jia, are you going to win over that 6th grade pharmacist?" As soon as the giant beast appeared, a thunderous voice resounded above the lake. "You heard that just now. That's right, I really want to win over that 6th grade pharmacist. If Yaoye can marry him, it would be best. Hehe, a promising 6th grade pharmacist can definitely make the royal family more valuable. Many strong ones." Jia Xingtian stroked his beard and said with a smile, as if he had already seen the future super royal family and the appearance of talents coming out in large numbers. "You humans love these crooked thoughts. I don't really care if you win or not. Over the years, my injuries have recurred. If I don't get treatment as soon as possible, I'm afraid I will be suppressed by deep sleep in a few years. Think about it." Method. The huge sound of the beast made the lake tremble slightly, and waves of ripples wrinkled on the lake. "Your injury is about to be overwhelmed." Hearing the penalty, Tian Wenyan frowned. This is not good news. The demon beast in front of him is of the same level as him, Duhuang, and it is called the Sea Serpent Beast. In his early years, he was injured in various battles in order to increase the empire, and he was naturally aware of it. Over the years, the royal family has secretly hired a number of high-level pharmacists to treat it, but the results are minimal, and the effect is not seen. They can only rely on their own tyrannical cultivation to suppress the injury. If the 6th Order Nether Sea Flood Beast's injuries are allowed to recur, the royal family will inevitably lose an extremely important battle strength. The Plus Empire will also be in turmoil. And after calculating the time with the penalty days, I found that it seems that there are not many years before the end of my lifespan. He is not sure about breaking through to Duzong, so the extra royal family is even more inseparable from the Sea Dragon Beast. Sighed and said after thinking for a moment, "This time, you don't have to worry about your injury. Even if the marriage fails this time, I will ask Yaoye to invite Xiao Ming to come to the holy city to see a doctor for you. By the way, ask him to help me refine a pot of broken sect pills." Xiao Ming just came back from Canaan College and has nothing to do with other forces, so if he asks him to refine medicine, he will not be rejected. The overweight royal family has been operating the overweight empire for many years, and they have long been rich enough to be oily. It is not difficult at all to collect a few pills and a 6th grade refining pharmacist. The Sea Flood Beast heard the words, and the huge head was slightly satisfied. "Old man, you just need to have a plan, then I'll wait for your good news." After saying this, it turned its head and dived to the bottom of the lake. Its huge body swam in the lake, bringing waves of waves. After a while, the lake surface returned to calm, as if the giant snake's shadow just now was just an illusion. On the other hand, Jia Xingtian shook his head, poured himself another cup of tea, and tasted it slowly. Not long after, another footstep sounded, and a glamorous girl dressed in a luxurious brocade appeared on the gravel path in the bamboo forest on the bank. The glamorous girl did not stop at the end of the gravel path like the shadow guard, but walked directly towards the punishment day in the Huxin Pavilion. After entering the Huxin Pavilion, the woman said, "Grandpa is looking for Yer, is there any order?" Chapter 103 Blessings, Father and Son Night Talk. Jia Xingtian looked at the granddaughter in front of him, and after he first asked her to sit opposite him, he said slowly, "Yer, you should have heard about the news of the Xiao family in Wudin City." Yaoye replied calmly, "Grandpa, are you referring to Xiao Ming's affairs? Not long ago, the Shadow Guard did give me a piece of information, and I have already read it." "Then what do you think of Xiao Ming?" Jia Xingtian asked. Yaoye pondered for a while before saying, "He is a monster, and a monster that has grown up. For the stability of the royal family, we may be able to win him over. If successful, a 6th-grade pharmacist can offset the Yunlin sect. The influence brought by King Dan Furukawa. Yaoye is the eldest princess of the plus-size royal family, and Jia Xingtian has always intended to train her to be the lord of the plus-size empire, so the first thing that comes to her mind is the interests of the plus-size royal family." In this regard, the penalty day nodded very satisfied. "You're right, we really need to win him over, so I decided to let you take someone to Ulthane City in person." Yaoye was a little surprised by the decision to increase the punishment day. Although she thinks Xiao Ming is indeed trying to win over, a 6th-grade pharmacist can already create a considerable force on his own. They who have this ability can't be drawn to win. The reason why Yunlanzong was able to recruit Pil King Furukawa was because Guhei was not yet a 6th-grade pharmacist at that time. With the help of Yunlanzong's background, Guhei was able to advance to 6th grade so smoothly. Moreover, Furukawa likes Union, the sect master of Yunlanzong, which is another important reason why Yunlanzong can tie Furukawa. Xiao Ming is different from Furukawa, and there is no one he likes in the royal family. Now, even if she ran across thousands of miles, it would be useless. According to her idea, send someone to send a generous gift and build a good relationship. No matter how bad it is, you have to study the other party's preferences before you come to the door, right? Hey, I naturally understand what you think, but you may not know Yer that the young sect master of Yunlin sect has a marriage contract with the Xiao family of Wutancheng. Although the object of the marriage contract is not Xiao Ming, but, by virtue of his identity, the relationship between Xiao Ming and Yunlanzong will be very close, and when there are 2 6th-grade pharmacists, the influence of Yunlanzong will probably be far greater than it is now. However, this marriage contract can't be broken by our co-op, unless... Yaoye thought of the key point, but suddenly fell silent. She is not an idiot, and now she naturally understands the meaning of the penalty day. After a long sigh of relief, Yaoye said, "Grandpa, I understand, I will do my best in this matter, but I can't guarantee success. After all, Xiao tomorrow is a prodigy, and he has to look down on Yer. Another thing. Well, it's good to do your best in this matter. Even if it doesn't work, you must build a good relationship between the two sides." The knight understands. "By the way, there is one more thing for you to do on this trip. The injury of the sacred beast of the Nether Sea Flood Dragon has relapsed. Remember to invite him to the overweight holy city to see a doctor for the beast. I also want him to help me refine a Po Zong Dan. Remuneration is easy to discuss." Yaoye nodded in response. Compared to the previous matter, she thought it was much simpler to invite Xiao Ming to see a doctor. "Okay, let's get ready and go." 2 days later. Xiao's gate. 2 rows of guards stood proudly on both sides of the gate, watching 6 roads and listening to all directions. Suddenly, an old man came from the crowd and walked towards them. Upon discovering this situation, one of the 2 guards walked up to greet him, stopped him and said, "Stop, this is the Xiao family's mansion, what is the important thing for the visitor?" "I am the deacon of Yunlanzong, and I came here to submit a prayer," said the old man. Took out a white post from his arms and handed it over. "When you officially visit other forces in the overweight empire, according to the rules, you should submit your own greetings to inform the other party when you will come. This can also avoid the embarrassing situation that the main character of the other party is not at home when you come to the door. At the same time, it is a more polite way to give the other party some time to prepare. If you don't submit your prayers, you may be treated as a bad guest. A letter of worship from the Yunlin sect. The guards were a little surprised to hear that. Yun Lanzong is the overlord of the overweight empire. What is the matter with visiting their Xiao family? Is it because of the elder Xiaoming? Although he was very puzzled, the guard didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he took the post and glanced at the cover, and found that it was indeed the post of the Cloud Land sect, with the sect symbol of the Cloud Lanzong on it. The guard said quickly and politely, "I will pass the invitation to the patriarch." "Okay, now that the invitation has been delivered, I'm leaving. Walk slowly, the moon is like a silver plate, and the sky is full of stars." On the top of the cliff, Xiaoyan was lying on the grass, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, chewing slightly, letting the faint bitterness fill his mouth. Raised some white palms and blocked them in front of his eyes, looking through the gaps between his fingers, looking at the huge silver moon in the sky. Sigh. Thinking of the examination results Xiaoming gave him a few days ago, Xiaoyan sighed lightly, slowly withdrew his palms, resting his hands on his head, his eyes a little dazed. Is there really no way to cure it? Thinking of the unpleasant words between the clansmen after the failure to seek Xiaoming's treatment. Xiaoyan spat out the grass roots in his mouth, suddenly jumped up, his face was hideous, and he roared at the night sky in a frantic manner. "I boil your grandmas, do I pass the labor and capital to play as waste? Boil it." After roaring a few times, Xiaoyan's emotions slowly calmed down, and his face returned to his usual loneliness again. The matter has come to this point, no matter how furious he is, it is impossible to restore the whirlwind of fighting that has come from hard training. Shook his head bitterly, Xiaoyan was actually a little aggrieved. After all, he had no idea what happened to his body. On weekdays, he checked himself, but found nothing wrong. It is clear that his soul is getting stronger and stronger with the increase of age, and the speed of absorbing Do-Chi is a bit stronger than the peak state a few years ago. Even a 6th grade pharmacist like Xiaoming said that his body was fine. These kinds of things show that his talent has never weakened. But the Do-Chi that entered the body disappeared without exception. The strange situation made Xiaoyan feel sad. Sighed sadly, Xiaoyan raised his palm. There was a black ring on his finger. The ring was very simple, I don't know what material it was made of, and there were some vague patterns on it. This was the only gift his mother gave him before she died. He has been wearing it for 10 years since he was 4 years old. The relic of his mother made Xiaoyan feel nostalgic for it. He gently stroked the ring with his fingers. Xiaoyan said with a wry smile. "In the past few years, I really lived up to my mother's expectations." Took a deep breath, Xiaoyan suddenly turned his head and smiled warmly at the dark woods. "Father, are you here?" Although Do-Chi has only 3 stages, thanks to his 2 lifetimes, Xiaoyan's soul perception is extremely sharp. When he mentioned his mother earlier, he noticed a movement in the woods. "Hehe, Yun'er, it's so late, why are you still here?" In the woods, after a moment of silence, a man's concerned laughter could be heard. The branches swayed, and a middle-aged man jumped out with a smile on his face, staring at his son standing in the moonlight. The middle-aged man was wearing a luxurious gray shirt, and he was quite majestic in his stride. A pair of thick eyebrows on his face added a bit of pride to him. The person who came was Xiaozan. "Father, haven't you rested yet?" Looking at Xiaozan, the smile on Xiaoyan's face deepened. "Yun'er, are you still thinking about Xiaoming's examination for you?" "Haha, what's there to think about?" Xiaoyan shook his head in a mature manner, but his smile was a little reluctant. Alas, looking at Xiaoyan's still somewhat immature face, Xiaozan sighed and was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Yun'er, are you almost 15 years old?" "Well, father, in more than a year, it seems, it's time for the coming-of-age ceremony," Xiaozan said with a wry smile. "Yes, father, there is still more than a year," Xiaoyan replied calmly with his palms slightly tight. He is naturally very clear about what the coming-of-age ceremony represents. As long as he has passed the coming-of-age ceremony, he will be disqualified from entering the Do-Chi pavilion to find Do-Chi exercises and will be assigned to various industries in the family, to take care of some ordinary things for the family. This is the family's clan rules, even if his father is the patriarch, that can't be changed. "I'm sorry, Yun'er, if your Do-Chi didn't reach the 7th rank when you were 16 years old, then your father would have to reluctantly assign you to the family's estate." After all, this family is not yet. Father alone has the final say. Those old guys can wait for father to make mistakes at any time, and now there is an extra elder in the family. Looking at the calm Xiaoyan, Xiaozan sighed apologetically. Father, I will work hard. After more than a year, I will definitely reach the 7th stage of Do Qi. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyan smiled and comforted. In such a short period of time, the 4th stage, I am afraid that only Xiao Ming can do it. Although he was comforting his father, Xiaoyan laughed bitterly in his heart. The Xiao family does have a record of jumping several times a year, but the person who set this record is not him, but Xiao Ming, not to mention that his body is in a strange state now. Xiao Zan, who was also very aware of Xiao Yan's details, could only sigh in response. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate 4th stage Do Qi for more than a year. Otherwise, after so many years, there would not be only one Xiao Ming in the overweight empire. It's getting late, go back and rest. Tomorrow, there is a distinguished guest in the family, so don't be rude. VIP, who is it? Xiao Yan asked curiously. We'll know tomorrow. Winking at Xiao Yan, Xiao Zan laughed and left, leaving behind a curious Xiao Yan. Chapter 104. Yun Lanzong came to the door. The next day, in Xiao Ming's courtyard, shouts came one after another. Hey! Exclamation mark. A girl with slender legs was fighting with Xiao Ming. To be precise, the girl was trying her best to attack Xiao Ming, while Xiao Ming easily evaded the girl's attack by swinging his body a few times. While dodging the girl's attack, Xiao Ming murmured something for a while. Cousin Xiao Yu, you should be more aggressive with this move. No, it's too slow, go faster. Hand up 3 points. Time passed bit by bit, seeing Xiao Yu's breath in front of him seemed to be a little chaotic. Xiao Ming raised his hand and grabbed the ankle of the long leg thrown by Xiao Yu. Let's be here today. While speaking, Xiao Ming released his palm, allowing Xiao Yu to stand firm. Xiao Yu stood firm, wiped the sweat from his face showed a hint of rosy after exercise. Thank you very much cousin for teaching me fighting skills. It's nothing, I have to exercise my muscles and bones every morning. There's not much difference between practicing against you or practicing alone. Unlike Xiao Yu, who was out of breath, Xiao Ming's face remained unchanged, and he said calmly, as if the person who was attacked by Xiao Yu with all his strength just now was not him. Xiao Yu asked Xiao Ming to practice fighting skills, or it was because when he was returning to his family, Xiao Ming saw Xiao Yu who was moving on the griffin and gave him a few random pointers. Since then, Xiao Yu will come to ask Xiao Ming if he has any questions he does not understand in his practice. Xiao Ming, who is in a good mood, will answer questions asked by outsiders like Master Ji Yuni, and he will not be stingy with his fellow clansmen. Xiao Ming has always been very optimistic about such diligent people. For many people, talent is dead. Talent is destiny, but hard work can equal many things. After all, if you don't have enough talent, there is something to change in this world. If you have poor talent and don't work hard, then there's really nothing that can be changed. Xiao Ming walked to the table in the small courtyard. Beside the table, Zi Yan was sitting on a chair, swaying her legs boredly, and from time to time she put some pills in her mouth. Xiao Ming picked up the teapot on the table, poured 3 cups of tea, and greeted Xiao Yu to sit down and rest. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Yu felt that the vindictive energy in her body seemed to have increased a bit, and her pretty face said with some surprise, "What kind of tea is this?" And it actually has the effect of increasing vindictiveness. Rainbow tea, I got it by accident. It can increase the fighting spirit of Dado Shi and below. It is useless to me. If you like it, I can give it to you. Closing his eyes and savoring the taste of the tea, Xiao Ming just said. This rain flower tea was drawn out when he was in Sims yesterday, and there is a ton of it. Now he doesn't have to be afraid that he won't have enough tea, and he can share some of it with others. Will this not be good? Let's forget it. Xiao Yu is a girl after all, she has a thin skin, and it's okay to drink with Xiao Ming, and it seems a little unreasonable to take such a valuable thing. Looking at Zi Yan who was drinking tea like water, Xiao Ming reached out and touched her little head in a funny way, and then said slowly. Well, then you hurry up and cultivate to Do Shi. When that time comes, I will give you some Yuha tea as a reward for the genius of the family. Dong dong dong. Before Xiao Yu could answer, the courtyard door beside him rang. Xiao Yu took the initiative to open the door. After chatting with the people at the door, Xiao Yu returned to Xiao Ming and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Xiao Yu said, the patriarch invites you to the welcoming hall. For the sake of the Yunlanzong's visit, right, the people of the Yunlanzong have arrived. After taking a sip of tea, Xiaoming said slowly. The deacon of the Yunlan sect came to the door yesterday to deliver the invitation. As the elder of the Xiao family, he naturally knew that this was what Xiao Zhan personally came to tell him. At that time, in front of him, Xiao Zhan's face was full of wrinkled smiles. Seeing him shaking his head, he couldn't bear to tell him that 99% of the time he came to the house to break off the marriage. It is said that Xiao Zhan, as the patriarch, is sometimes quite shrewd. How could he be confused here? On the bright side, Xiao Yan is now a well-known waste material, with a third stage of Ecchi. Others, Nal and Yanran, are now the young sect master of the Yunlan sect. In the future, they will be at the rank of Duhuang, and the most powerful figure in the future overweight empire. How could he think that the Cloud Land sect would be willing to marry the future sect master to his son? In any way, no one else would be happy. This is the Douchi continent, where the strong are respected. Even if the Xiao family now has him as a 6th-grade refining pharmacist, other young Lanzong may not be able to sell face. Because, if Xiao Yan did not reach the 7th stage of Douchi in the coming-of-age ceremony, then he could only be an outsider of the Xiao family. Although his status in the family was not too low, it was not high. The Xiao family has been developing in the plus-size empire for many years, and the number of ordinary clansmen is really very large. Therefore, the status and strength of the two are too different. The most important thing is that others, Nal and Yanran, are still the ones who pursue freedom. When he was a child, he was dissatisfied with this marriage because of Nal and Jia. Even if Xiao Yan's talent was still there was a high probability that he would retire from this marriage. The person who sent the message just said that it's almost time for Yun Lanzong to come to the door, so please hurry up and take a seat. Said, Xiao Yu asked curiously, listen to my grandfather, the people who came from the Yunlan sect this time are the Yunlan sect master and the young sect master, is it true? Yes, it is indeed the sect master of Yunlan sect who came to the door. If she doesn't come, I don't need to join in the fun. Xiaoming rolled his eyes as he said that, if it was Jie Yi and Nal and Yanran who came to the door like the original, then he would be too lazy to go there. After all, breaking the marriage was ultimately a matter of Xiao Zhan's lineage, and had nothing to do with him at all. Moreover, the divorce was still carried out within the Xiao family. At that time, he just asked his own people in the family not to spread the word indiscriminately. He only needs to keep the Xiao family's face. As for Xiao Zhan's lineage, anyway, this face will be lost, no matter what the occasion. Because of Xiao Yan and Nal and Yanran's engagement, everyone in the Xiao family knew very well. As for persuading Nal and Yanran not to break off the marriage, Xiaoming has no such idea. Although he has traveled through the Douchi continent for more than 10 years and has been changed a lot by this world, he still has a lot of thinking that he has developed before. This kind of marriage contract came about because of the bad habit of ***** for marriage. He, who has received modern education, seems to have no reason to persuade him. And persuasion is definitely useless. Now, because of his existence, Yun Lanzong has given face anyway. At least he didn't send a deacon here. Yun Yun is also Nal and Yanran's elder, and she came to the door in person. Sighed, Xiaoming stood up, okay, let's go and see, what does the female sect master of Yunlan sect look like? Xiao Yu nodded excitedly. Yun Yun, as a rare female powerhouse, is still very popular in the Plus Empire. Many female fighters follow her as an example. Holding Zi Yan's little hand, Xiaoming and Xiao Yu passed through the backyard, and finally stopped outside the solemn welcoming hall. The door of the reception hall was wide open, and the three entered the hall. There were already quite a few people in the spacious hall at this time, and there were already 5 people seated in the top 6 seats, namely Xiao Shan, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders. Xiao Shan also took up the position of an elder when he returned home and was responsible for managing some things. Chapter 105 Xiao Yan arrives. The faces of the elders next to Xiao Shan were quite calm, but Xiao Zhan's face was clearly filled with joy. Seeing Xiao Ming's arrival, the originally noisy hall gradually became quiet. Xiao Yu looked around for a week, and finally found the location of his parents, said a word to Xiao Ming, and walked over there. And Xiao Ming took Zi Yan to the top of the hall. It's because we didn't think about it carefully. Come on, bring another chair over here. The elder looked at Xiao Ming, who was holding Ziyan's little hand, and said a little embarrassedly. When arranging the seats, he forgot that there was a little girl next to Xiao Ming, so he only reserved a seat for Xiao Ming. No, I want to sit with Xiao Ming. Hearing Ziyan's words, the first elder glanced at Xiao Ming in embarrassment. Seeing that the large Taishi chair is enough for 2 people to sit down, Xiao Ming pinched Ziyan's soft little face and muttered in his heart that Ziyan seemed to be more clingy, and then said to the elder, "Listen to her." "That's okay, although I want to say that this kind of behavior may be a little bit disrespectful to Yun Lanzong," but the first elder thought about it. Ziyan is still a little girl, and it is estimated that not many people will care, and she is still a fighting king, so there is not much say what. Pulled Ziyan to sit down, and there was Ziyan's unique fragrance and soft touch around him. Xiao Ming's heart was not disturbed, and someone soon brought a cup of tea. Took a sip of tea, and Xiao Ming chatted a few words with Xiao Shan in the seat next to him. At this time, the voice of the guards came from outside. "Report to the patriarch and elders that Yun Lan's people are here." Xiao Zhan, who had no one to talk to, immediately stood up when he heard the words, "arrived." "Hurry up, go out to meet him," said. Xiao Zhan walked outside the hall, and several elders also got up. Xiao Shan next to Xiao Ming saw this scene, hesitantly looked at Xiao Ming, who was motionless next to him and did not want to go out to greet him. "Cousin, are we here?" "Go, it's just to support the scene, I won't go," Xiao Ming said lazily. He didn't need so many people to greet the guests. Xiao Shan, the Douling, would do it. Moreover, in his perception, there is a tyrannical aura that is gradually approaching the reception hall. The owner of this aura is Yun Yun. After that distance has passed, he will come back immediately after a while, and he is too lazy to do so. Seeing Xiao Ming say this, Xiao Shan nodded, then got up and walked out. Sure enough, not long after Xiao Shan left, he came back soon. Xiao Zhan and several elders came back with him. Beside the elders, there was an old man in a white robe. The old man was full of smiles and radiant, with a pair of small eyes. From time to time he chatted with several elders, but the old man's eyes kept staring at Xiao Shan, who was silent next to him, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Obviously, Xiao Shan's existence gave him some pressure. Behind the few people, there was a woman with a noble temperament in a tight-fitting brocade robe inlaid with gold and purple, and behind the woman was a girl with a cool appearance, a beautiful and charming moon-white robe. The old men in front of them who were chatting eagerly seemed to avoid the two behind them on purpose. Because of the old man in the moon-white robe, the atmosphere of the Xiao family and the Yun Lanzong's visitors was not too indifferent. After reaching the hall, the patriarch Xiao Zongkai turned his head and said to the noble woman behind him, "Sect Master Yun, this is the welcome hall of our Xiao family, please take your seat." Looking at the Xiao family who all stood up to welcome her because of her arrival, Yun Yun nodded indifferently, said politely, and then turned her attention to Xiao Ming, who was at the top, with a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "This is Master Xiao Ming, a 6th-grade alchemist who is famous in the plus-size empire. When I saw him today, he was indeed extraordinary. Union has not been the suzerain for a day or two. This official greeting can already be said skillfully. It's just that Yun Yun's nature is indifferent, and this greeting to the strongest of the Xiao family seems a bit too official." At this time, Xiao Ming stood up to express his welcome, and also said in a light tone, "I have heard the name of Sect Master Yun for a long time. When I see you today, it is a hero in women's middle school." Obviously, Xiao Ming's tone was similar. Neither side felt anything wrong, but the people from the Xiao family next to them were a little embarrassed, because the tone of both of them was too flat, and it sounded a bit mocking to say such flattering words in a flat tone. At the same time Xiao Ming answered, Xiao Zhan next to the old man in the white robe breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Yun, the sect master of the Cloud Land sect, felt too oppressive to them. Even though Yun Yun didn't speak, the majesty accumulated over the years in charge of the sect was shocking enough. Xiao Ming's indifference now makes Yun Yun feel less oppressive to them. Sure enough, the feeling of someone covering your head is good. Sighed, Xiao Zhan and the others led Yun Yun to the top of the hall and sat down. After the host and guests were seated, the atmosphere was a little silent for a while. In order to avoid embarrassment, the first elder coughed and started talking to the deacon next to him again. Actually, Yun Yun and Xiao Ming were present. They should have allowed these two representative characters to have a dialogue, but it seems that neither of them had any intention of opening their mouths. So, They could only chat by themselves, so at least the atmosphere wouldn't be too awkward. I want to ask Yunyun why she didn't speak. In fact, she was just thinking about how to break off the marriage later, so as not to offend Xiaoming, who has unlimited potential in the future. Why didn't Xiaoming speak? That's because he feels like there's nothing to say, he's not good at awkward chats. Nolan Yanran sat next to Yunyun, and a pair of beautiful eyes glanced at Xiaoming curiously. For Xiaoming, it can be said that no one is not curious about the overweight empire. She is no exception. Although she came to break off the marriage today, she also satisfied her own curiosity in disguise, and knew what this genius who was supposed to be in the Plus Empire would look like. Xiaoming is completely different from the image she imagined. He does not have the domineering air of ordinary geniuses that cannot be concealed. Instead, he is similar to her teacher, as if he is very indifferent to everything. Without waiting for Nolan Yanran to observe, there was a knock on the door that had just been closed in the welcoming hall. Dong dong dong. As the knock on the door rang, the active elder and the old man in the white robe looked at each other and closed their mouths in tacit understanding. A figure in the hall pushed open the door and walked in. It was Xiao Yan who came. After Xiao Yan entered the hall, he didn't seem to understand the situation. He first looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on Xiaoming and Yunyun. He couldn't help but muttered in his heart, what is the origin of these people? Even Xiaoming came out. Xiao Yan's news in Xiao's family was quite obscure, and he didn't know who came to the door this time. Chapter 106. Since he lost his talent, Xiao Yan tried his best to hide from his clansmen to avoid unnecessary ridicule from others. This time, the Xiao family did not hype it up when Yun Lanzong came to the door. However, there are still many people in the family who knew about it. Xiao Zhan should actually inform Xiao Yan, but he deliberately wanted to sell off. This caused Xiao Yan to be at a loss now. However, seeing that all the important family members were present, even Xiao Ming was there, he knew that the guests that his father said yesterday should be very honorable, so he immediately stepped forward to greet them. Father, the three elders, the supreme elder. Hehe, Yunur, here we come, sit down. Looking at Xiao Yan's arrival, Xiao Zhan nodded at him with a smile, and waved. Xiao Yan's shout directly focused everyone's attention on him. Even Yun Yun, who was contemplating, turned his attention to Xiao Yan. This is Xiao Yan. Sure enough, as rumored, his talent disappeared and he stayed at the third stage of Doji Qi. You must know that Yun Yun at this moment is not the Do Huang who had the fighting spirit sealed in the original book. He has been in charge of the Yun Lan sect for a long time, and there is an inexplicable majesty on his body that has always existed. Say a word. Although Xiao Yan has been ridiculed by the family for more than 2 years, his temperament has been greatly polished, but now, he still can't stand Yun Yun's sight. After scanning, he was stunned to find that he had no place for himself. This is very embarrassing. Faced with this situation, Xiao Yan can only secretly shake his head and laugh at himself. Hey, my status in this family seems to be getting lower and lower. It used to be good, but now it's embarrassing me in front of the guests, these three immortals. Looking at Xiao Yan who was standing still, the young people in the surrounding clan couldn't help but let out sneers, obviously liked to see him making a fool of himself. At this time, Xiao Zhan above also noticed Xiao Yan's embarrassment, a flash of anger flashed on his face, and frowned at the old man beside him. Elder, you. Cough, I'm really sorry, but I forgot about the third young master. Hehe, I'll call someone to prepare right away. The great elder, who was stared at by Xiao Zhan, smiled faintly, and patted his forehead in self-blame, but the sarcasm in his eyes did not hide much. Looking at the situation Xiao Yan was suffering from at the moment, Xiao Ming twitched the corners of his mouth. He did not expect that when he was here, these elders would embarrass Xiao Yan on such an important occasion. Was Xiao Yan so hated before? Xiao Shan, who was sitting beside Xiao Ming, also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had been home for so long, although he knew that Xiao Yan was not welcome, but he didn't expect to see this to such an extent that it was a bit beyond his expectations. Seemed to see the surprise in the eyes of Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan. The first elder didn't want to play Xiao Yan anymore. The chair was brought up quickly, and it looked as if he was ready to put it up at any time. Although Xiao Yan seemed to be very unpopular in the Xiao family, Yun Yun and the others did not say anything. After Xiao Yan sat down at the end, Yun Yun, who saw the leader of the trip, finally spoke up. Patriarch Xiao, Yanran and I actually have something to ask for on this trip. Ask for one thing. Hearing Yun Yun say this, Xiao Zhan suddenly had a bad premonition. The Xiao family who can help the sect master of the Yunlin sect of the Megatron Plus Empire is also Xiao Ming, a 6th grade pharmacist. He originally thought that this time the sect master of Yunlin sect came to see Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was right next to him. He could speak directly if he had a request, but now she said to himself that he wanted something. Kind of weird. What ability does he have to help a strong Duhuang? Thinking that Union mentioned Nalan Yanran just now, Xiao Zhan had a bad feeling in his heart. Thinking of some possibility, the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching a few times, his huge palm trembled slightly, but fortunately he had sleeves. He concealed it, so he was never discovered, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Union, please tell me if you have something to say. If you can, the Xiao family should not refuse. Patriarch Xiao, Yunlin sect has always had a strict clan style. Every successor of the sect master must not have emotional ties before he officially becomes the official sect master. Yanran's talent is very high, and I intend to appoint her as the next sect master. Before, I asked Yanran, and I know that she has a marriage with the Xiao family, so I want to ask Xiao Patriarch to break the marriage contract, and the Yunlin sect will pay enough compensation." Crack! The jade cup in Xiao Zhan's hand suddenly turned into a puff of powder. In the hall, the atmosphere was a little quiet, and everyone in the hall was shocked by Yun Yun's words. The 3 elders who were originally at odds with Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Zhan, and there was already a touch of sarcasm and ridicule. "Hey, someone came to the door and forcibly broke the engagement. Look at you, the patriarch, what prestige to manage the family in the future." Some young girls of the younger generation didn't know about Xiao Yan's engagement with Nalan Yanran, but after inquiring about the parents beside them, their expressions suddenly became wonderful, and their mocking eyes turned to the corner. Xiao Yan at, "Ah, the divorce is still here." Because he had expected this scene for a long time, Xiao Ming's face did not change, but Zi Yan beside him seemed to be a little interested in this matter, blinking his eyes with relish. And Xiao Shan in the seat next to him was shocked. His original idea was the same as Xiao Zhan's, thinking that Yun Yun was here to find Xiao Ming, but she didn't expect her to break off the marriage. "Patriarch Xiao, I know that this requirement is a bit difficult for a strong man, so I brought an accompanying gift for this trip." Yun's voice was still so indifferent, the jade hand was gently raised, and several jade boxes of different colors were placed on the table. "I brought 2 4th-grade medicinal pills on this trip, namely Shengeling pill, Qi gathering powder, 2 5th-grade medicinal pills, all of which are Xuanling pills, and a high-level wind attribute cultivation technique. It's an apology for the divorce." While Yun Yun was talking, the deacon of Yun Lanzong who was sitting next to her carefully opened the box. Suddenly, a few strange fragrances filled the hall, and everyone who heard it was in good spirits. Originally, after hearing Yun Yun's conditions, the Xiao family members in the hall couldn't help but breathe a little. After the box was opened, and it was clear that the items inside were exactly as Yun Yun said, his mouth became even more dry. "Those 2 4th-grade medicinal pills are not worth it, although the Ascension pill can increase the chance of a great Do Master becoming a Do Ling, and Qi gathering powder can make 100% of those of the 9th rank of Do Zili advance to Do J, which looks very precious. But over the years, Xiao Ming has brought back far more than 2 4th-grade medicinal pills, and there are even precious medicinal pills that directly enhance his strength. Therefore, they are not so coveted for the 4th-grade medicinal herbs." However, although Xiao Ming sent back many 4th-grade medicinal herbs, Xiao Ming did not send back many of these 5th-grade medicinal herbs. 5th-grade medicinal pills are very precious in the first place. The Xuanling pill given by Yun Yun is the kind of medicinal pill that can directly make Do Ling break through a level. This kind of medicine pill that can directly improve the realm is generally far more precious than other medicine pills of the same realm. And this precious elixir Union is given too, no wonder they are a little gaff. Chapter 107 Yaochen appears, Yao Ye comes to the door. 5-grade pills. Xiao Ming looked at the displayed pills with narrowed eyes. Each pill is round in color, strong in fragrance and clear, indicating that the quality of the pill is good, and it is not an inferior pill with incomplete medicinal properties. Is a genuine 4-5-grade medicine pill. For the time being, these 4-grade medicinal herbs are not discussed, and the exercises are not discussed. The number of people who can refine these 5-grade medicinal herbs on the bright side of the Plus Empire is no more than one palm. Every piece can be auctioned for sky-high prices. This level of medicinal pills is not too precious for him, except that the medicinal materials are hard to find. But the compensation to Xiao Zhan and his son has indeed shown sincerity. In addition, Yun Yun, the sect master of the Yunlin sect, personally came to the door to give the apology. For Xiao Zhan, it was justified in terms of face, and his dignity would not suffer any loss. After all, people have already done their best, and there is nothing to be picky about other than saying that this kind of thing is inappropriate in public. As expected, the Great Elder and others looked at Xiao Zhan with less sarcasm after seeing these apologies. They ridiculed before, because they didn't expect that Yun Lanzong would give such a heavy apology, and they seemed to take this matter very seriously. If Union just said a light word about breaking the marriage, and then used some innocuous things to kill Xiao Zhan, then they can really make a good mockery. But now what Yun Yun gave, and the attitude they showed, they suddenly lost the point of sarcasm. After all, Doqi continent is still about strength. Patriarch Xiao, these things are compensation for your father and son. Please also consider Yanran. After Union said a word, she kept silent. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall was a little dignified. Because the others were non-participants, no one spoke more than Baba Dezui, only Xiao Zhan and his son were very gloomy. No matter how beautiful Yun Yun's reasons were and how heavy the apology was, for Xiao Zhan and his son, breaking off the marriage was still a very unpleasant thing. With a hoarse voice, Xiao Zhan just wanted to speak, but someone next to him spoke ahead of him. Sect Master Union, you'd better take back the medicine pill. We may not agree to today's matter. The hall was silent, and all eyes suddenly turned to Xiao Yan, who raised his face in the corner. After such a long time, Xiao Yan had already figured out the situation. Xiao Yan, how can you speak here? Shut up. His face sank, and an elder shouted angrily. Xiao Yan, retreat, I know you're not feeling well, but here we will decide. Another older man spoke anxiously. The purpose of the two of them to stop Xiao Yan was very simple. They were afraid that Xiao Yan's export would be insignificant, offend Yun Yun and bring trouble to the Xiao family. 3 elders, this is my Xiao Yan's marriage, please don't mix it up with the 3 of you. Xiao Yan had already had enough of the sarcasm of the 3 elders in the past. In addition to the increasingly unpleasant sarcasm in the clan in the past few days and the excitement of breaking off the marriage, all of them erupted at once today. Full of color. Hearing this, the 3 elders were stagnant, and the grumpy 3rd elder even stared, and his fighting spirit slowly possessed his body. Okay, the 3rd elder, Xiao Yan's own affairs, let him solve it himself. Xiao Ming, who was at the top, glanced at the 3rd elder and said lightly. In the matter of breaking off the marriage, the rest of the Xiao family are not involved, and it is not easy to say anything in this matter, nor can they make decisions for Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan. Now that the 3rd elder wants to stop Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, who is in a bad mood next to him, will definitely not sit back and ignore it. Don't wait for the Xiao family to fight because of this, it will be very funny. In order to prevent this from happening, Xiao Ming still stopped the behavior of the 3rd elder. While stopped the 3rd elder, Xiao Ming glanced at Xiao Yan's ring with inexplicable eyes. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the 3rd elder suddenly stopped, glanced at Xiao Ming, and immediately sat down helplessly. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiao Yan's words could be clearly distinguished. Without the obstruction of the 3rd elder, Xiao Yan first bowed respectfully to Xiao Zhan, then turned to face Yun Yun, took a deep breath, and asked calmly. Sect Master Union, I would like to ask, Mr. Nolan, did you agree to the matter of regretting your marriage today? Yanran is the descendant of my Yunlin sect, I will tell Patriarch Nolan about this. Union looked at the young man in front of her. Her originally calm face finally became turbulent, but she still spoke in a calm tone. So, that means you didn't agree. Since the old man Nolan didn't agree, then I hope Sect Master Union will bear with you, and my father will not agree to your request. The old man of the 2 families spoke about the marriage, but now they have not spoken. If it is dissolved, then no one will dare to solve this marriage, and no one in our clan would do such a thing to blaspheme the dead elders. While said this, Xiao Yan also looked at the 3 elders, obviously meant something. Next to Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Yan and felt a little bit wanting to complain. Those 3 elders and Mingming were of the same generation as Grandpa Xiao Yan, but they were stunned by Xiao Yan as Xiao Lin's juniors. Xiao Yan's excuse is very beautiful, neither accusing Yun Yun nor talking about the Nolan family, but only saying that the people of his own family dare not blaspheme the dead elders. Yun Yun couldn't say anything, but Nolan Yanran next to her couldn't sit still. I saw her angrily saying, "The matter of the engagement is my own business, and it has nothing to do with Grandpa. Tell me, how can you break off the marriage?" I said, "I won't revoke my marriage today." Xiao Yan didn't know why, but he could answer so stubbornly. Nolan Yanran was going to say something, but Yun Yun frowned next to her, trying to stop Nolan Yanran's words. But how could Nolan Yanran, who was already so angry with Xiao Yan, manage so much? She was very unconvinced and said, "Teacher, he just thinks that the compensation is too small." In the end, after a period of unfriendly dialogue, Xiao Yan and Nolan Yanran made a 3-year contract. This time, the 3-year contract was not proposed by Nolan Yanran, but by Xiao Yan. To be honest, when Xiao Yan proposed a 3-year appointment, he was stunned by the Xiao family next to him. Also stunned Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming didn't expect Xiao Yan to have such an operation at all. This reverse 3-year contract, how dare Xiao Yan say it? Why Xiao Yan dared to talk about a 3-year appointment? It was not because Xiao Yan lost his mind. That's for a reason. After the people from the Yunlin sect left the Xiao family, Xiao Yan came to the back mountain alone. Looked at no one around, and he shouted cautiously, Senior, hey, little doll, stop looking, it's on your finger." A familiar old and strange laughter suddenly entered Xiao Yan's ears. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's pupils shrank, and then he turned his attention to the black quaint ring that was parked on his right hand. "You're actually here." Xiao Yan suppressed the panic in his heart and tried his best to calm down his voice. Today, the reason why Xiao Yan dared to jump out and talk to Yun Yun is because he has been ridiculed more and more by his clansmen in the past few days, and he has accumulated enough anger. This anger has been ignited by today's divorce. For other reasons, or because he heard a voice in his heart at that time. When heard the voice in his heart for the first time, Xiao Yan thought it was a hallucination, but within a few seconds Xiao Yan realized that it was not a hallucination. At that time, he was fortunate enough to have met the worldly masters in the novels of the previous life. After all, there were strong people like Xiao Mingxian and Yunyan among the people present at the time, but they didn't seem to respond to the voice in his heart, as if they didn't realize it. This is not what an expert is. When the master was spreading the word, he also said that he would be accepted as an apprentice. Gave him a lot of confidence immediately. In addition to the conversation with Nolan Yanran, the arrogance revealed in the other party's words really stimulated him, so he made a 3-year contract. He wants everyone to understand that Xiao Yan is not a waste. However, that was what he thought before. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt that he had encountered a ghost. Because in his cognition, no master lives in the ring. Although he was a little scared, Xiao Yan still tried his best to calm his heartbeat. "Senior, stop joking, my little heart can't stand your fright, senpai. I'm not joking with you, but your concentration is not bad, you didn't get scared and jump off." A playful laughter sounded in the ring. At the same time, an old transparent figure floated out of the Na ring. "Senior, so you are really in the ring?" Looking at this same shadow as a Piao in his previous life, Xiao Yan pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Little guy, don't laugh so ugly, you don't want me to accept you as a disciple." Xiao Yan's spirit was shocked when he heard this. I immediately remembered that the figure just now said that he could restore his talent, and he was no longer afraid, and quickly asked, "Senior, didn't you say that you accept me as a disciple and can help me restore my talent? Let's start now. You said you restored your talent, but you have already recovered now." Xiao Yan was a little puzzled. "Actually, over the past 2 years, it was me who lost your grudge." The transparent old man stared at the doubtful Xiao Yan with a smile and said, "What?" Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard the words. Immediately, his face turned gloomy, and Sen Han's words popped out of his teeth with difficulty. "You said that the do qi that disappeared in my body inexplicably was your fault. Hey, I'm also forced to be helpless, don't blame it, little baby. I'll blame your mother." Xiao Yan, who was standing in the same place, suddenly jumped up like a madman. His face was full of hideousness, and his fist was full of energy, and he swung towards Yao Lao's face. Yao Lao's illusory body floated slowly to the left, easily dodging Xiao Yan's attack. Hey, little baby, you don't need to be so angry, right? Isn't it just absorbing your fighting spirit for more than 2 years? These words are pure nonsense. Yao Lao doesn't actually need Do Qi, but at this time Xiao Yan doesn't know. The corner of his mouth twitched. Xiao Yan's voice contained anger. Old guy, since you are hiding in the ring, you should also know that because you have absorbed my fighting spirit, how have I lived for more than 2 years? I have been ridiculed every day for more than 2 years. Quote. But in the past 2 years of ridicule, haven't you grown up? Do you think that if it was 2 years ago, you would have the forbearance in mind you have now? He smiled noncommittally. Yao Lao said lightly. Xiao Yan, you. After some friendly discussions, Xiao Yan finally calmed down. Looking at Yao Lao in front of him, he said angrily, didn't you say you can make me equal Nalan Yanren within 3 years? What should I do? I can make you equal to that little girl, but... Yao Lao did not continue. Xiao Yan was a little anxious when he saw it. This old guy just pretended to be mysterious and said so full of words, can't he die now? Isn't he going to lose face in 3 years? Do you want to become a pharmacist? Yao Lao suddenly asked. Apothecary master. Xiao Yan was startled by his jumping topic, and immediately frowned. In Do Qi continent, anyone who wants to become a pharmacist wants to become a pharmacist, but can anyone become a pharmacist? But those harsh conditions are too difficult to achieve, don't ask the pharmacist, the 3 years about. The voice suddenly stopped. Xiao Yan raised his head sharply and opened his mouth wide. I've reached it. Yes. Appreciating Xiao Yan's shocking expression mixed with anticipation and ecstasy, Yao Lao pretended to touch his illusory beard, although it's just barely enough. After, he learned that he could become a pharmacist and that the other party was also a pharmacist. The most important thing is that after the other party can also help him complete the 3-year contract he made. Xiao Yan immediately bowed his head. Don't mention Xiao Yan's side. Xiaoming and Zi Yan just returned to their small courtyard not long after they were invited back to the welcoming hall by the elder. This is, looking at the tall and glamorous girl in the hall, Xiaoming was a little surprised. Why didn't I hear that there are still guests today? Actually, she sent her prayer post yesterday, but we didn't bother you because it was too late. Today, we forgot to tell you about the Yunlin sect. The elder next to him said a little embarrassedly. Hearing this, Xiaoming nodded speechlessly. Seeing Xiaoming's arrival, the glamorous beauty's eyes lit up. She got up and said with a smile, I have seen Master Xiaoming, and I take the liberty to visit today, please forgive me. You're welcome, Princess Yaoye, please take a seat. Because of what happened to the Yunlin sect, Xiaoming, Zhao Shan and a few elders were the only ones who were still sitting in the living room to greet Yaoye. Ordered someone to pour a cup of good tea, and each took a sip of tea. After seeing it, Xiaoming asked directly, I don't know what is the important thing for Princess Yaoye to come to Xiao's house this time. My grandfather asked me to win you over and let me find a way to make a marriage contract with you. Of course Yaoye couldn't say that. She smiled softly and said, Grandpa heard that Master Xiaoming has returned from Canaan Academy and has become a 6th grade alchemy master. He is very happy that I have such a genius in the overweight empire, and specially sent me to congratulate Master on your return. Quote. Chapter 108 Breaking the Zongdan, Persuading. Yaoye, as an overweight royal family, has specialized in speaking skills, so it is very comfortable to talk to her. In the process of talking with Xiaoming, he also told a lot of secrets about the Plus Empire, which made Xiaoming have more understanding of the Plus Empire. The most important thing is that Xiaoming rarely looked at Yaoye's dress during the conversation. Yaoye felt that her first goal seemed a little difficult to achieve, so she never mentioned it. The foreshadowing was almost done, so she spoke about the second purpose of the trip. My great-grandfather wants to invite Master Xiaoming to visit the Holy City. Ask me to go to the Holy City of Overweight. What are you going to do? Xiaoming glanced at Yaoye who was always smiling in front of him. Yaoye glanced hesitantly at the 3 elders of the Xiao family next to him. The Nethersea Flood Dragon Beast is the protector of the country of the Overweight Empire, and the less people know about the recurrence of its injuries, the better. The 3 elders were old and sophisticated, saw Yaoye's hesitation, looked at each other, and made an excuse to go out. After the 3 of them went out, Yaoye said, the reason why I asked Master Xiaoming to go to the Holy City is because my royal family's protector of the country has relapsed, so I want to ask Master Xiaoming to go to the Holy City to help treat the injury. Of course, our royal family, the remuneration offered will definitely satisfy Master Xiaoming. Help the Nether Sea Flood Beast to see a doctor. This is the only thing. Isn't Master Fa Yan, the president of the Alchemist Association, in the Holy City? You haven't found him? Yao Yi smiled bitterly when he heard the words. Although Master Fama and the others had not invited them, they had invited 5th grade alchemists of the same level over the years. However, they were all helpless against the hidden illness of the Sea Flood Dragon Beast. They could only help press it down. However, this injury has become more and more difficult to suppress over time, and it is now on the verge of eruption. After listening to Yao Yi's explanation, Xiaoming nodded and turned to think about whether to go or not. To be honest, Xiaoming's stay in the Xiao family has been a bit boring these past few days. In addition to dealing with the Xiao family's affairs, he still has several things to do when he returns to the Plus Empire. Is a little bit in the middle. Seeing Xiaoming pondering, Yao Yi next to him added, Master Xiaoming, in fact, my great-grandfather would like to ask you to refine a sect-breaking pill. I wonder if Master Xiaoming has time to make a move. 6th rank Peak Po Zong Pill. Xiaoming became interested when he heard the words. Po Zong Pill, the 6th peak elixir, is believed to be difficult for even Pill King Jiu He to refine this grade of elixir in the overweight empire. How can the other party be sure that he can refine it? It's really a broken sect pill. I wonder if Master Xiaoming can make a move. Yao Ye nodded. In fact, it was just a test for Yao Ye to bring up the Zongdan by adding punishment to the sky, and pharmacists generally cherish feathers very much. If Xiaoming can refine it, then naturally everyone will be happy. If he can't refine it, he will naturally refuse, and it leaves an impression now that Xiaoming has grown so fast, and he can be found again in the future. This refinement can be refined naturally, but this is the success rate. Among the 6th grade pills, Po Zong pill is already a very difficult pill to refine. Although Xiaoming felt that he could make this kind of pill with the help of different fires, the materials for Po Zong pill were too difficult. There is also Po Zong Dan in his Na ring, so he has not specially refined it, and he is not familiar with the method, so it is difficult for him to guarantee the success rate. With experience, Xiaoming estimated and said, this success rate is not very high, only 40%. 40%. Yao Ye breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, patted his full chest, and said angrily, Master Xiaoming really likes to joke. The success rate of the 6th grade peak medicine pill is 40%, which is not low. I also ask you to take action, Master. According to the rules of the alchemist, we have prepared everything in the overweight holy city, and the remuneration will satisfy you, Master. Is the 40% success rate high? Without a 90% success rate, Xiaoming believes that it is low. Only by strictly demanding himself can the technology improve. But seeing that the other party didn't mind, Xiaoming pondered for a while, then said, okay, I promise both. As a pharmacist, he had no reason to refuse when the other party came to talk about business, and the materials for 6th grade medicinal pills were too difficult to find. This time, refining the broken sect pills can be regarded as an increase of experience. Of course, Xiaoming's ring has Po Zong Dan, which can be sold directly to the other party, but there is no need to do so. There are 3 materials for refining, and with a 40% success rate, he has great confidence to refine it. Don't miss this chance to practice your phone. Seeing Xiaoming's promise, Yao Ye smiled brightly, stood up and said with a smile. Thank you Master Xiaoming for your willingness to take action. I don't know when the master is free. When can we set off and go to the plus-sized holy city? Is Princess Yao Ye in a hurry? Seeing her excited look, Xiaoming said with a smile. The sooner the injury of the protector of the country is treated, the better. Please forgive me. If the master is temporarily inconvenient, it can actually be delayed for a while. Yao Ye realized that he was a little rude, and replied with a light cough. That's not necessary, let's set off tomorrow. Xiaoming also stood up and waved to Yao Ye. After setting the time to leave tomorrow with Xiaoming, Yao Ye left. Wutan City has the city lord's mansion, and she will live there tonight. Soon after Yao Ye left, the 3 elders walked into the welcoming hall. Looking at Xiaoming sitting on the seat, the 3 elders gathered around and asked curiously, I don't know why Princess Yao Ye is coming to our Xiao family. Just ask me to make medicine pills, nothing major. Xiaoming didn't go into details, but instead said, you 3 came just right, I will leave the family tomorrow. What, are you leaving? Is it because Princess Yaoye asked you for alchemy? When can you come back? The three elders asked quickly when Xiao Ming was about to leave. Should you leave for about half a month? After thinking about it, Xiao Ming said. Hearing that they had only been away for about half a month, the three elders breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, with Xiao Ming in the Xiao family these days, their sense of security has improved a lot. If Xiao Ming left, he would be a little reluctant for a while. This time, he also left the family. Unlike last time, the three elders did not pull Xiao Ming to teach him the experience of walking in the arena, because Xiao Ming was already the Do King, and they no longer needed to say more. This time, instead, Xiao Ming warned them not to mess with Xiao Yan. Today, when Yun Yun came to the door, Xiao Ming keenly felt the soul power fluctuation of Xiao Yan's ring. 80% Yao Lao said something to Xiao Yan, which gave Xiao Yan courage and made a 3-year appointment in front of Yun Yun. Since Yao Lao talked to Xiao Yan, then Xiao Yan's talent must be restored in the future. These three elders continued to target Xiao Yan, fearing that they will suffer. Seeing that the three elders have always been kind to him, Xiao Ming felt that it would be better for them to restrain the clan. After hearing Xiao Ming's words for them to restrain the clan, the three elders thought that Xiao Ming was protecting Xiao Yan, looked at each other and nodded in response. Isn't it that they don't bother Xiao Yan? Although they despise Xiao Yan, since Xiao Ming has spoken, they can only do it. Chapter 109 Overweight the Holy City, add punishment to the sky. The next day, Xiao Ming took Zi Yan to the city lord's mansion and Yao Ye Wei, and went to the plus-size holy city together. 2 days later, on top of the flying beast specially kept by the royal family of the Overweight Empire, Xiao Ming stood in front of the window and looked out, a huge city looming in the distance. As the imperial capital of the Kama Empire, the Kama Holy City is naturally populated by a large number of people. When viewed from the sky, it is much larger than the Canaan city where Canaan College is located, revealing a quaint and magnificent atmosphere. When Xiao Ming looked into the distance, a fragrant breeze came and stayed beside him. Admiring the scenery alone, Master Xiao Ming is so elegant. It's just boring to stay in the room, the imperial capital is not far away, come out and take a look, you can also relax your mood. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Yao Ye looked at Xiao Ming with a faint smile next to him, and a smile appeared on his face. After 2 days of getting along, Yao Ye found that Xiao Ming was still quite friendly, and when facing Xiao Ming, he was less nervous about meeting him for the first time. Is Xiao Ming coming? In the next room, after Xiao Ming's voice fell, a small head with a purple ponytail was exposed. This person is not Zi Yan, who is it? Yes, it should be there in 2 minutes. Xiao Ming said to Zi Yan, who squeezed directly between him and Yao Ye after coming out of the room. It's finally here. Every time I do this flying beast, I'm bored to death. You still don't let me go out to look for medicinal herbs. HMPH, if you want me to say, at such a distance, wouldn't it be very fast for us to fly over by ourselves? Why do we do this? Slow flying beast. Zi Yan complained with her waist stuck. This. Xiao Ming glanced at Yao Ye and said nothing. This is naturally because Yao Ye can't fly. When someone else came to invite him, he just dropped the other party and flew over, which seemed inappropriate. It doesn't take long to ride the flying beast, and there's nothing wrong with it. As for letting Zi Yan go out to find medicinal herbs, in fact, after the Xiao family's incident where he let Zi Yan go out once. Xiao Ming also let Zi Yan go out, but that time Zi Yan took out several sealed jade boxes from the holding ring in her hand. Is obviously going to touch the treasure house of someone else's house. This made him speechless. Zi Yan did it once or twice, and if she did it more than once, she would definitely be found out. It would be better not to make too many enemies in the Overweight Empire, so Xiao Ming again prohibited Zi Yan from running out. Yao Ye next to her also understood her own problem. While a little embarrassed, she also looked at Zi Yan curiously. Through the 2 days of getting along, she has found that Xiao Ming seems to be very fond of this little girl who looks like a pink and jade. She has also tried to have a good relationship with the other party, but the other party seems to be not interested in her and ignores her. As the eldest princess of the royal family, this is the first time she has encountered such a situation. There are medicinal herbs everywhere. After this trip to the imperial capital is over, how about I go with you to the demonic beast mountains to find them? His right hand touched Zi Yan's smooth hair, and while experiencing the smooth feel, Xiao Ming said, Master Xiao Ming, you don't have to be so troublesome. I have a lot of collections of medicinal materials in the royal family. If necessary, after this trip is over, Master Xiaoming can enter the treasure trove of the royal family. Wen Yan, Yao next to him. Knight said quickly. Of course, as Miss Ziyan, as a friend of Master Xiaoming, we will also offer 2 medicinal herbs. Yao Ye will give Ziyan 2 medicinal herbs, in fact, it is also for Xiaoming's face. Ziyan doesn't know what rejection is, especially for medicinal materials. Therefore, for Yao Ye to take the initiative to send her herbs, she happily agreed and felt that Yao Ye was much more pleasing to the eye. Looked at the happy Ziyan speechlessly. Is this herb so easy to get? Xiaoming said to Yao Ye, thank you Princess Yao Ye, the herb will be included in the reward this time. When Yao Ye was about to say something, a figure in black with a doling level aura walked by. Princess, the holy city has arrived, and the next convenience is the flight stop. Yao Ye stopped talking and turned to look at the man in black. Then let's land, and at the same time send a message to tell Grandpa that Master Xiaoming has come. Oversized palace, in a splendid living room. Master Xiaoming, it's really disappointing to welcome you, ha 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 ha, please take a seat, come and watch the tea. An old man in a white hemp robe greeted Xiaoming who had just come in, and Yao Ye stood beside him obediently. You're welcome, Xiaoming smiled as he looked at the old man in the sackcloth in front of him. The old man in hemp robe is the punishment day. The flying beast just landed directly near the imperial city. When they arrived at the imperial city, they saw the punishment day who had been waiting for a long time. Jia Xingtian, as the strongest man on the bright side of the Plus Empire, in his perception he has the strength of the Duhuang Peak, and his powerful aura should not be underestimated. Watching Xiaoming and Ziyan seated beside him, Xingtian smiled all over his face, and praised Xiaoming without pretense, without the arrogance of the royal guardian. Xingtian's words of praise are nothing more than old-fashioned. Ziyan next to Xiaoming sighed boringly when he praised Xiaoming Zi. Although the punishment is imposed on the heaven and man, he speaks much more beautifully than others. But Xiaoming, who has developed a habit, also has left ear in and right ear out. Xingtian's words were about to overflow with the meaning of co-optation, which was directly ignored by Xiaoming. Adding Xingtian's style shows that he is very eager for the 6th grade refining pharmacist. Can you not desire it? The 6th grade pharmacist is at the top of the Kaka Empire. As long as you go to that station, you can attract a large number of strong people, and the 6th grade pharmacist is comparable to Taishan Beidou in the Kaka Empire. Its appeal is unimaginable. If Xiaoming is tied to their chariot, the power of the royal family will be doubled. That's why the sentencing genius can be so enthusiastic. Of course, craving is craving. If Xiaoming doesn't plan to join the royal family, he doesn't mean to stay with the punishment. Xiaoming can grow up so quickly. In addition to his own talent and intelligence, there must be someone behind him to help him. It is not wise to touch him rashly. After the greeting was over, Xiaoming went straight to the point and proposed the purpose of his visit. Elder Jia, I already know why you invited me this time. Do you want to refine the Po Zong pill first, or to see a doctor for the protector of the country? Master Xiaoming, isn't this too urgent? I have already ordered a banquet, or should we talk about this after you have cleaned up for you, Master Xiaoming? Jia Xingtian said with a smile. In fact, Xiaoming offered to solve these 2 things quickly, and Xingtian was still very happy. After all, the sooner these problems are solved, the better. However, if people run to do things before their buttocks are hot, it will appear that they have no hospitality, so he said this. It's okay, I'd better take a look at the protector of the country. Any old wounds are not easy to treat. I'll investigate first, or I have an idea. Hearing the words, Xingtian pondered for a while, felt reasonable, got up and said with a smile, haha, then I will trouble Master Xiaoming. The reception is not good, don't blame it. After investigating the condition of the sea dragon beast, I will also invite the master. Don't hold back. Well, let's go. Xiaoming nodded. Chapter 110 Investigating Injuries, 2 Methods. Under the leadership of Jia Xingtian, Xiaoming and the others soon came to the forest behind the imperial city. Passing through the bamboo forest in the back mountain, what appeared in front of Xiaoming and the others was a huge lake. Seeing that he had reached his destination, Xingtian, who was walking at the forefront, turned his head and smiled at Xiaoming. Hehe, Master Xiaoming, we have already arrived, and I will trouble you to take action later. Jia Lao is too polite. Xiaoming smiled and waved his hand, but his eyes swept to the huge lake. Here, he could faintly feel a majestic aura hidden in the very deep lake bottom, which should be the secluded sea flood beast. Hey, there is actually a big snake in this lake, it looks like it's not bad. In Xiaoming's induction, Ziyan next to him suddenly screamed and said. Hearing Ziyan speak, Xiaoming on the side was not surprised by Ziyan's performance. Ziyan's body is a Taishu ancient dragon. She can sense the sea monster hidden in the lake, which is not too unusual. If she can't feel it, it is strange. Unlike Xiaoming who knew Ziyan's body, Jia Xingtian and Yao Ye were both shocked when they heard the words, and immediately looked at this pink and jade-like little girl in surprise. Across such a deep lake, it is quite difficult to sense the hidden breath in it, but I didn't expect this very cute little girl to be able to tell the body shape of the hidden objects in it. How could this be possible? To their surprise. Without waiting for them to investigate further, Xiaoming said, Veteran Jia, call out that secluded sea flood beast. Hearing the words, Jia Xingtian nodded quickly, his figure flashed, and he appeared on the lake, his feet fell on the water, and his hands entered the water immediately, and his fierce fighting qi rushed in. With the influx of Do qi, the calm lake suddenly seemed to be boiling, and countless blisters appeared. As the lake surface boiled, Xiaoming on the shore could clearly feel that a vigorous aura was gradually surging from the bottom of the lake. Boom! Just as the lake surface was getting more and more boiling, suddenly, a huge water column suddenly shot up from the lake, and finally turned into a spray of water, and it fell down. After the water was over, a giant beast that was half the size of a lake appeared in Xiaoming's eyes. This beast was a sea monster. I saw it opened its huge mouth, and a deafening voice came out of its mouth. Old man Jia, you called me out so soon, is it my business? The Shantian who was standing on the lake looked up at the sea dragon beast and smiled, and said, Old guy, I have invited Master Xiaoming over, he said that he would help you investigate the injury first, the person is there, don't go over and thank people. Saying that, Jia Xingtian gestured towards the shore with his eyes, and the secluded sea flood beast followed their gaze and saw Xiaoming who was staying on the shore. Boy, are you the 6th grade alchemist? The sea flood beast is wild by nature, even if Xiaoming came to help it see a doctor, it didn't have much respect in its words. However, Xiaoming knew that most of these monsters had this kind of character, and he didn't care, just nodded. This is indeed a 6th grade pharmacist, let's not waste time, let's start now. Saying that, Xiaoming nodded to Xingtian in the distance, his shoulders trembled, and a pair of fiery red fire wings emerged from behind, above the head. The huge beast pupil stared at the tiny figure in front of him, and the permeating water aura on the body of the sea dragon beast suddenly reduced a lot, and after a while, the sea dragon beast suddenly said, Boy, the fire attribute aura on your body it's too heavy, stay away from me. Xiaoming was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he understood. This secluded sea dragon beast is a water-type beast, and is very sensitive to fire-type fighting qi. Since the fighting qi in his body has devoured the spirit fire of all beasts, it is far more than ordinary fire-type fighting qi, so it is no wonder that it is a little bit resistant to approaching. But since this is the case, his original plan to use his own vindictive energy to probe the body of the sea serpent beast with special methods will not work. After thinking about it, Xiaoming said, I originally planned to use special methods to probe your body, but since you are very repulsive of my fighting spirit, then I can only probe your body directly with my soul power. Don't resist my soul power later, you know. When examining the opponent's body, if the other party intends to resist, he must not be able to detect the deep-seated injury of the opponent's body, which is why Xiaoming said this. Soul power. Well, as long as you don't put that hated fire attribute grudge into my body, I won't resist. Hearing the words, Xiaoming nodded, urging the power of his soul to pour out from his eyebrows and drill into the whole body of the secluded sea flood beast. Suddenly, the muscles, bones, muscles, and vindictive path, every detail in the body of the sea serpent beast appeared in Xiaoming's mind. Those old wounds also appeared in Xiaoming's mind, turning a blind eye to the superficial wounds on the periphery of his body. Xiaoming only explored the stagnation in his body. When Xiaoming was investigating, the nether sea flood beast only noticed that an amazing soul force was scanning all over his body, and everything about it was exposed to the eyes of the other party. According to Xiaoming's previous instructions, it could only she endured the discomfort without resisting. After a while, Xiaoming, who scanned the body of the sea serpent several times, recovered his soul power. Noticing that the discomfort in his body disappeared, the sea flood beast hurriedly asked, "How is my body, can it be cured?" As for the problem of the sea flood beast, Xiaoming can only say that it is an old injury that has been dragged on for so long and has not been resolved. According to his investigation, although the body of the sea flood beast appears to be only a few scars on the surface, it is actually a mess inside. It has several wounds that cannot be healed inside its body, its meridians are damaged in many places, and the operation of its fighting chi is occasionally stagnant. Xiaoming reckons that with its body, it can continue to support it for 3 or 4 years. In recent years, the situation around the overweight empire is relatively stable, and it does not need to be shot. Otherwise, it doesn't take 2 or 3 years, just fight the enemy 2 or 3 times. This secluded sea flood beast will be injured and it will be difficult to participate in the battle. If you don't take good care of it, there is a risk of burping. Xiaoming told Yu Haijiao Beast and Xing Tian, who flew to his side, about the results of his investigation. Adding punishment, Tian heard that it was so serious, and frowned quickly and asked, "Master Xiaoming, can this still be treated?" "Well, yes," Xiaoming answered this question very simply. Seeing Xiaoming's confident look, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Xiaoming's statement just now was so serious, he thought that the nether sea flood dragon was difficult to treat. As long as it could be treated, it doesn't matter how serious the injury is now. What? The sea flood beast's own body, it is naturally very clear. Seeing Xiaoming saying that there is still a cure, it is also overjoyed, and quickly asked, "I don't know if you have any way to treat me." Hearing the tone of the sea serpent beast suddenly becoming more polite, Xiaoming smiled and said, "I know there are several methods, but some methods are too difficult to implement. I'd like to mention the 2 most feasible methods. The first is the 6th grade intermediate level medicine pill, which has a particularly significant effect on the damage of monsters. Bone shaping pill. The other is to use 4 ranked 6 low-level pills, vitality pill, you can choose the same one. Chapter 111 Refining Medicine Pills. Seeing that Xiaoming easily mentioned 2 methods, Jia Xingtian first secretly praised in his heart that he is indeed a master of alchemy, not comparable to the alchemists he had been looking for before. Then he thought about it, and then he realized that he had never heard of these 2 medicinal herbs. Asked if he didn't understand, Jia Xingtian asked Xiaoming very modestly, "Master Xiaoming, I don't know what is the difference between these 2 methods." The difference is that the primordial bone shaping pill has a special effect on warcraft, so only one is needed. Oh, by the way, this kind of medicine still needs special techniques to use. The vitality pill has no special effect on warcraft. The upper grade is much lower, so more quantity is needed. By the way, I can refine these 2 kinds of medicinal pills, you don't have to worry about the medicinal formula. Listening to Xiaoming's answer so clearly, Jia Xingtian and Yu Haijiao Beast looked at each other as if they were communicating. After a while, Jia Xingtian said, "We chose to use Hunyuan bone plastic pill. I don't know what herbs Master Xiaoming needs. Let us know, and we can order someone to prepare it later." The choice of adding Xingtian was not beyond Xiaoming's expectations. Compared with refining 4 low-level 6-level pills, refining 1 6-level intermediate-level medicine is obviously much faster. Xiaoming was also so happy, and directly reported the medicinal materials needed to refine the Hunyuan bone plastic pill. Bone shaping flour, Gorogor. Tomorrow, I will deliver the medicinal materials to Master Xiaoming. Regardless of the success rate, as long as you can refine it, Master, no matter how much medicinal materials are consumed, it doesn't matter to my royal family. After writing down the required medicinal materials, Xingtian laughed, and the words seemed extremely lavish. Although the medicinal materials for refining, Hunyuan bone plasticizing pill, are not ordinary things, but the royal family has rich collections, naturally it is not a problem. Not only the Hunyuan bone plastic pill, but the more advanced Po Zong pill, the royal family can also collect a few medicinal herbs, which can be said to be extremely rich. After investigating the condition of the sea dragon beast, Xiaoming and the others left the mountain behind the imperial city and went to the banquet set up for him by the royal family. After a good rest that night, Xiaoming received the medicinal materials personally delivered by the penalty day the next day. As for Xiaoming, he didn't deliberately delay for a few days, but took out a few bottles of specially refined pills and handed them to Ziyan. After explaining that she should not run around in the past few days, he walked into the penalty day. The secret room prepared for him. In the secret room, Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the stone bed. In front of him, there were about 60 jade boxes, and in the jade boxes, there was a strong medicinal fragrance, and at a glance, it was obvious that it was not an ordinary thing. These medicinal materials are the medicinal materials that Jia Xingtian sent to him to refine the medicinal herbs. Each plant is extremely rare, and its value will not be lower than the blood python branch, the main material for refining Dolingdan. Among the 60 jade boxes, only a dozen or so are the medicinal materials needed to refine the Po Zong pill. Others are all the materials for refining the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill, and there are 10 pairs of materials. Obviously, for the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill, the royal family is determined to obtain it. And why there are not so many medicinal materials for Po Zong pill, that is not because the overweight royal family does not care, but because the medicinal materials of this Po Zong pill are really difficult to get together. The royal family can't get so many medicinal herbs. Putting aside the medicinal materials for refining Po Zong pill, Xiaoming turned his attention to the medicinal materials for refining Hunyuan bone plastic pill. He plans to refine the Hunyuan bone plastic pill first, to increase the feel, and after refining this pill, he will refine the Po Zong pill. Took a light breath, flicked his fingers, and the huge red medicine cauldron appeared out of thin air, and immediately slammed to the ground, causing a low bell sound. This medicine cauldron is quite large, and its body is covered with all kinds of strange patterns. On the cauldron, there are lifelike images of beasts carved. When the mouth is wide open, if you listen with your ears, you can hear it faintly. The strange roars that came out of the medicine cauldron, all these strange shapes, all showed the extraordinariness of this red medicine cauldron. This cauldron is the cauldron of all beasts that Xiaoming got from the life simulator. Shu squinted his eyes. Xiaoming flashed in his mind the refining method of the Hunyuan bone plastic pill that he had seen in Canaan College, as well as various points that need to be paid attention to. After a while, his eyes suddenly opened, and in the dark eyes, dark red flames rose. PFF'd. In the faint sound, a ray of red flame burst out from Xiaoming's fingers, and with a flick of his fingertips, the flame turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the medicine cauldron like lightning. The flame just entered the medicine cauldron, and the small body suddenly expanded. In just a short moment, the small flame turned into a raging fire, burning wildly inside the medicine cauldron, and with the rising of the dark red flame, that the scarlet red on the surface of the ding of 10,000 beasts became more and more dazzling, and it looked like a group of enchanting fireworks dancing. Although it is not the first time to use the cauldron of the beasts, but looking at the medicinal cauldron that has been strong even under the burning fire, Xiaoming still has a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The cauldron of all beasts, the fire of all beasts, I have quite a few treasures related to magical beasts. Waited for a while. After the temperature inside the medicine cauldron reached a constant level, Xiaoming made a move with his palm, and a jade box containing medicinal materials similar to the blood of a monster was sucked into his hand. Gorefiend. With a murmur, Xiaoming threw the medicinal materials in his hand into the medicine cauldron and started his journey of alchemy. The fiery temperature enveloped the closed chamber, and it was roasted like a furnace. A faint white smoke rose from the red medicine tripod, and finally lingered on the chamber, lingering. Before the medicine cauldron, Xiaoming had no expression on his face, and his eyes were fixed on the prototype of the medicinal pill that was slowly rotating in the red flame inside the medicine cauldron, under constant temperature. With the slow fire and steaming, about half an hour later, a strong medicinal aroma gradually rose from it. Subtle energy fluctuations came out from the medicine cauldron, and finally hit the inner wall of the medicine cauldron heavily, bringing a low bell sound to smell the more intense medicinal fragrance from the medicine cauldron. After a long while, Xiaoming's momentum suddenly rose, the lid of the medicine tripod automatically fell off, and the round blue medicine pill flew out of it, and was finally held by Xiaoming accurately. Feeling the faint residual warmth of the medicinal pill in his hand, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Although this Hunyuan bone plasticizing pill can only be said to be a middle-ranked pill among the 6th grade pills, it is also a genuine 6th grade pill. Refining a pill of this rank, without refining it, even if Xiaoming has the help of this myriad beast spirit fire, he must be careful, otherwise, he will fail if he is not careful. This time, when refining the primordial bone plasticizing pill, Xiaoming accidentally wasted a pair of materials while he was in the pill melting stage. After learning the lesson for the second time, he succeeded in refining this medicine pill. Putting the blue-colored Hunyuan bone-shaping pill into a jade bottle dedicated to Chenfang medicine, Xiaoming looked at the dozens of medicinal materials left in the refining of Hunyuan bone-shaping pill. According to the rules of the alchemist, the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill has been practiced, and now, these medicinal materials already belong to him. Dozens of cherished medicinal herbs, Xiaoming made a profit even if he didn't get paid this time. If the overweight royal family knew that Xiaoming only used 2 medicinal materials to concoct the Hunyuan bone plastic pill, they would not know how they would feel. He happily put those herbs in his bag, and Xiaoming turned his attention to the remaining dozen boxes of herbs. That is the medicinal material needed for refining Po Zongdan. Xiaoming did not intend to stop and rest, but made another move, and a snow-white jade box exuding a little chill was sucked into his hands. Inside the jade box, there was a dead tree branch like an ice sculpture lying quietly. However, although the appearance of this thing is not very good-looking, the strong medicinal fragrance emanating from its body makes people know that this is not the case. What an ordinary thing. This thing is called the cold marrow branch. It is not a branch, but is condensed by extremely pure cold energy in an extremely cold place. Doqi is more cold, so in their eyes, this thing is simply a priceless treasure. Xiaoming's Na ring does not contain this medicinal material. Looked at the medicinal material, holding the cold marrow branch with both fingers, a icy, biting chill quickly penetrated with the fingertips, almost making the entire arm become numb. Glanced at the arm covered with thin ice chips, Xiaoming's mind moved, and the red flames flowed from his body quickly expelling the chill that invaded the body. The palm of the hand was gently thrown, and the cold marrow branch was thrown into the medicine cauldron with great accuracy, and the red flame surged violently, like a big mouth, and swallowed it directly. Facing the burning of the flames, the cold marrow branch did not sit still, but instead emitted a steady stream of icy mist, trying to block the erosion of the high temperature. The fog and the red flame eroded each other, and in the sound of chi-chi, there was even a faint white fog at the junction. With the extremely cold energy that has been condensed for countless years, this cold marrow branch is actually able to compete with the spirit fire of all beasts. Hold a short stalemate. Seeing this scene in the medicine cauldron, Xiaoming gasped in amazement. He hadn't seen such a scene when refining the Hunyuan bone plastic pill. As expected, it is the material needed to refine the 6th grade peak medicine pill, but after all, it is still a dead thing. Xiaoming's mind moved, only to see the temperature inside the medicine cauldron suddenly rise. Under the burning of the increasingly hot flames, the cold marrow branch was finally unable to resist, and the ice crystal-like thing on the surface began to show signs of melting. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming laughed. It is also thanks to his unusual fire. If it is replaced by ordinary fire, I am afraid that it will take at least a day or 2 to refine this cold marrow branch. The consumption is also extremely huge. Different fire, for alchemists, is indeed no less than a real weapon. The refining process lasted for about an hour, and the sturdy cold marrow branch finally completely turned into a mass of snow-white viscous liquid, and the liquid flowed out, exuding extremely rich pure energy. After refining was completed, Xiaoming spent another half an hour to finish refining it. Then, without resting, he moved his palm and once again put another medicinal herb, which was also called stubborn, into the medicine cauldron. Time passed slowly in the closed secret room, and the medicinal materials placed in the jade box in front of Xiaoming gradually decreased. A strong medicinal fragrance mixed with each other hovered in the secret room, like a cloudy PFF. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation erupted, and in a low sound, the pure medicinal liquid that had been extracted with great difficulty was actually shaken to dissipate most of it. Feeling the same change as the first refining of primordial pill, Xiaoming frowned slightly, and then sighed lightly, come again. Every time I was melting pills, the first refining was really difficult. What? Sitting on the stone bed, Xiaoming pondered for a moment. He kept replaying some visions produced by the fusion of the medicinal materials in his mind. Chapter 112 The Imperial Capital. Refining elixir is also a tedious and boring thing. Xiaoming spent nearly 5 or 6 hours after his first failure to finish refining the second piece of medicinal materials. This time, due to Xiaoming's careful control, there were no more problems during the fusion. But when the medicinal pill was about to congeal into a prototype, there was a small deviation, so a pot of precious medicinal materials was scrapped again. Looking at the discarded medicinal materials, Xiaoming felt a little heartache. He had to know that if he succeeded in refining the Po Zong pill, then these extra rare medicinal materials would belong to him, but now, there is no one. Alas, Po Zong Dan is much more difficult to refine than I thought. Sighed, Xiaoming did not rush to refine the medicinal materials again, but calmed down his mind and re-engraved the previous 2 refining processes in his mind step by step. After half an hour, Xiaoming Kai opened his eyes again confidently, and his eyes were fixed on the medicinal materials. Thinking about it, this time it should be no problem, otherwise, it's a bit of a smashed signboard. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's handprint moved, and flames rose again in the medicine cauldron. The flames soared, and the red firelight shone on Xiaoming's handsome face, showing a peculiar charm. One by one precious medicinal herbs, with Xiaoming's hands rising and falling, kept falling into the medicine cauldron, and were immediately swallowed by the flames. Time, in the tumult of flames, passed quietly like sand at the fingertips. And on Xiaoming's forehead, fine beads of sweat began to appear faintly, and even he felt a little tired after a long time of uninterrupted refining. This time, Xiaoming almost invaded all his soul power into the medicine cauldron, and any movement that occurred in it could be immediately noticed by him. And under his intense attention, the many pure medicinal liquids in the medicine cauldron gradually began to merge. The fusion of is carried out under Xiaoming's various meticulous manipulations. Fortunately, this time, nothing went wrong in this link, and with the completion of the fusion of the medicinal liquid, a group of gorgeous liquid the size of half a fist appeared in the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the liquid mass mixed with various medicinal powers, Xiaoming's heart was not relieved because of it, his mind was still tense, the soul power controlled the fire to this perfect level, and slowly released the temperature, so that the many medicinal liquids in the liquid group began to congeal completely. As the liquid mass gradually shrinks and coagulates, about half an hour later, the surface of the liquid mass begins to gradually become hard, and a rough-surfaced medicinal pill takes shape slowly. Looking at the prototype of the pill that finally condensed smoothly, Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult steps have been completed. Next, as long as the heat is maintained well and the medicine pill takes shape, it should be considered a successful refining. The secret room is not far away, in the living room under the same roof. Ziyan sat on the chair boredly, holding the jade bottle left to her by Xiaoming, and counting the remaining pills in it. 1, 2, 11. There are only 11 left, the pills are so fast. When Xiaoming comes out, he must make more pills for me. On the seat next to her, Yaoye looked curiously at Ziyan who was muttering in a low voice. I think Master Xiaoming has been giving you medicinal pills. Is Miss Ziyan ill? Because Yaoye gave Ziyan 2 medicinal herbs during Xiaoming's retreat in refining medicine, Ziyan did not ignore her, but after stuffing a pill in her mouth, she said vaguely, if I want to grow up, I have to eat medicinal herbs all the time and reach the level of Do Huang, otherwise I will always look like this child. Eating medicinal herbs to grow up. The medicinal power of medicinal herbs is so violent that no one can eat them raw except for beasts. You don't have such a long body, right? Yaoye looked confused, but soon she thought of the keen perception Ziyan showed when she saw the sea monster. Couldn't help but think of a possibility, is she a monster in human form? Thought so, but Yaoye didn't ask, after all, this kind of identity issue is a bit sensitive. Swallowed the medicinal pill in his mouth, looked at Ziyan who had another pill missing from the jade bottle in his hand, felt that there should be no pills to eat after today, and immediately said with impatience on his cheeks. Xiaoming, he has been in the secret room for 3 days, why hasn't he recovered yet? Alchemy is already time-consuming, let alone 2 6th-grade pills. Yaoye smiled slightly when she heard the words, and her beautiful eyes glanced in the direction of Xiaoming's secret room, and said, it should take a few more days. Quote, Yaoye knows that alchemy is very time-consuming, so as the owner of this time, he is still patient. And Ziyan can't do it, Ziyan has always been impatient. Hearing Yaoye said that it would take several days, I immediately wanted to say something, but before I could speak, the whole room suddenly trembled violently. The sudden tremor also made Yaoye and Ziyan startled slightly, and then their eyes moved to the direction of the secret room, where an unusually strong energy wave was rapidly taking shape. It seems that the alchemy is going to be successful. Feeling the strong energy fluctuations, Yaoye's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. When some high-level medicinal herbs are formed, there will be some movement, which is obviously the current situation. Ziyan was also overjoyed to hear that Xiaoming is going to come out. Although it is safe in the Imperial City, it is not safe to have unfamiliar powerhouses passing by, taking risks, and with such a movement, I need to give some explanations to my subordinates, so I will not disturb Miss Ziyan for the time being. Yao Ye said and left the living room, leaving only Ziyan in place. Not long after she left, the energy fluctuations in the secret room where Xiaoming was located suddenly skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Immediately, only a bang was heard, and a beam of energy beams shot out directly from the secret room, and finally pierced the ceiling and shot straight into the sky. Although the beam of light that suddenly shot up into the sky was not big, the energy fluctuation it caused immediately attracted the attention of those strong in the imperial capital. Not long after, several old men with wings on their backs appeared in the sky outside the imperial city. With a close look, feeling the pure energy contained in the beam of light, these strong men who are not young and have a lot of experience finally recognized the source of the beam of light, and there were several exclamations at the moment, resounded. This vision seems to be someone refining medicine pills in the imperial city. Although high-level medicinal pills can cause some movement, unless it is a 7th-grade medicinal herb, the rest rarely have such a vision. Could it be that someone is refining the 7th-grade medicinal herb? Impossible. When the 7th-grade medicinal pills are completed, the movement is much bigger than this. It must be some rare high-grade medicinal pills among the 6th-grade medicinal pills. Tisk tisk, an elixir that can cause such a movement is definitely not an ordinary thing. I've never heard of a royal family with such a level of alchemist. Could it be the Pill King Jiu He of Yunlanzong? It can't be Furukawa. I only saw him yesterday at Master Fa Yan. How could he be able to refine this grade of elixir in a blink of an eye? Sure enough, after the voice fell, 3 figures came out of the sky again and stopped not far from them. And other figures stood in the air, and the figures were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. Chapter 113 Dan King Furukawa. After seeing the 3 people clearly, the people who arrived earlier looked at each other and flew 3 times towards them. Master Faki, Master Furukawa, Old Man Jia. The 3 people who came here were the president of the Alchemist Association, Fa Yan, the 6th-grade alchemist Jiu He, and Nalan Yanran's grandfather, Nalan Jia. Fian looked at the few people flying towards them, and a smile appeared on his old face. How many of you are here too? Nalan Jia, who was beside him, also looked at the people in front of him and said, Old Mu Chen, I didn't expect you to run so fast. How about you come before us? Have you found out what caused the movement? Mu Chen, the number 1 figure of the Mu family, one of the 3 major families in the imperial capital. Next to him are Middle Tengshan, the patriarch of the Middle family, and a provincial fighting king who is staying in the imperial capital. Hearing Nalan Jia's question, Mu Chen laughed and said, We didn't come too early, but we have already figured out the movement. I believe that Master Faji and Master Furukawa have already figured it out as alchemists, right? Kept silent, nodded to Furukawa, who was sensing the distant light beam, and said, This is the vision of heaven and earth that will appear when the top-grade 6th-order medicinal pill is successfully refined. I won't admit it wrong, and Master Faji should also know. Yeah, Fa Yan also nodded slowly, and said, Furukawa, is difficult for you to refine this grade of medicinal herbs, right? In this country, when did a pharmacist of this grade appear again? Or a pharmacist with a strange fire? The last sentence, Fa Yan did not say it. As an alchemist, he is very sensitive to flames. Just now, like Furukawa, he released his soul power to investigate the situation over there. In addition to the energy fluctuations of the beam of light, he also felt a flame that was far more violent than animal fire. This kind of violent aura, who has played with flames all his life, can say with certainty that it is definitely a strange fire, and he believes that Furukawa senses it too. Just like him, he didn't say it. It's really difficult for me to refine a medicinal pill of this grade. Furukawa said with a wry smile, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Yiwo, he really sensed it. He didn't know how many strange places he had traveled to find the strange fire over the years. He didn't expect that the first time he encountered it, it was in the hands of someone else. 6th-grade pharmacist, I received news a few days ago that Master Xiao Ming of Wuden City is already 6th grade. Could he be concocting pills for the royal family? Middle Fujiyama guessed. This is actually very easy to guess. The entire country of the plus-size empire is also Furukawa, and Xiaoming, who has just returned to the plus-size empire, is the 6th rank. Furukawa was by their side right now, and it was self-evident who the other was. Although there are cases of alchemists passing by from other countries, the possibility of this is too low. Nalin a few days ago, his granddaughter Nalin Yanran had gone home and told him that she went to the Xiao family to break off the marriage. Therefore, when he heard that this alchemist might be Xiaoming, the expression on his face was obviously stiff. Before he could say anything, Mu Chen next to him said, "Stop guessing, Jia Lao is here." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a white sackcloth robe came flying from a distance, and stopped when he got close. Ad old, Nalin Jia Muchen looked at Jia Xingtian and hurriedly saluted. Only Fa Yan Guhe did not move, just nodded slightly to say hello. "I didn't expect to startle you guys too." Ji Xingtian first smiled and nodded to Nalin Jia and the others, then he greeted Fa Yan and Ji Yuhe, and said, "Pharaoh, Master Ji Yuhe. Old guy, this movement is a vision of the birth of a 6th grade medicinal herb. We were discussing which master of medicine refining is this. You came just in time, tell us which master this is." The person who spoke was Fa Yan. He was the only one of the same generation as Jia Xingtian. He was also Do Huang's cultivation base. In addition, he had known Jia Xingtian for many years, so he was not as cautious as Nalin Jia and the others. Muchen and the others quietly pricked up their ears when they heard the words, and Furukawa also looked at Jia Xingtian curiously. Looking at their curious expressions, Jia Xingtian thought that this is not something to keep secret, and he did not sell anything, and said with a smile, "You should have heard of this master, Master Xiaoming of the Xiao family in Wudin City." Mr. Fujiyama and the others secretly said after hearing the words. Sure enough, they guessed correctly. Faki showed curiosity in his eyes. "Xiaoming, the famous evildoer, naturally knows it. Old guy, this medicine pill seems to be almost finished. I don't know, can you give us a recommendation?" This. Jia Xingtian hesitated. He didn't know if Xiaoming was happy to disagree with these people, but these people probably just wanted to make friends with Xiaoming when they saw Xiaoming. It wouldn't make Xiaoming angry if he thought about it. Fa Yan and him have known each other for many years, and it's nothing more than an introduction, and even without him, it would be very easy for Fa Yan and the others to visit Xiaoming. So, after pondering for a while, Jia Xingtian nodded. "Okay, you come with me." Having said that, Jia Xingtian took a few people from the sky and flew in the direction of Xiaoming. When they arrived, they all landed on a nearby roof. Ziyan in the room sensed the movement, and a flash appeared on the roof. After finding out that one of these people was an old man whom he had seen a few days ago, he withdrew his vigilant eyes. The appearance of Ziyan attracted the attention of Jia Xingtian and others. Especially Nalin Jia as a few Do kings. Several people looked at each other and were very surprised. This little girl is so fast. When they appeared just now, they didn't even react. Without waiting for them to think about it, they found that the beam of light reaching the sky gradually faded away. A strong danxiang spread out with the dimness of the beam of light. The beam of light became weaker and weaker, and at the end, it finally completely turned into a small spot of light, slowly dissipating. As the beam of light completely dissipated, a thumb-sized light group also appeared under the gazes of those many eyes. As soon as the light group appeared, the light suddenly rose, and the figure moved, and it looked like it was about to escape from the sky. However, at the moment when its radiance just soared, a cold hum suddenly sounded from the room below, and a suction force suddenly burst out. Under that fierce suction, the light group also became unstable. Was deadlocked for a moment, and finally, under the gazes of several people, he flashed back, and finally got into the room and disappeared. This pill has been refined. Jia Xingtian's face showed a happy look. A jump landed on the ground below, and he couldn't wait to enter the house where the secret room was located. And Fa Yanjia Xingtian and the others looked at each other and followed closely behind. When they entered the room, they saw the door of a secret room opened, and a young boy with a tired face walked out. The young man also held a jade bottle in his hand, which was obviously the medicine pill that appeared in their eyes just now. Chapter 114 Faki's Invitation. Xiaoming walked out of the secret room and saw that several people above the Duwang level were looking at him curiously. He frowned slightly, then immediately loosened it. These people must have been attracted by his alchemy movement. Xiaoming ignored these people for the time being, but handed the jade bottle in his hand to the punishment day who greeted him. Jia Lao, live up to your trust, this is the Po Zong pill you need. Po Zong pill. A few people next to Xianxia heard the name of the pill, and their faces showed shock. Although they already knew that the pill refined by Xiaoming was the 6th grade peak pill, but when they heard the name of this pill, they couldn't help but be taken aback. After all, the name of Po Zong pill was too great. This level of medicinal pill may not have any direct effect on the real Duzong powerhouse, but it can attract some big forces to scramble for it. After all, as long as you have this medicinal pill, you may have the opportunity to make yourself. Adding another Dozong powerhouse to the forces is almost irresistible temptation for those forces that focus on inheritance. In the plus-size empire, the strong Duhuang are rare, let alone the strong Dozong. And Xiaoming refined the Po Zong pill for Xingtian, which also shows that Shantian, who has not taken many shots for a long time, has reached the strength of Juxing Duhuang. Adding Xingtian didn't care about these details. After all, for the royal family, if you have strength, you have to show it, and how to deter Xiao when you hide it. I saw Jia Xingtian took the jade bottle with a surprised look on his face, feeling the fluctuation of medicinal power from the medicine, he smiled happily. Ha ha ha, Master Xiaoming's alchemy skills are really extraordinary. In just a few days, a medicinal pill of this grade can be easily captured. It took a few days to refine the Po Zong pill. There is indeed a strange fire on the body. Ji Yuhe and Fa Yan looked at each other, and they both saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Although both of them saw that Xiaoming had a strange fire, Ji Yuhe and Fa Yan were just a little envious, but they didn't have any intention to ***** the strange fire. Jia Lao Miao praised it. It took me a lot of effort to refine the Po Zong pill this time. Xiaoming smiled noncommittally, then wiped the ring between his fingers and took out another jade bottle and handed it to him. This time, you asked me to refine another grade 6 medicine pill. But if you want to use it, you know, you need special techniques. Extra punishment. Tian Wenyan took over the pill and said with a smile, then I need to trouble Master Xiaoming for a few days. Xiaoming smiled and nodded, and suddenly found a white figure rushing towards him. Seeing clearly that it was Ziyan, Xiaoming did not dodge. Now Ziyan has also understood that her strength is a bit strong, and she knows that she needs to reduce her strength when she pounces on Xiaoming, so Xiaoming was not knocked out this time. Easily caught Ziyan who was rushing towards him, Xiaoming asked while rubbing the little head that was arched in his arms. You haven't been running around in the past few days, go, look for medicinal herbs. Ziyan heard that her head stopped moving, her eyes widened. I didn't run around, but I stayed here well. That's good, Xiaoming said with satisfaction. He was really afraid that Ziyan would touch other people's treasure house and then be caught. Ziyan's safety doesn't need to be too worried, but there will be a lot of trouble. Thinking that after Ziyan came out, the time to find medicinal herbs has been reduced a lot. Although Ziyan wants to come out with him, it seems a little bad to keep her from looking for medicinal herbs. The wish of others is to find medicinal herbs to grow up on. Therefore, Xiaoming immediately said, I can't accompany you to find medicinal herbs for the time being. I will refine a few medicinal herbs for you later, which is a reward for your obedience this time. Xiaoming harvested dozens of rare medicinal herbs from alchemy this time, and it is not very distressing to take out a few. Ziyan had a surprised smile on her face, and suddenly rushed to Xiaoming. Really? He, thank you. Master Xiaoming and Ling Mei have a really good relationship. Looking at the interaction between Xiaoming and Ziyan, although he was a little puzzled, Mu Zan still smiled and said. Putting down Ziyan on his body, Xiaoming turned his attention to Mu Chen who was talking just now. I'm sorry, I was so negligent just now, I don't know who you are. When Jia Xingtian heard Xiaoming's question, he patted his head and said apologetically, hey, it was my mistake, I was so happy when I saw the medicine pill just now, and I forgot to introduce it to Master Xiaoming. I'm getting old, I don't have a good memory. Come and let me introduce to you, this old guy with a hat similar to the pill furnace is the president of the Alchemist Association, Fa Yan, and the one next to him is the famous pill king, Ji Yuhe. Quote, the old men next to me are the patriarchs of the 3 major families in the imperial capital, Mu Chen, Middle Tengshan, and Xianxia. There is also a strong man from other provinces, the Lion King Yanxi. After introduced Xiaoming, Jia Xingtian introduced to Fa Yan and the others, this is Master Xiaoming. It turned out to be Master Faji and Master Furukawa, as well as the top 10 powerhouses of each plus-sized empire. I have heard your names for a long time. Speaking of which, the few people here now seem to be the top 10 powerhouses from this generation of overweight empires. That's why Xiao Ming said that. Mu Chen has seen Master Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha, Master Xiao Ming is polite. Master Xiao Ming is too modest. I am one of the top 10 powerhouses. If Master Xiao Ming wants to be on the list, I'm afraid it will be easy. As one of the top 10 powerhouses in the overweight empire, although this list is a bit watery, it can be ranked among dozens of fighting kings. Naturally, these people still have two brushes. In the perception of Mu Chen and the others, Xiao Ming, who had just finished refining the medicine, had a strong breath and was much stronger than them. In this regard, Xiao Ming just smiled and did not speak. The two sides exchanged a polite greeting, and after making a familiar face, seeing that Xiao Ming had just finished refining the medicine, he didn't wait long before he said his goodbye. When everyone left, they also made an invitation to Xiao Ming. Especially the president of the Alchemist Association, Fa Yan, who also personally invited Xiao Ming to come to the Alchemist Association to sit down and talk about alchemy techniques together. I thought that there was something I needed in the Alchemist Guild. Xiao Ming did not reject Faji's invitation, but nodded in agreement. As these people say goodbye one by one, in addition to Xiao Mingxian in the room, there will soon be only days of extra punishment left. Looking at the tiredness on Xiao Ming's face, Jia Xingtian did not rush Xiao Ming to treat the injury to the sea monster. He stood up and said, Master Xiao Ming has spent a lot of energy on alchemy these days. Please have a good rest today. For the reward of this alchemy, I will invite the master to select it from the imperial treasury tomorrow. Xiao Ming has nothing to do with it. Outside the imperial city, Nalin-Jia and Ji Yuhi, who had just left, walked together. Looking at Nalin-Jia's frowning expression, Ji Yuhi suddenly said, Mr. Nalin, are you thinking about Xiao Ming? Oh, yes, a few days ago, that girl Yanran went to Xiao's house to break off the marriage. Although that Xiao Ming didn't say anything, I'm afraid. Nalin-Jia didn't mean to hide his thoughts, and said his own with a frown, idea. Furukawa didn't mean to laugh at it either. He was very aware of the energy of a 6th-grade pharmacist. After all, he was a 6th-grade alchemist himself. As long as a 6th-grade pharmacist pays a certain price, he can easily destroy the 3 major families of the imperial capital. Well, the people of the 3 major families were destroyed together. Nalin-Jia was only one of the 3 major families in the imperial capital, so he would naturally be at a loss for Xiao Ming. Furukawa felt that Xiao Ming didn't even need to ask others to take action, he could destroy the Nalin family with his own strength. Especially now that Nalin-Jia has been poisoned for many years. In order to suppress the poison, he has lost most of his cultivation. Thinking of Nalin-Jia's poisonousness, Ji Yuhi suddenly stopped and said to Nalin-Jia, Old Patriarch Nalin doesn't need to worry about Yanran. Just now, I saw that Xiao Ming has achieved so much despite his young age. There is no arrogance on his face, and he thinks that he is a person of extraordinary character. In this case, when Yanran broke off the marriage, he didn't say much, and he didn't care too much about it. Quote, if you're still worried, send someone to apologize tomorrow. Nalin-Jia thought about it, and it seems that this is the same principle. The bitterness on the face disappeared a lot, but the next moment, Furukawa's words made his face even more bitter. About the poisonous poison on Nalin's old patriarch, didn't I say before that I need a different fire? You can go to Xiao Ming and try it. You mean, he has a strange fire on him? Looking at Furukawa, who nodded slowly, Nalin's face was complicated. Over the years, he had been tortured by the poison on his body. Even Furukawa could not treat him, but only suggested a method that could be treated with strange fire. But the fire is hard to find, and there is no news in these years. Now I suddenly heard about a pharmacist with a strange fire, which was good news. But his granddaughter offended the other's clan. This is, Nalin-Jia shook his head, feeling very suffocated. If others didn't come to trouble him, he could be said to have a good character. It seems a bit difficult to ask him to help him heal. Looking at Nalin-Jia with a complicated face, Furukawa shook his head and walked away. In his heart, he was thinking about the strange places he had not been to in the overweight empire over the years. This time, when he met a pharmacist with a strange fire, Furukawa's desire for the strange fire became stronger and stronger. Chapter 115 Royal Treasure House, Silver Emperor Sky Falcon. Xiao Ming's movement of alchemy not only disturbed the strong men above the Duwang in the imperial capital, but in fact, many people saw the vision of alchemy. It's just that the vision of alchemy is in the plus-sized imperial city, preventing many people from exploring. But with Mu Chen and the others who had seen Xiao Ming, they returned to their family. Xiao Ming's work on refining the 6th-grade medicinal pills in the imperial city has spread like wildfire. The next day, when Xiao Ming woke up, he received a gift from Xianxia. The gift was 10 strange-looking and rare medicinal herbs. These medicinal materials are rarely circulated in the market, and Xianxia will send these things over, obviously targeting Xiao Ming as an alchemist. Looking at these herbs carefully, Xiao Ming couldn't help shaking his head, and said to Yao Ye who helped deliver the medicine, "I won't accept these herbs, let's send them back to the Nolan family." Yao Ye hadn't said anything yet, but Ziyan beside him asked suspiciously, "Why did Xiao Ming refuse? These herbs contain a lot of energy." For medicinal herbs, Ziyan has always been more good, and she never has the idea of rejecting such good things that come to her door. The object of the Nolan family's divorce was not him, so why did he accept this? Pinching Ziyan's cheeks who knew how to eat all day long, Xiao Ming didn't explain it to her, just looked at Yao Ye with a light smile. "I understand, I will send the medicinal materials back to Nolan's house." Seeing Xiao Ming's determined attitude, Yao Ye smiled. As she said that, she beckoned to the distance, and a maid ran over. After Yao Ye instructed him a few words, the maid quickly left with the herbs. After the maid left, Yao Ye said with a smile, "Master Xiao Ming, I came this morning, in addition to helping the Nolan family deliver the medicinal materials. In fact, the main purpose is to take you to the treasure house." "Oh, are you alone? What about Jia Lao?" "Grandpa, he has something to do." Yao Ye's eyes suddenly dodged and he said, "In fact, her great-grandfather is fine at all, but this morning, her great-grandfather asked her and Xiao Ming how the progress was, and she said that there was no progress, and she was just anxious for her great-grandfather. In order to create conditions for getting along, the person who originally led Xiao Ming to the royal treasury was changed to her by the great-grandfather. The purpose of is self-evident." Thinking of Grandpa's expectations, Yao Ye said softly, "Don't worry, my great-grandfather has given me enough authority. Master Xiao Ming doesn't have to worry about what will happen in the treasure house." Looking at Yao Ye, who seemed to have suddenly become gentle, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Since Jia Lao has something to do today, please ask Princess Yao Ye." "Should be." After Yao Ye's leadership, Xiao Ming and Ziyan soon arrived at the place where the royal treasure house was located. The location of the royal treasury is not as hidden as the library of Canaan College. The location is just hidden in the dense forest on the back mountain, not far from the lake where the sea monster is located. After entering the secret passage leading to the treasure house, Xiao Ming also discovered a dozen high-level fighting spirits hidden in the dark. Ignoring the gazes of these fighting spirits, Yao Ye held a token and led Xiao Ming and Ziyan through the many levels. We finally arrived in front of a special stone gate more than 20 meters high. The door plaque made of this material can block the attack of the Duwang powerhouse in a short period of time. Yao Ye explained. Stood in front of the stone gate, and the token in his hand was pressed into the depression of the stone gate. The token emitted a dazzling light, and loud noises sounded. Boom! The light of the moonstone shines from the gap in the stone gate. "Xiao Ming, there are a lot of medicinal materials in it." Before Shimon opened, Ziyan pulled Xiao Ming's arm and whispered that with her talent skills, she was sensing many medicinal materials inside. Xiao Ming nodded slightly when he heard the words, and he also sensed that the royal family had ruled the plus-size empire for hundreds of years, and it seemed that a lot of good things had been collected. Ziyan and Xiao Ming's conversation, Yao Ye didn't pay attention. After the stone gate was completely opened, Yao Ye turned around and smiled at Xiao Ming. "There is a treasure house inside, and I invited 2 of them to come with me." Following Yao Ye's footsteps into the treasure trove, Xiao Ming was suddenly attracted by a touch of gold, and he found that a dazzling golden mountain appeared in front of him. Yao Ye turned a blind eye to the Jinshan, but continued to walk behind the Jinshan with Xiao Ming. The two came to a smaller door again. The 4 characters of the royal medicine store are engraved on the small door. Copying the operation at the gate just now, the door of the medicine store was opened, and a strong aroma of medicine came. Ziyan's eyes lit up when she smelled the fragrance. This is the place where I overweight the royal family's preservation of cherished medicinal materials. Master Xiao Ming can choose as much as he likes. Xiao Ming nodded and walked in. The royal treasure house has an unexpectedly large number of rare medicinal materials. Although it is not as many as Canaan College, it can be said to be rich, at least richer than Xiao Ming's collection. Accompanied by Yao Ye, Xiao Ming stopped after picking 20 herbs. Although others have said that he can choose as much as he wants, Xiao Ming really doesn't mean to pick hundreds of plants shamelessly. Seeing Xiao Ming stop, Yao Ye asked with a smile, "Master Xiao Ming has finished his selection." "Well, that's all. The medicine store has been visited. Then please ask Master Xiao Ming and me to go to other warehouses to see. If there is something that you like, Master Xiao Ming can also take it away." Xiao Ming heard the words, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that the royal family was preparing to spend their money in order to have a good relationship with him. Did not refuse, took out 5 of the medicinal herbs he had just obtained and stuffed them into Ziyan, which was a fulfillment of yesterday's promise, and then Xiao Ming followed Yao Ye's pace. The 3 of them soon arrived in another treasure house. This treasure trove has no medicinal herbs, but some other things. Dan Fang, treasure armor, weapons, etc. Only Dan Fang was attractive to Xiao Ming, but Xiao Ming didn't choose Dan Fang because he was interested in another thing. The remains of a 6th-order flying beast. Seeing Xiao Ming's gaze resting on the remains of the beast, Yao Ye introduced, "This is the 6th-order flying beast, the Silver Emperor Tianfalcon. In the early years, he was the overlord of the Warcraft Mountains, because he offended me a lot in the Overweight Empire. Grandpa and the protector of the country joined forces to kill this Silver Emperor Celestial Falcon. I don't know if I can give it to me. I can exchange it with an elixir." Xiao Ming looked at the monster in front of him and said slowly. He has also heard of the name of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon. This beast has the dual attributes of wind and thunder. The speed of is also high among the 6th-order warcraft. Ever since he got the Tianyan Juxing wing from the Jinyan sect, he has always wanted to get a high-level flying beast wing. Unfortunately, all the flying monsters that he liked were flying faster and stronger than him, so he never succeeded. It is an unexpected joy to meet the Silver Emperor Falcon this time. Hehe, Master Xiao Ming is out. Yer said just now that Master can choose at will, and the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon is naturally included. Yao Ye laughed. However, I want to remind Master that there is no magic core in the remains of the Silver Emperor Falcon. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. It's not a problem without the magic core. I just need his wings. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, Except for the Silver Emperor Tianfalcon, Xiao Ming never took anything else. When Xiao Ming and the others appeared outside the treasure house again, he saw Jia Xingtian waiting for him at the door. Seeing Xiao Ming, Jia Xingtian asked with a smile, "Master Xiao Ming, are you satisfied with the harvest of this trip?" "It's a worthwhile trip. Master is satisfied." Looking at the smiling and punishing Tian, looked at the sky, thinking of the reward he just received, Xiao Ming said, "This is just not far from the place where the protector of the country is located. Why don't we go now and treat its injuries?" Increased punishment. Tian Wenyan was a little surprised. "Well, then I will trouble Master Xiao Ming." Chapter 116 Healing, Falling Heart Flame. It didn't take long before a few people came to the lake where the sea dragon beast was. Jia Xingtian once again used his means to float above the lake, and the huge body of the nether sea flood beast emerged out of the water. "Old man Jia, woke me up after a few days. Is it because of the practice of Hunyuan bone plastic pill?" Janshan on the lake raised his head and smiled at the secluded sea dragon beast. He didn't explain anything, but said, "Old guy, look at what this is." He said, with a wave of the punishment, he took out the jade bottle containing the primordial bone plastic pill from the Na ring and threw it at the sea dragon beast. Faintly. As soon as Hunyuan bone plastic pill appeared, the rich medicinal fragrance shrouded the lake. In smelling this medicinal fragrance, the secluded sea-flooded beast was also stunned for a moment, and then said with ecstasy, "Hunyuan bone plasticizing pill. You came to me and it was made of medicinal pills, ha ha ha." The sound of thunder made the branches on the shore shake slightly. After a while, the sea dragon beast stopped laughing and said gratefully to Xiao Ming on the shore, "Thank you very much for your action this time." Xiao Ming did not take credit, but waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, it's just a deal." "Old guy, don't be so excited, it won't be too late to be excited when the injury is healed." Jia Xingtian said, and then turned his eyes to Xiao Ming on the shore, and said with a smile, Master Xiao Ming, I will ask you from now on. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded slightly, his shoulders trembled, and a pair of fire wings emerged from behind. Knowing that Xiao Ming needs to use special techniques to heal himself, the Nether Sea Flood Beast did not panic, but looked at Xiao Ming expectantly. Xiao Ming waved his hand, and the primordial bone plastic pill floating on the lake floated in front of him, and then glanced at the sea serpent beast. Do you need to prepare? It may hurt a little later. I'm ready, just come. Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded, his mind moved, a ray of red flame wrapped the Hunyuan bone plastic pill in, and with a flick of his finger, the flame wrapped the pill and flew to the top of the sea dragon beast. The medicine pill was wrapped in flames. After a while, Xiao Ming's handprint changed, and the red flame suddenly expanded. And under that scorching temperature, a strong cyan brilliance suddenly poured out from it, and finally, like a water curtain, it enveloped the huge body of the secluded sea beast below. As the strange brilliance shrouded, the body of the sea flood beast suddenly twisted, and it looked very painful, and the low roar continued to sound, setting off waves on the lake. Obviously, the pain that the sea flood beast is experiencing now is not as simple as Xiao Ming said. On the side of Jia Xingtian, seeing the Nether Sea Flood Beast's actions, a little worried expression appeared on his face, but looking at Xiao Ming's relaxed face, he didn't make a sound. The low beast roar lasted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually weakening. After that, Jia Xingtian was pleasantly surprised to see that the various scars all over the body of the sea serpent beast had a tendency to heal gradually. Obviously, the strange blue brilliance had a great effect on it. Under the radiance of that azure brilliance, not only the wounds on the body surface of the secluded sea flood beast gradually healed, but even the breath of the whole body is gradually rising at this moment. Feeling the aura emanating from the secluded sea flood beast in front of him getting stronger and stronger, the joy on Xingtian's face also became stronger. The Nether Sea Flood Beast fought for the royal family in the early years, and suffered a lot of trauma. In order to suppress the injury, its breath has never been at its peak. However, now, it is under that primordial bone plastic pill, gradually returning to its peak state, which is undoubtedly a happy event worthy of celebration for the royal family. The blue brilliance pouring down from the sky lasted for about an hour. During this period of time, the volume of the primordial bone plastic pill in the red flame also shrunk several times. Obviously, most of the medicinal power has been volatilized. The pouring cyan brilliance lasted for another half an hour, and finally gradually began to weaken, and the area covered by the brilliance became smaller and smaller. After a long while, finally, in a low muffled sound, the primordial bone plastic pill completely turned into a pile of ashes, and the brilliance completely dissipated. The medicine pill disappeared. Xiao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief and took back the soul power that spread out. Returning to the ground, Xiao Ming smiled at Jia Xingtian on the side. Its injuries have already healed, and after a period of rest, it will be able to fight people again. I'm tired of Master Xiao Ming this time. If Master needs help in the future, feel free to come to me. As long as I can, I will definitely help. Hearing this, Jia Xingtian laughed loudly. In the past 2 days alone, Xiao Ming has played a major role as a 6th-grade pharmacist. It only took him a few days to solve the problem that had plagued the royal family for many years, and he also refined a Po Zong pill that he could only listen to before, but could not get it. If Xiao Ming can hold the post of guest minister in the royal family and stay for a few days every year, then many problems of the overweight empire can be solved easily. And Xiao Ming will still grow, and his own strength is also very strong, and the penalty days sees these, so every time he sees Xiao Ming, he is very enthusiastic. If something happens, I will naturally ask Jia Lao to help. I hope that when the time comes, Jia Lao will not refuse. Xiao Ming did not refuse. The reason why pharmacists are terrible, to a large extent, depends on the connections accumulated after each refining. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the smile on Jia Xingtian's face became stronger and stronger, and the whole old face was wrinkled like tree bark. Xiao Ming did not refuse to explain that the two sides could maintain a good relationship. Reject. During the conversation between Xiao Ming and Xingtian, the closed giant pupils of the sea serpent beast suddenly opened. A fierce momentum surged out of his body, and finally enveloped the entire back mountain, frightening countless birds and beasts. Ha ha ha, I haven't felt so happy for a long time. After venting, the Nether Sea Flood Beast ran over again and thanked Xiaoming. After, Xiaoming, who was fine, left the place. That night, Xiaoming made all the 7 medicinal herbs that Ziyan gave him into pills, and sent Ziyan away. Sat down at the table. Wait until afternoon. The sound in his head made Xiaoming put down the book in his hand. Ding. Detected that the current number of simulations is 1, start the sims. Closing square bracket. For the sims, Xiaoming is already familiar with the car, just said lightly, let's start. Simulation start. Day 1. You go to the Alchemist Guild. Day 2. The 30th day, you and Ziyan were in the Demonic Beast Mountains and encountered a 8-leaf ironscale flower. After intimidating the surrounding guardian beasts, you took the 8-leaf ironscale flower into your pocket. Closing square bracket. Day 409. You heard that the Winfrey Dragon fire appeared in the Tager Desert of the Garma Empire, and you doubted the authenticity of the news. Closing square bracket. Day 415. The news of the Winfrey Dragon flame was confirmed, but the Winfrey Dragonfire had already been taken away by others, you just smiled and didn't care about it. Closing square bracket. The 600th day, you happen to meet 2 Soul Palace Guardians, and the other party sees your soul is strong and has bad thoughts. With the speed brought by Tianyan Jushingi, you can easily escape. Closing square bracket. 712th day, you have successfully refined a Po Zong Dan. Closing square bracket. Day 900. A few mysterious people surround you and ask you to take out the ancient Emperor Twosh Jade. Closing square bracket. 1001st. You found Do Zun's remains at the bottom of Canaan Academy, a Do Zun soul, and a young fallen heart flame. Closing square bracket. 3650th day, you practiced for a day. Closing square bracket. Simulation ends. Extracting talent items, currently available. Young fallen heart flame, Po Zong Dan, Do Zun remains. Closing square bracket. Please select one. Closing square bracket. Chapter 117 Refining. Looking at the options, Xiaoming did not rush to choose the item, but browsed the information revealed by the simulator. Winfrey Dragon Flame. Muttering this word in his mouth, Xiaoming's mind appeared the information of this strange fire. Wind Fury Dragon Flame, ranked 18th on the different fire ranking, 4 places higher than the myriad beast spirit fire he owns. It was born in the eye of the flame tornado in the ancient desert. Unlike other strange fires, it has no fixed location, but randomly appears anywhere in the desert during the hottest days of the year. When it is displayed, it will form a tornado. The combination of wind and fire, the flames are hundreds of meters high, roaring and spinning forward like a huge fire dragon, with strong destructive ability, and it will turn into a sea of fire wherever it goes. Looking at the information of Winfrey Dragon Flame, you can understand that it is extremely difficult to find this kind of strange fire. After all, the place is random, the time is random, and the time when it appears is not necessarily fixed. Want to meet, almost entirely by luck. Xiaoming is also the first time to simulate someone touching this kind of strange fire. Of course, because the simulator is often lost, the simulated life is omitted and the lifeline is often changed every time, so Xiaoming is not very surprised to simulate this strange fire for the first time. He just didn't mention this simulator. When and where the Winfrey Dragon Flame appeared a little disappointed. If he did, he might be able to spend a few days to try his luck in Tager. But I didn't mention it now. If I go to the Tager Desert to squat again, it may just be a waste of time. With this time, it is better to go to Nether Poison Fire. At least the map of Nether Poison Fire has marked the exact location. Nether Poison Fire has also been proven to be real in previous simulations. Of course, if Xiaoming was in the Overweight Empire and was free during the time period mentioned by the simulator, he might be able to try his luck. Shook his head, he didn't pay too much attention to the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, but after simply remembering it, Xiaoming thought about another thing. Twosh Ancient Emperor Jade. Because of Twosh Goodyu, he has been found several times in the simulator. Whether he is in the simulator or not, he may be called to the door. It bore him just looking at it. The next time you go back to the family, take this Emperor Jade from the family. It may be of great use in the future. At least without this Emperor Jade, that guy from the Soul Heaven Emperor would not be able to become an emperor. Xiaoming made a decision in his heart. Please choose one as soon as possible. Closing square bracket. The sound of the simulator prompt sounded in my mind again. This time, Xiaoming did not ignore the prompt, but said silently, "Choose the young student to fall into Xinyan." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible fire quietly appeared in front of him. The fallen heart flame in front of Xiaoming is only the size of a head, and the temperature emitted from it is about the size of the myriad beast spirit fire that Xiaoming discovered before. The energy contained in this infant-level flame would not increase him much, and it would be impossible to rely on it to break through to Donghua. The accelerated cultivation of fallen heart flame and the effect of condensing doqi are the most important. Although the temperature of the fallen heart flame of the young is not as good as that of the mature fire, its temperature is also terrifying. As soon as appeared, the surrounding space was a little illusory. The wooden house began to creak, and the pung of the flames appeared. The characteristics of fallen heart flame also appeared, and a heart fire appeared in Xiaoming's body. Xiaoming quickly devoured the fire inside his body with his spirit, flipped his right palm over, and a pure white spirit appeared in his hand. S mind moved, and one after another ice attribute fighting chi was transferred out of the spirit's body, and the ice sealed the wood that started to burn. Not only that, but the items in the entire room were covered with a thick layer of frost. This kind of ice attribute vindictiveness is far beyond the ordinary ice duki, obtained after Xiaoming's instructing spirit devoured the essence of ice from the heaven and earth spirits. Under Xiaoming's control, it would not take much effort to control the temperature around the young fallen heart flame. Did not let the fallen heart flame continue to burn, Xiaoming opened his left hand slightly, the red flame covering the entire palm, and looked at the fallen heart flame in midair. When he opened his palm again, a thumb-sized source of strange fire appeared in his palm. With Xiaoming's current strength, when there is a strange fire and other strange things in his spiritual swallow, he no longer needs to be as careful as before to swallow this young strange fire. It can even be said to be easy and unusual, and there is no danger at all. I saw Xiaoming directly slap the source of this fallen heart flame at Ling. This source is inhaled into the body by the spirit. The disappearance of falling heart flame also caused the temperature in the room to drop rapidly. Xiaoming didn't pay attention to this. After summoning the spirit back into his body, he immediately sat on the bed and began to refine the source of falling heart flame. It took a very short time from Xiaoming's choice of the strange fire to the absorption of the strange fire. But the breath released by the brief appearance of fallen heart flame still attracted the attention of many people. Ad Xingtian, what's the matter with this sudden violent aura? That direction is where Xiaoming is located. Go ask if you understand. Ji Yuhe, who has not left the holy city of Plus, said, this is the aura of a different fire. The direction of the imperial city should be Xiaoming's, right? However, why is this aura a little different from the one I felt yesterday? Could it be another strange fire? Furukawa couldn't help but laugh at his guess. It's already very hard to find a strange fire, let alone two. I should have sensed it wrong just now. All in all, because the fallen heart flame had just appeared, Xiaoming used rapid means to penetrate it into the spirit's body. Although it still attracted the attention of others, few people took it seriously. The night passed, Xiaoming, whose breath had increased a lot, opened his eyes, and two strange flames flashed away in his dark pupils. 9-star Duwang, this youngster's fallen heart flame really can't help me break through to Duhuang. With a light sigh, Xiaoming stood up and waved his palm. In the room, all the frost left over from preventing the room from igniting last night disappeared. After finishing these strange fires, Xiaoming pushed open the door, walked to Ziyan's room, and called Ziyan out. Rubbing her eyes, Ziyan asked curiously, Xiaoming, what did you do last night? Xiaoming looked startled, then he understood what Ziyan was talking about and smiled. Yesterday I got a bit of a harvest, breaking through to the 9-star Do Wang, what a big deal. Ziyan just asked casually, and Xiaoming didn't investigate whether it was true after explaining it. Instead asked, where are we going today? The medicinal herbs are all finished, do you want to accompany me to find the medicinal herbs? Didn't I refine 7 medicinal herbs for you yesterday? Why are you still thinking about finding medicinal herbs? Xiaoming said speechlessly, today we will go to the Alchemist Association, and we will go to the Warcraft Mountains in a few days. The more the better. Ziyan stuck out her tongue, but Xiaoming's words reminded her that she took out the jade bottle containing the pills from the ring and began to enjoy her breakfast today. Looking at Ziyan, who was in a happy mood because of eating pills, Xiaoming sighed and a smile appeared on his face. Master Xiaoming, are you leaving? Jia Xingtian looked at Xiaoming who was leaving him with surprise on his face. That's right, Jia Lao. I have already done what you entrusted to me, and Master Faji invited me to share my experience in alchemy, so. Hey, the master can actually stay in the palace for a few more days, so that we can fully enjoy the friendship of the landlord. Looking at Yao Yi next to him, Jia Xingtian said with a wry smile. Hey, no need, you have been entertaining very well these days. Xiaoming waved his hand. After repeated retention, Xingtian saw that Xiaoming's attitude was very firm, so Xiaoming still let Xiaoming leave. Anyway, Xiaoming is still in the imperial capital these days. If you want to win over, you can still do it in these few days. It's just that when Xiaoming left, Jia Xingtian asked Xiaoming what happened last night. In this regard, Xiaoming still used the breakthrough in cultivation as an excuse. Increased punishment. Tian Wenyan said. Of course, he boasted about Xiaoming again. Chapter 118 Alchemist Association. At the intersection of several streets, an extremely large building stands on it, which is shrouded in faint danxiang smoke all year round. Above the towering gate, the 5 ancient and simple characters of the Alchemist Guild flashed with pale silver light, making passers-by who came and went couldn't help but cast their awe-stricken eyes. As the headquarters of the alchemists of the Gamma Empire, even the emperor of the imperial family of the empire must be humbled when he comes here. After all, the occupants of this building, the energy they can create is enough to shake the entire empire, and they are the most noble professions on the Douchi continent. Outside the huge gate of the Alchemist Guild, a pharmacist who is rarely seen on weekdays is walking here and there in a hurry, and the robes of alchemists of different colors on their bodies proudly declare their grade. Standing outside the gate, Xiaoming looked up at the majestic alchemist headquarters, and shook his head in admiration. This kind of momentum is worthy of the position of the leading alchemist of the Jama Empire. The old man, you were looking for lives here. Standing beside Xiaoming, Ziyan looked up at the Alchemist Association, which was more crowded than before, and asked. Well, as the president of the Alchemist Association, Master Fa Yan is naturally here. Xiaoming nodded and took out the alchemist badge from his collection ring. As a 6th grade pharmacist certified by Canaan College, Xiaoming naturally also has alchemist robes and badges. It's just that the alchemist's robe is too ostentatious, and Xiaoming usually doesn't wear it on his body. Now he enters the alchemist headquarters to find Master Fa Yan, and naturally he wants to show his identity. Because of the huge influence of the Dan Pagoda, the style of the robes of the alchemists in the entire Douchi continent may be different, but they are all pretty much the same. A few ranks of alchemists will have a few ripples on their badges. For example, Xiaoming is a 6th grade pharmacist. On the badge he took out now, on the surface of the simple medicine tripod, there are 6 ripples like mercury, like a living thing, constantly twisting. This kind of alchemist badge is difficult to imitate, and even those who have the ability to imitate it will not do it. After all, this kind of thing is not a glorious thing, and it is very easy to reveal the secret. After being found out, it will offend all the alchemists. No one will do this kind of thing, thankfully. Pinning the alchemist badge to his chest, Xiaoming took Ziyan to the alchemist headquarters in front of him. Xiaoming and Ziyan's actions were ignored by passers-by. After all, there were a lot of people coming and going at the alchemist headquarters every day, whether they were alchemists or not. The guards who looked at the gate of the alchemist headquarters were also used to it, but he still glanced at Xiaoming's chest due to the professional habit he had developed before. This sight gave him a lot of fright, and he saw his eyes widen and he lost his voice. 1, 2, 5, 6. 6 ripples, 6th grade alchemist. After shouting, the guard hurriedly blocked in front of Xiaoming and stopped the two of them. The doorman's shout caught the attention of others. Following the guard's voice, they also saw the badge on Xiaoming's chest. Immediately, a series of exclamations sounded. Wow, it's really 6 ripples, 6th grade medicine refining master. Such a young 6th grade pharmacist. This badge can't be fake, right? I don't believe such a young 1st grade alchemist. Someone questioned. But that badge doesn't look fake, said an alchemist with a ripple badge in the crowd. As an alchemist, it is very easy to distinguish the authenticity of the badge from the fake. Although he is low level, he naturally sees the authenticity of the badge. There was more than one alchemist in the onlookers, and they all nodded when they heard the words. This alchemist badge really doesn't look like a fake. The guard who stopped Xiaoming looked at the reactions of the alchemists and suddenly felt a little bad. When he stopped Xiaoming, he just thought that the badge was probably fake. After all, Xiaoming looked too young, but he was only a teenager. How could he be a 6th grade pharmacist? With a fake badge, he was provoking everyone. Pharmacist, just allow this young man to enter, this young man will be punished without telling him a lesson. But now some people say that the alchemist badge is real, what can I do? Fortunately, Xiaoming did not embarrass him, he lifted his right hand, and a real flame was condensed in his hand. Can I go in here? Ah, yes, yes. Looking at the flaming flame, the guard came back to his senses, nodded and bowed quickly, with a pleasing smile on his face. Withdrawing the flame, Xiaoming took Ziyan into the door. Just after Xiaoming took Ziyan into the door of the Alchemist Association, the crowd at the door suddenly burst into commotion. Am I right? Summoning real flames is a means only for alchemists of rank 4 or above. 4th grade alchemist. So he is really a 6th grade alchemist. Ah, I just remembered. I heard the old Mu of the Mu family say that there is a master alchemist in the palace who made medicine and caused the vision of heaven and earth. He may be the master Xiaoming who caused the vision of the palace the day before yesterday. The old man with 3 lines in front patted his head and said suddenly. Isn't this Mr. Li? I heard that you are a guest at Mu's house, can you elaborate on the information? Hey, let's say, this master Xiaoming. Xiaoming doesn't know what the outsiders are talking about, and he doesn't care. As soon as he stepped into the door of the refining pharmacist, he smelled a strong scent of danshong, which made people take a deep breath. He looked around in a relaxed and happy mood. The area within the Alchemist Guild is extremely wide, roughly divided into 3 areas, East, West, and West. In the East Hall, there are many square tables made of blue granite neatly built, and behind those tables sit some alchemists in robes. On the table, there are a lot of various medicinal materials, as well as jade bottles, scrolls and so on. From this appearance, it seems to be an area for trading taobao. In the South Hall, there are many cauldrons burning vigorously, and some alchemists are controlling the heat with serious expressions behind the cauldron. Around them, there were low-level pharmacists, pointing at each other, and whispering about their experience in alchemy. The West Hall is undoubtedly much quieter than the other 2 halls. In the aisle, there are even guards guarding it. It seems that only certain alchemists who have reached a certain level are qualified to enter. Slowly stepped into the hall, Xiaoming looked around, thought for a moment, did not rush to find Master Fa Yan, but raised his feet and led Ziyan to the area where taobao was traded. His purpose in coming to the Alchemist Association was not just to find Fa Yi to exchange his experience in alchemy, but more to find something. Walking into the eastern area, Xiaoming walked slowly between the square platforms, looking at these many rare medicinal herbs and other items with curiosity. Although it is called the Taobao Trade Zone, the sellers here are not shouting as loudly as those in the market. Sitting leisurely on the soft chairs, occasionally glanced at the people standing outside the table. If you think that the other party may have some foundation, some pharmacists who sell it will stand up and talk to them. But more than that, they still huddled in their chairs lazily and paid little attention to those onlookers. This kind of laid-back and lazy appearance did not look like a businessman selling things. Of course, they are not. What they need is not the gold coins coveted by merchants, but barter. If you want to get the medicinal herbs or elixir you need from them, then you must come up with the rare treasures that they can see. Xiaoming's badge on his chest attracted the attention of many people, but those people were only surprised and puzzled, and no one dared to come up to disturb him. Only a small number of people looked at Xiaoming with understanding and awe. Obviously, they were all well-informed people. They had heard Xiaoming's name just like the old man surnamed Li outside. Now, they have guessed Xiaoming's name, identity. Ignoring the various gazes around him, Xiaoming walked along with Ziyan, and finally found the goal of his trip beside a remote corner. There is a somewhat tattered stone platform in this remote corner. Behind the stone platform is a thin man with a rather wretched face. Since the medicinal herbs on the table are not too rare, few people come to check them, so his face is slightly bitter. In seeing that Xiaoming, who was walking slowly, was stunned for a moment, and after he glanced at the 6th rank alchemist badge on his chest, his eyes showed shock, doubt, awe, and other emotions mixed with eyes. When Xiaoming walked in front of him, he came back to his senses. Although there were many doubts in his head, he quickly stood up, looked at Xiaoming flatteringly, and said, "Master, what do you need?" Glanced at the man in front of him, Xiaoming smiled and said, "Are you still a pharmacist apprentice?" Being caught at a glance, the man nodded embarrassedly, looked at Xiaoming's young face with some envy, and said with a wry smile, "Yes, my talent for refining medicine is not good, and I don't have a teacher. After practicing for so many years, I still remain at the level of an apprentice refining medicine master. Usually, I can only set up a stall here to collect training resources. Unlike a master, you've reached rank 6 at this age, Looking at the man's words that came to an abrupt end, Xiaoming smiled and didn't care. He is such a young rank 6 that many people will indeed feel unreal. There will be confusion or other emotions are normal. Lowered his head and glanced over the stone platform. Those medicinal herbs contained in the jade bottle, which seemed to be withered, were naturally impossible to enter Xiaoming's magic eye, so they were automatically omitted by him. His gaze slowly moved over the various items on the stone platform, and finally stopped on an unremarkable black broken jade piece in the corner. This is Xiaoming's goal this time. He casually held it in his hand. The jade piece was not smooth, but covered with tiny particles, as if the material was not very good. And on the jade piece, there are still some cracks, and the gaps are still stained with sand. After looking at the jade pieces, Xiaoming did not choose anything else. He looked up at the man who was staring at him. He smiled slowly. "I want this item. Do you want to exchange it or sell it? Make a price." "Master, I want to change to a 3rd-grade medicine pill." Hearing this, the man was refreshed and said, "Xiaoming's purpose is obvious. If he is a genuine 6th-grade alchemist, this jade piece must be a good thing, but he doesn't know it. So he offered this price. Of course, he knew that this price was very high for him, but for a 6th-grade alchemist, it was only a drop in the bucket. Xiaoming had no objection to this price. He put the things in his hand into the Na ring, and took out a bottle of medicinal herbs and threw it at the man, saying, "This is the 3rd-grade elixir, which can increase the Do Master's Do Chi cultivation base. It is a recipe that I prepared myself in my spare time. Take a look at this elixir." Hurriedly took the bottle, and the man opened the lid to tell the difference. Although he was only an apprentice alchemist, he could still identify the true and false medicine pills. After a while, the joy on the man's face could not be concealed. "This is really a 3rd-grade medicine pill. The pills that can increase the cultivation base of Do Chi are much more expensive than other pills of the same level. I took a piece of broken jade that I didn't know what it was, and changed it to this elixir. It was a great luck." Moreover, Xiaoming said that this medicinal pill was prepared by himself, indicating that his medicinal refining skills were extremely superb, and he must be a genuine medicinal master. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man hurriedly bowed to Xiaoming's back respectfully. Took Ziyan to leave the trading Taobao area, and Xiaoming met Master Faji in the hall. In the hall, there were several 4th-grade pharmacists around Fa Yan who were chatting with him in a low voice, as if they were asking for some advice. Although many alchemists around didn't surround them, they were still paying attention to Fa Yan and the others. Fa Qian, who was talking, noticed Xiaoming's gaze, and after talking to a few 4th-grade pharmacists around him, he walked towards Xiaoming under the curious eyes of others. He also said with a smile as he walked, "Hee, just now I heard the servant report that I met a young 6th-grade pharmacist, and I rushed out. It seems that I guessed correctly, that person is indeed Master Xiaoming." Xiaoming the master came to the alchemist headquarters. Why didn't he send someone to notify me directly? I'm a little interested in trading Taobao, so I spent time shopping around the East District, thinking that after that, I would visit Master Fa Yan again. Xiaoming explained with a smile. The conversation between Master Fei and Xiaoming caught the eyes of many people. Many pharmacists who were concentrating on their own work didn't see Xiaoming's badge just now, but now they were stunned by the sight of it. "Did you make a mistake, such a young 6th-grade pharmacist?" With Fa Yan on the spot, no one questioned the authenticity of Xiaoming's rank, but Xiaoming's impact on them was too great, and some people immediately began to doubt their lives. Of course, these are the thoughts of some ill-informed people. Those who are well-informed, because they have heard the news long ago, are acting normally. After a few simple words, Fa Yan began to invite Xiaoming to his office. Chapter 119 Nalanjia comes to the door. Master Faki's office is very spacious. There is a small meeting room. After making a cup of tea for Xiaoming and Ziyan each, Faki sat on a precious wooden chair and began to discuss some alchemy issues with Xiaoming. It seemed that he really had no other purpose in looking for Xiaoming Lai, just to exchange experience. Most of this exchange was Xiaoming talking and Fa Yan listening. Of course, Fa Yan also expressed his own opinions, but Fa Yan did not speak as much as Xiaoming, and the exchange lasted until noon. During the period, Ziyan felt bored and fell asleep directly on Xiaoming. Xiaoming is still very satisfied with this exchange meeting with Fa Yan. Although Fa Yan's level is not as high as his, but after all, he has been immersed in the 5th grade pharmacist for many years. For 10 years, he can be compared, and he has his own unique insights into medicine refining. Therefore, Xiaoming still gained something from this exchange. Xiaoming has something to gain, let alone Fa Yan. Xiaoming's level is higher than him. After this exchange, many of the problems he had accumulated in the past were easily solved. He also communicated with Furukawa, the only 6th grade refining pharmacist in the previous overweight empire, but he did not gain much this time. Obviously, Xiaoming's alchemy technique is above the ancient river. Xiaoming is much younger than Furukawa, only in his teens. To have this achievement at such an age is not just explained by his outstanding talent. It must have worked hard in refining medicine, so sitting on the chair, Fa Qian said with a sigh, "When everyone sees you, Master Xiaoming, they are just amazed at your talent, even the old man." The same is true. After this exchange, the old man realized that it was too one-sided to only see your talent before. In this regard, Xiaoming smiled and didn't answer. After Fa Yan saw it, he admired Xiaoming's character more and more. After thinking about it, Fa Yan said, "Master Xiaoming should not have joined any forces in the Plus Empire. I wonder if there are any plans to join any forces." Hearing Fa Yan's question, Xiaoming said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, my family doesn't know if it is considered a power." "Master Fa Yan, just speak up if you have something." "Actually, I want to invite you to join the Alchemist Association." "Oh, joining the Alchemist Association has many benefits. Of course, those ordinary things are definitely not attractive to you. However, if you join the Alchemist Association, you will immediately become the Supreme Elder of the Alchemist Association. The association can give there are some conveniences for your family. The medicinal material storehouse and the prescription storehouse established by the overweight Imperial Alchemist Guild for many years will also be open to you immediately." It can be seen that Fa Yan gave Xiaoming a very high treatment. However, this treatment is actually optional for Xiaoming personally. But he still asked Fa Yan, "With so much preferential treatment, there should be some things I have to do." "Hehe, it's actually nothing, I want to communicate with you for a few more days." "That is it." "No, in front of those alchemists at the alchemist headquarters." Xiaoming understands that Fa Yan is not trying to gain knowledge from him, saying that he is communicating in public, but in fact he just wants to teach a few lessons to the refining pharmacists of the Refining Pharmacist Association. Knowing Fa Yan's purpose, Xiaoming couldn't help thinking to himself, "Master Fa Yan is a good president." Seeing Xiaoming pondering, Fa Qian didn't bother him. In fact, it was exactly as Xiaoming thought. He just wanted to get some benefits for the pharmacist of the overweight empire. If Xiaoming could communicate with him this morning, he would give him people from the Pharmacist Association will take a few classes, and these pharmacists will definitely gain a lot. But don't underestimate these few lessons. Sometimes some pointers can make those pharmacists take a lot less detours, so that the Alchemist Association will have more senior pharmacists in the future. Of course, in addition to this reason, Xiaoming can also increase his reputation by teaching pharmacists. At that time, Fagn granted Xiaoming the status of an elder, which was justifiable. Xiaoming thought about it and found that he didn't seem to suffer. The Alchemist Association is a neutral force in the overweight empire, and it is not very restrictive. You will not lose anything if you join it, so he nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I'll join the association." After Xiaoming agreed to Fa Yan's request, in the next 2 days, he gave 2 lessons to all the alchemists in the holy city of Jama. Because of this move, Xiaoming's ranked 6 alchemist strength was confirmed. At the same time, Xiaoming's prestige in the pharmacy world of the overweight empire was soaring, and he had a tendency to catch up with Ji Yuhe and Faki. Fa Yan suggested that when Xiaoming served as the supreme elder of the Alchemist Association, it even aroused the cheers of those alchemists. The day after Xiaoming finished his class for those alchemists, Xiaoming received news of Donghwa's visit in the residence assigned to him by the Alchemist Association as a supreme elder. Xiaoming, who received the message from the maid, smiled inwardly. Donghwa. It's finally here after 2 days of waiting. He stayed in the imperial capital because he saw Donghwa coming to the door in the simulator. Otherwise, he would have taken the initiative to go to Nolan's house for the sake of Qiwan Qingling. He had always wanted to bring these 7 magical green spirits to his teacher. Marshal Lionheart is still waiting outside. Do you want to invite him in? The maid asked cautiously, looking at Xiaoming with brilliance in her eyes. Speaking of which, the maids and guards in this mansion were originally present in this mansion. Because he didn't plan to stay in the imperial capital for long, Xiaoming didn't change it. Invite him in. Yes. The maid stepped back. After a while, a loud laugh came from outside the door. Ha 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 ha, Master Xiaoming, don't blame me for taking the liberty to come to disturb me this time. The voice fell, and a thin old man with white hair and beard stepped into the living room. Old Mr. Nolan is serious, how can you blame me? Xiaoming said lightly. Donghua, who entered the door, saw that Xiaoming did not show obvious displeasure, and his uneasy mood was slightly fixed. Then he clasped his fists and said, actually, the Nolan family and the Xiao family were friends with each other before, and the next one and your old family owner Shaolin are still brothers of life and death. However, before the family Yanren went to your house rashly, destroying the friendship between the 2 families, I'm sorry about that. Alas, it's because the old man has no education. So Yanren, the old man is here to apologize to you. Old Mr. Nolan is joking. The matter of Miss Nolan is an agreement between you and the old patriarch Shaolin. It is purely a personal matter, and Miss Nolan and cousin Xiao Yan have already made an agreement. You don't have to make amends with me. Xiaoming doesn't really want to care about Xiao Yan's matter. After all, this is a private agreement. Now that Xiao Yan and Nolan Yanren have made a 3-year contract, the 2 of them have decided to solve it with their own strength, so why is he joining in the fun? If Donghua wants to make amends, he should go to Xiao Zan's family instead of him. Seeing that Xiaoming didn't seem to care about Nolan Yanren's visit, a heavy stone in Donghwa's heart finally fell. A few days ago, he gave Xiaoming an apology, but the other party did not accept it, which made him almost think that Xiaoming was holding a grudge against his Nolan family. I was going to find time to give their family a hard time, but I didn't expect that people would think that this would be solved by the parties themselves. Chapter 120 Healing begins. Invite Donghua to sit down and wait for the maid to serve a cup of tea. Xiaoming did not rush to say anything, but sipped his tea carefully. After Donghua waited for a while, he finally couldn't help it. He took the initiative to ask Xiaoming, Master Xiaoming, what do you think of my body? Xiaoming looked up and down when he heard the words, and then said slowly, on the surface, although old Mr. Nolan has an extraordinary momentum and the power of a strong man, in fact, his blood is empty, his body is also abnormally thin, and his face is faintly dark. The color appears, I think it is some kind of poison in the body. Donghua gave a thumbs up and said, good eyesight. As expected of a 6th grade alchemy master, yes, I am indeed poisoned. 2 years ago, I once fought a highly poisonous 5th order warcraft branding iron poison Yinmang. Although I finally killed it, I was unfortunately also killed by the latter. Injected into its body, Master, you are proficient in refining medicine, and you should know the power of this toxin. In the records, there are no 6th order monsters that were poisoned by the iron poison, if it is not because the number is really rare. It must be negligible. I am afraid that many strong people on the mainland will be shocked by this toxin. Branding iron poison Iming, the branding poison of this beast is really powerful. Old Mr. Nolan can defeat and kill it. He is indeed one of the top 10 powerhouses. Hearing this, Donghua said with a wry smile, don't mention the top 10 powerhouses, since the branding poison of brand iron poison Yinmang was injected into my body, in order to suppress the poison, half of my strength cannot be exerted. Now, every day I have to endure inhuman torture. Xiaoming asked knowingly, then you came to me for this? Hearing Xiaoming's question, Donghua swept away the wry smile on his face and looked at him in high spirits. Yes, I once asked Master Ji of my Cloud sect to help me detoxify the toxins, but this brand of poison is deeply branded in the bones and even the bone marrow, and it is difficult to remove it with any medicinal pill. Although, Master Ji I didn't succeed in expelling the toxins, but I still came up with a feasible solution, that is, alien fire. Furukawa mentioned to you, I have a strange fire. Xiaoming realized after a little thought that 80% of the time, Ji sensed the strange fire aura when he refined the Po Zong pill last time. The alchemist's spiritual perception is very sharp, and it is not surprising that Furukawa can find it. Nolan Jia's reply also confirmed this, and I saw him saying, it is indeed what Master Ji told me, so, I came to the door today. In addition to accompany you, I also want Master Xiaoming to help me remove toxins. My Nolan family will give you a reward that will satisfy you. Having said that, Nolan Jia took out a dozen jade boxes from the Na ring in his hand. In these jade boxes, there are all kinds of medicinal herbs, martial arts, fighting skills. Looking at those things, Xiaoming shook his head. Seeing Xiaoming shaking his head, Nolan Jia was a little confused and asked, is the master dissatisfied with this reward? The Nolan family can continue to provide other rewards. Xiaoming smiled and shook his head, Mr. Nolan, these things are indeed very precious. Logically speaking, they are worth my shot. However, these items are not what I want. Master Xiaoming, whatever you need, just mention it. Xiaoming pondered for a while, and then said calmly, I heard that the Nolan family has a 7 illusion green spirit saliva, I like it very much. When Xiaoming's point was reached, Nolan Jia immediately understood, stood up and said, tomorrow, the 7 magical green spirits will be delivered to the master. Xiaoming was very satisfied with Nolan Jia's approach. He said, since that's the case, I will go to your house tomorrow to treat old Mr. Nolan with this brand of poison. After receiving Xiaoming's promise, Nolan Jia left happily. He didn't take away the things he put out before, but left them in place. Looking at those things, Xiaoming shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, he put it all into the ring. When he came to the imperial capital this time, Xiaoming received a lot of rewards. No wonder they all said that the pharmacist was a big dog, which was his ability to make money. There is definitely no such thing as a strong player of the same level. The next day, Xiaoming went to Nolan's house after receiving the 7 magical green spirit saliva sent by Nolan Jirang. The Nolan family's palace is very large. Approaching the majestic mansion, Xiaoming found that Nolan Jia was already waiting there. In addition to him, there is a middle-aged man standing at the gate of Nolan's house. This man is standing like a pine, and his eyes are open and closed. Seeing Xiaoming coming, Nolan Jia hurriedly greeted him and laughed. Ha ha ha, Master Xiaoming, you are finally here. Mr. Nolan has been waiting for a long time. Who is this? Xiaoming asked the middle-aged man next to him. Without Nolan Jia's introduction, the middle-aged Xiaoming respectfully smiled and said, Master Xiaoming, in the next Nolan family, Nolan Su. It really is Nolan Su, Nolan Yanran's father. Xiaoming nodded as a greeting, thinking to himself. Seeing that his son had already greeted Xiaoming, Nolan Jia hurriedly invited Xiaoming into the mansion. Walking on the path made of cyan gravel, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Ever since he entered the depths of the Nolan family, in his induction, one after another hidden gaze and soul perception were shooting from some hidden corners. Above every eaves, there, some dark shadows, hidden in the darkness, were painted black one after another, covering up the sharp arrow tips reflected by the sun, and they were slowly moving in the mansion, and any turbulent movement, all will make them deliver the attack in an instant. It can be seen that these things are not aimed at him, but ordinary warnings. The Nolan family is really an aristocratic military family of the overweight empire, and the guards are really strict. It's not comparable to the Xiao family at all. After thinking about this, Xiaoming raised his eyes and looked at the end of the trail, where there was a luxurious hall. He immediately said, Mr. Nolan, don't be too polite, let's go straight to the detoxification. Nolan next was stunned when he heard the words. He really wanted to entertain Xiaoming and show the friendship of the landlord, but Xiaoming said this now. Obviously he didn't want to waste time, so he had to nod. Okay, come with me. Finally, Nolan and his son led Xiaoming to a side room. The space in the room is quite large, and in the center, a large bed is placed in it. There were several maids standing beside him. This is where Nolan Jia prepared this time. Xiaoming looked left and right, and then said, "It doesn't matter what you are waiting for, quit." "Master, Nilansu hesitated, obviously wanting to stay. Chapter 121 Different fire repels poison. "What are you thinking?" The master said to let you go out. Before Xiaoming could speak, Nilanjia reprimanded. Okay. Nilansu sighed and was about to go out. Xiaoming looked at the scene and couldn't help but think to himself, this Nilanjia is really majestic in Nilan's house. His son didn't even say a word when he reprimanded him. No wonder Nilan Yanran wants to break off the marriage and can only find someone from the Yunlin sect. Going to Xiao's house, if it wasn't for Nilan Yanran being accepted as an apprentice by Yun Yun, she might have really wanted to marry Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Xiaoming shook his head. I don't know how many women are like Nilan Yanran in this world. Yun Yun can withstand the pressure of the Nilan family and the risk of offending him to mention the breakup of the Xiao family and pay Nilan Yanran back. It's really good, just like his teacher, Elder Huo, treated him. Thinking of his teacher, Xiaoming pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. With the 7 illusions green spirit saliva obtained from the Nilan family, the teacher will definitely be able to break through to the 6th grade alchemist. To get rid of the thoughts in his mind, Xiaoming shouted to Nilansu, who was going to leave with the maid, "The relatives don't have to leave. If you are here, if you encounter any situation, I can also discuss with you. It is a very dangerous thing to have a strange fire entering the body." Although Xiaoming believes that his fire control skills are enough to ensure that there will be no problems, there are exceptions to everything, so it is better for Nilansu to stay. Seeing Xiaoming say this, Nilansu, who was about to enter the door, immediately ran back. Ignored him, Xiaoming said to Nilanjia, "Take off your shirt, otherwise the temperature of the strange fire will set your clothes on fire. After taking it off, go to bed and sit cross-legged." Nilanjia heard the words and did everything. Xiaoming walked to the bed and looked at Nilanjia's skinny body like a skeleton after taking off his clothes. He couldn't help squinting his eyes. This chrome poison is really cruel. Without hesitation, Xiaoming slowly stretched out his middle finger, a ray of red flame lingering around his fingertips. Xiaoming stared at the red flame and said calmly, "I'm about to start. Let me first explain that it would be extremely dangerous to use a strange fire to enter the body of the old man Nilan, so you must do a good job of some very bad plans." Hearing this, Nilansu's face changed slightly, but he could only nod his head with a wry smile. "Ha ha ha, even if Master Xiaoming lets go of the treatment, I believe in you." Now, as the subject of medical treatment, Nilanjia seems to be very free and easy, not too worried. Xiaoming nodded slowly, his soul power slowly protruded out of his body, and then wrapped the red flame in, trying to suppress its scorching high temperature, and then lightly tapped on Nilanjia's back. Pointed his finger, and the red flame slammed into Nilanjia's body. At this moment, the originally calm latter groaned and his body suddenly trembled. Pointed his finger on Nilanjia's back, Xiaoming's expression was serious, his soul power controlled the red flame, and he quickly shuttled through some main meridians, and then gradually approached the bones of the former body that were covered with branded poison. With the help of the extension of his soul power, the state of Nilanjia's body also appeared in Xiaoming's mind. Sensing those almost black bones, Xiaoming's brows gradually wrinkled. Originally thought that a few years in advance, Nilanjia's poisoning should not be so deep, but now, it seems that it is not the case. It seems that it is impossible to expel toxins at one time today. Let's take your time. Murmured in his heart, Xiaoming's soul power was wrapped in red flames, and then slowly approached those black bones wrapped in toxins. As he approached, Xiaoming's soul power gradually began to relax, and the temperature of the red flames quietly climbed. As the temperature of the red flame increased, Nilanjia's face gradually felt a sense of pain. Sweat beads the size of a bean appeared on his cheeks, and the dry palms were also tightly clenched, with blue veins on his arms, swaying up. The red flame wrapped by the power of the soul stopped rising when it reached every temperature. Xiaoming took a slow breath of the slightly hot air, and with a thought, the red flame in Nilanjia's body was covered with a black bone. What? On the bed, Nilanjia with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, a hoarse roar of severe pain came from his mouth, and a fierce momentum emanated from his body. "Master, are you okay?" Nilansu hurriedly shouted at the old man, who suddenly opened his eyes and roared. "Don't move, otherwise, I won't be responsible for the failure of the treatment," Xiaoming said lightly after glancing at Nilanjia, who was sweating profusely. The corners of his mouth twitched and he endured the severe pain in his body. Donghua gritted his teeth and said, "Sorry, I couldn't control it for a while, Master Xiaoming, let's continue." "Yes," Xiaoming responded, then closed his eyes and started to operate. With the silence of several people, the atmosphere in the room quietly quieted down. Donghwa's body, red flames wrapped around the black bones. Although the two seem to be close to each other, but if you look carefully, you can find that there is a very small gap between them. This is because the temperature of the different fire is too terrifying. If it comes into direct contact with Donghwa's bones, even if the opponent is a strong fighting king, it will definitely be seriously injured in an instant, or even die. High temperature. The fiery high temperature penetrated from the flame, and then slowly roasted those black bones. As the red flame continued to smoke, wisps of black mist quietly emanated from the bones. Then, before escaping, he was rushed by a cluster of red flames and wrapped in. Taking advantage of the terrifying high temperature, he gradually turned these poisonous mists, which even Douhuang powerhouses had to treat with dignity, to nothingness. As time passed quietly, the black skeleton wrapped by Xiaoming's red flame turned out to be gradually returning to its normal color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside, Donghua at this time, his whole body was soaked with sweat, his old face was twitching constantly, and the sound of absorbing cold air leaked from the gap between his teeth. Xiao, Master Ming, okay. His fists were tightly clenched, and the blue veins swayed on his arms, like a small snake. Donghwa's voice was hoarse and trembling. Behind him, Xiaoming's face was normal, and he didn't seem to be exhausted at all, but looking at Donghwa's trembling thin body, he still said softly, "Since you can't hold on any longer, let's stop the poisoning this time. The branding cannot be completely removed at one time. You must come to me in the next few days until it is completely removed." "That brand poison, can it really expel all of them?" Hearing this, Donghua couldn't help but said in surprise. After these 2 years, no one knows better than him the intractability of the branding poison. Although Pil King Ji proposed the method of treating the strange fire, it was only an idea before. Now that this idea comes true, he will naturally be pleasantly surprised. Of course there is no problem. Xiaoming smiled lightly. "Then I will rely on Master Xiaoming in the next few days." Donghua nodded hurriedly, and said with a hoarse smile, "By the way, I already felt unbearable pain from my strange fire treatment just now, Master Xiaoming. This being able to have a different fire at an age is really admirable." Donghwa's words are very sincere. He can endure the pain caused by this brand poison for 2 years, but he can't last long under the burning of the strange fire. Xiaoming dared to devour the strange fire, and his success can be said to amaze him, especially when Xiaoming Kai was so young. He was able to precisely control the strange fire in other people's bodies, so he must devour the strange fire earlier. How old was Xiaoming Kai at that time? 12 or 10. Thinking of this, Donghua couldn't help but feel awe. Sure enough, the fact that others can have this kind of achievement at a young age is not just explained by a sentence of outstanding talent. Chapter 122. Leaving the Imperial City. "Stop talking, I'm going to withdraw from the strange fire." Did not answer the words, Xiaoming's fingers slightly curved, the red flames that lingered outside the bones began to slowly evacuate, and the last traces were recovered into the body. "Master Xiaoming, what's the matter?" Looking at Xiaoming, who seemed to have stopped expelling the poison, Nilansu, who had retreated to the side before, hurriedly took 2 steps forward and asked in order not to disturb him. "Today's treatment, let's go here. According to this progress, it will take at least 7 days to expel the toxins." Xiaoming glanced at Donghua, whose complexion was a little better than before, and pondered. "Thank you, Master Xiaoming. If you need anything from my Donghua family in the future, feel free to mention it." Looking at Donghwa's dark old face that had disappeared a lot, the heavy stone that was pressing on Donghwa's heart finally fell. The importance of Donghua to the Donghua family, just like Shaolin and the Xiao family before, lost this pillar. Although the Donghua family would not be in a state of failure like the Xiao family, they would be expelled from the imperial capital directly, but with the other 2 families, the gap will surely widen gradually. "Well, remember to come over tomorrow, I will leave today." Xiaoming glanced at the sky outside and turned to Donghua on the bed. "Master Xiaoming, I'll take you off." Hearing this, Donghua hurriedly smiled enthusiastically, and was about to get up. "Oh, No need, you've just removed a lot of toxins, so let's rest for a while. With that said, Xiaoming walked outside the house. Since that's the case, Sewer, hurry up and send Master Xiaoming off. Nalanjia did not reluctantly, but said to Nalansu. Oh, good. Nalansu heard that and caught up with Xiaoming. For the next few days, Nalanjia will come to the house every day to treat the brand poison. In a guest room, after the last treatment, Nalanjia's complexion has returned to normal, and there is no blackness like before. Mobilized his muscles and bones to make sure that the toxins in his body had disappeared. Nalanjia gratefully said to Xiaoming, "Thank you Master Xiaoming for your help these days." "You're welcome." Xiaoming waved his hands. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "What's up?" "Master Xiaoming, Princess Yaoye asks to see you." A maid's voice came from outside the door. Xiaoming frowned upon hearing this. Yaoye has been looking for him for the past few days. He is not an idiot, he naturally understands Yaoye's thoughts. However, although Yaoye is good-looking, her cultivation talent is considered top-notch in the Plus Empire, and her management skills are also very strong. But Xiaoming is not very interested in her. After all, the time he has known is too short. "Do you want to tell her about it?" "Hey, forget it, I will leave the imperial capital tomorrow anyway." Thinking about it, Xiaoming shook his head. Nalanjia looked at Xiaoming, who shook his head, but stood up and said, "Since Princess Yaoye has come to visit, I won't disturb him. Master Xiaoming must come to Nalan House to be a guest when he is free in the future. I'll leave first." "Well, walk slowly." When Nalanjia left, Xiaoming went to the living room. In the living room, the glamorous and charming Yao Yi sat on a chair, as if thinking about something. Saw Xiaoming step into the living room, greeted Xiaoming with a smile on his face. "Master Xiaoming, the great-grandfather heard that you love tea, so he specially sent me the best tea he got. Jia Lao has a heart, Princess Yaoye, please take a seat." The host and the guest sat down, and after a while, Yaoye seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Princess Yaoye, just tell me if you have anything. Master Xiaoming has been staying in the holy city for so long, don't know when he will leave." Yaoye said after hesitating for a while. "Tomorrow." After taking a sip of tea, Xiaoming said with a smile. "Tomorrow, wouldn't it be a bit too hasty? Yer invited the master to the imperial capital, and I haven't fully fulfilled the friendship of the landlord. Otherwise, Master Xiaoming, if you stay in the imperial capital for a few more days, Yer can lead the master to the imperial capital. There are a lot of interesting places in the imperial city." As she spoke, Yao Yi's voice was like a gurgling water, and it was soft and charming, and the meaning was obvious. Looking at Yao Yi's cheeks that glowed red and white as jade, Xiaoming was about to say something when Ziyan's shout came from outside. Soon, a white shadow swept in from outside the living room and fell on Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, here it is, this is the medicinal material I found outside. There are 2 plants, one for each of us. I remember to make a medicinal pill for me." At this time, Ziyan's white clothes were a bit tattered, apparently after a battle before. The 2 medicinal herbs still have some dirt on them. They look like they have just been dug out of the ground. They must have been snatched from some unlucky monster. 3 seconds of silence for that unknown beast. Xiaoming was the medicinal material he took from Ziyan. At this time, Zi also noticed Yaoye on the side, and immediately got off Xiaoming, and said old-fashioned, "It's Yaoye girl, here again." Looking at her appearance, Xiaoming, who had just put away the herbs, was a little speechless. Speaking of which, Ziyan seemed to like to talk like an adult. Ziyan had this tone to her when she first met in Canaan College. But later, as time passed, Ziyan slowly changed into a different appearance in front of him. It turned out to be Miss Ziyan. "Grandpa asked me to bring tea to Master Xiaoming. It turns out that this is it. Xiaoming really likes drinking tea, and I don't know what it is good to drink, most of them are bitter." Ziyan nodded firstly, and then said. For this, Yaoye just smiled. "For those who don't like tea, tea is indeed a bit bitter." Yaoye said softly to Xiaoming, "Master Xiaoming, what is my proposal?" "Forget it, the imperial capital will have a chance to visit in the future. It's been a while since I left the family. It's time to go back." Xiaoming stroked Ziyan's smooth hair and smiled. Yaoye's face was a little pale when she heard the words. She made it so obvious just now that she was about to express her admiration directly, but Xiao Ming's reaction was still so indifferent. This can't help but make her a little unwilling. Since childhood, no one has rejected her. She was not reconciled, but looking at Xiao Ming's jade-like face, she didn't have the courage to talk about it again. It's just that the bitterness inside is hard to resolve, and the smile becomes a little stiff. Taking a deep breath, Yao Ye got up, bit her red lips with her teeth, and said, "In this case, the next time Master Xiaoming comes to the Holy City, he must send someone to inform Yer, and Yer will lead Master Xiaoming next time. You have a taste of the style of the imperial capital. Sure, it's getting late, Yer will say goodbye first." After Yao Ye left, Xiaoming sat back in his seat again. "Xiaoming, shall we leave tomorrow?" Ziyan pounced on Xiaoming again, and asked excitedly. She has been suffocated for the past few days, and now Xiaoming says he wants to leave. Doesn't that mean he can accompany him to find medicinal herbs? Yes, sleep well tonight. Get up early tomorrow. The next day, Xiaoming and Ziyan flew directly from the imperial capital to the northeastern province where the Xiao family is located. Chapter 123 Life-Devouring Pill. It would have taken Xiaoming and Ziyan only one day to travel from the imperial capital to Wudin City, where the Xiao family is located, but during this period they sensed the traces of some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In order to get these things, the two spent a little time, and it was 3 days later when the Xiao family arrived. Since becoming the veritable overlord of Wudin City, the Xiao family's mansion has become more and more stylish, with 2 rows of guards standing at the entrance. When passers-by looked at the Xiao family, their eyes were filled with awe and envy. Suddenly, 2 figures flew down from the sky and landed in front of the gate of the Xiao family, attracting the attention of the guards. The people here are Xiaoming and Ziyan. Elder Taisheng is back. Great Elder nodded slightly to the surprised guards, and Xiaoming took Ziyan into the gate of Xiao's house. Not long after stepping into the Xiao family gate, the two met many members of the Xiao family along the way, some of whom had a vague impression of Xiaoming, who seemed to have slept together in the chase shop when he lived in the Xiao family's Zhongli Hall, orphan. Thinking back to that time, a trace of memory appeared on Xiaoming's face. At that time, he was so obsessed with cultivation every day that the children in the dormitory had little chance to play with him, and only occasionally succeeded. Even so, they seemed to be having fun. However, this is not the case these days. Except for those who are more familiar with Xiao Shan and others, and those children who are not familiar with the world, other clansmen who understand things will be a little cautious in front of him. This may have something to do with him leaving the family for too long and his strength being too high. Sighed slightly, when passing a group of Yingyingyanyang girls, Xiaoming suddenly thought of something and stopped a clan who looked at the youngest in age. "That cousin, come over here." The girl who was stopped was a little taken aback, then she reacted, pointed to herself and said, "Is cousin Xiaoming calling me?" "Yes, it's you." Xiaoming nodded. Amid the envious gazes of a group of people, the girl trotted to Xiaoming excitedly. "What's wrong with cousin Xiaoming?" The girl's eyes were full of admiration, and her tender voice sounded. Smiled at the cute-looking little girl, Xiaoming said, "What's your name?" "Xiaoqing." "Cousin Xiaoqing, right, do you know where cousin Xiao Shan is?" Hearing Xiaoming's question, Xiaoqing nodded without hesitation and said, "I know, cousin Xiao Shan is teaching fighting skills in the Doja Tang today." In the Xiao family fighting skills hall, there will not only be fighting skills collected by the Xiao family, but clan members can enter it to select fighting skills, but the advanced fighting skills cannot be understood by the lower-level clansmen, so the Xiao family will arrange powerful clansmen to guide them inside. Xiao Shan was a little surprised that Xiao Shan was in there. It seemed that Xiao Shan was more concerned about the development of the family. Instructing others to practice cultivation was more troublesome, just like instructing children to do homework. After all, not everyone is talented, it's all right. Thinking so, Xiaoming shook his head and said to Xiaoqing, "Cousin Xiaoqing, can you help me call cousin Xiao Shan?" Hearing Xiaoming's request, Xiaoqing nodded his head vigorously, looking quite cute. Looking at her, Xiaoming squeezed her cheek with a smile. Ziyan behind him couldn't help squinting when he saw his action. A white light flashed in his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. This is a grade 2 explosive Qidan, which can increase your strength in a short period of time, and it will be regarded as your reward. "Wow, thank you cousin." Happy taking the jade bottle from Xiaoming, Xiaoqing smiled sweetly. "No thanks, Go ahead, remember to tell cousin Zhaoshan to come and find me at my place. Comma. Dong dong dong. Not long after Xiao Ming returned to his residence, there was a knock on the door. Zhaoshan's big, simple and honest voice sounded outside the door. Cousin, it's me. Come in, the door is unlocked. Sitting on the stone bench in the yard, Xiao Ming said. Squeak. The door opened in response, revealing Zhaoshan's tall figure. Looking at Zhaoshan, Xiao Ming said with a smile on his face. I heard that you teach clan fighting skills in Doja Tang. It is quite tortuous, how can you do such a thing? Sat down next to Xiao Ming, poured himself a glass of water without seeing anyone. Zhaoshan smiled and said, isn't this because you used to give me some fighting skills? Now that I'm back in the family, I just want to teach the clansmen as well. It's just that there are a lot of people and I can't be busy. Before you sent people over, I was surrounded by a group of people on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors. Zhaoshan said with a slightly wry smile. Seeing him like this, Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. With the advice of Douling masters, those clansmen would not give up this opportunity as long as they were not stupid. By the way, cousin, why did you call me here? Took another sip of water, Zhaoshan asked. Xiao Ming didn't answer right away, but took out 2 transparent jade bottles from the ring. As soon as the jade bottle was taken out, a subtle aroma unique to medicinal herbs came. Cousin, this is. Zhaoshan looked at Xiao Ming with some incomprehension. You have a look first. Xiao Ming handed the medicinal pill over. Zhaoshan took the medicine pill, and now he has the strength of a fighting spirit, and he has long been able to distinguish these things. He found that some energy traces were drawn on the caps of the 2 jade bottles. Looking closely, it seemed like some kind of seal. Need a sealed pill. It seems that the level of this medicine pill is not low. Zhaoshan froze in his heart. Looked at the pills again, and saw 2 pills, 1 red and 1 blue. At this moment, Xiao Ming's voice sounded beside him. The one on the right of these 2 pills is the 7th grade pill. The one on the left is the 6th grade peak pill. What? Rank 7. Although he thought that the level of this medicine pill would be very high, Zhaoshan was still very surprised when he heard Xiao Ming say the level of this medicine. That's right, the red medicine pill on your right hand is a 7th grade life-devouring pill, and the one on your left is a 6th grade Qingming longevity pill. The function of the life-devouring pill is to make a person instantly possess the strength of a fighting king. Immediately have the strength of a fighting king. Zhaoshan was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at the red medicinal pill. I saw that the medicinal pill was blood red, about the size of a longan. This medicinal pill looked extremely mysterious. At first glance, it was like a transparent bead full of blood. At the center of the medicinal pill, there was a little blood. Mangyu was dark red, and when he looked at it faintly, it was like small eyes that had always been small, and the whole showed a strange feeling. This medicinal pill can really make people instantly possess the strength of a duwang. Even if it can, I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Zhaoshan said calmly without thinking about it carefully. Chapter 124 Qingshan Town. Seeing that Zhaoshan was not confused by the efficacy of the medicinal pill, Xiao Ming smiled in admiration. It's really not that simple. Although this medicinal pill can make people's strength skyrocket to the primary level of duwang, the strength obtained by swallowing this medicinal pill is obtained from overdrawing the life potential, so the person who swallows this medicinal pill can only have 3 years left. Life. Zhaoshan's expression changed when he heard the after effects of this medicinal pill, and he smiled bitterly. Cousin, you took this out because you wanted me to take this pill, right? Although duwang's strength is very attractive, I haven't lived enough yet, and my family expects me to pass on the lineage, and I have 3 years of life expectancy. It's too short. What are you thinking? I would do this. Xiao Ming said angrily. Zhaoshan smiled when he heard the words. In fact, he also knew that Xiao Ming's character would not let him take this short-lived elixir. I gave you this elixir because you will always stay in the family in the future, and you can take this as a precaution. The blue elixir is Qingming Shodan, which can increase your lifespan by 10 years. If an accident occurs, no matter who you give this pill, he can last for a while. If you can cultivate to Do Huang within this time, the sequelae of this life-devouring pill will naturally be lifted. Zhaoshan was a little moved when he heard the words, isn't this the quick success of Duwang? Then can I take this elixir? Of course you can, but I don't recommend you do this. Xiao Ming said. This life-devouring pill increases strength at the cost of consuming people's vitality. Even if there is a Kingming longevity pill to increase lifespan, it is very difficult to break through to Duhuang in those 13 years. Xiaoming is not talking nonsense. There are dozens of Dou kings in the overweight empire, but there are only 4 Dou emperors on the surface. Canaan Academy also has dozens of Duwangs, but not many Duwangs. One can imagine how difficult it is to go from Duwang to Duhuang. Xiao Shan's talent is not bad, but he can't compare to those fighting kings. That's why Xiaoming said that, and overdrawing his body would have caused damage to his body. This is also the reason why Xiaoming had a life-devouring pill before, but there was no quick way to do it. Okay. Hearing this, Xiao Shan smiled, and then said, however, you don't need to give this medicine to your family. With your status, I'm afraid no one will dare to touch our Xiao family. And there are brothers Shuidian guarding the family, so don't be afraid of anyone coming. Normally, it's like this. Xiaoming nodded, but no one can guarantee that there will be no accidents. As for snowy days, lonely trees are difficult to support. If someone uses the trick of turning tigers away from mountains, then they will suffer. I don't want to see ruins the next time I go back to the family. Xiao Shan was a little confused when he heard the words, unexpectedly. What could be unexpected, is Xiaoming's cousin being a little too careful. This accident naturally came from Soul Palace in Cloud Lanzong. Now Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran have made a 3-year contract. Who knows if he will be discovered by the people of the Soul Palace, and Yao Lao himself is also the target of the Soul Palace's investigation. Xiao Yan also had the risk of exposure if he took him with him. At that time, Xiao Yan may not be very good, but the Xiao family may not be. If you can run, the monk can't run away from the temple. These words cannot be told to Xiao Shan, and Xiaoming can only explain it just in case. Thinking of the dangers that the Xiao family may face in the future, Xiaoming frowned, and took out 3 bottles of medicinal pills from Naji again. Xiao Shan blinked and asked, this is it. These are the other 2 life-devouring pills, and 1 fighting spirit pill. I got these life-devouring pills by accident. That's all. The fighting spirit pills were refined when I practiced at Canaan College. You will see the fighting spirit pills later. Send it to Shuidian, and you can arrange it yourself, but I have no extra for Kingming Shuden. You remember to arrange it carefully. Is this really unnecessary? Xiao Shan said, scratching his cheek. 1 is enough, the 7th grade medicinal pill is too precious. It's better for you to keep it yourself. Nothing, this medicine pill is of no use to me at all. Even if I take it out for trading, it will depreciate a lot because of the sequelae, so I'd better stay with the family. Xiaoming waved his hand. As Xiaoming said, this medicinal pill is not very useful to him, and it may not be attractive to break the sect. Okay. Xiao Shan still put these few medicinal pills into the Na ring. After collecting the pills, Xiao Shan asked, you suddenly gave me these things, are you going out again? Yeah, Xiaoming nodded, I can't stay in the family forever. I plan to leave the family in the next 2 days. After finishing some things, I will go back to Canaan College. In short, I will stay in the family. There won't be much time, and the family still has to rely on you to take care of it. Hey, you are talented, you have this achievement at this age, and it's really impossible to stay in the Plus Empire all the time. Xiao Shan has nothing to say about Xiaoming's decision. After all, the overweight empire is indeed a little too small for Xiaoming. In Xiao Shan's view, perhaps only the central continent mentioned by the students of Canaan College is Xiaoming's stage. Xiaoming smiled, and took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills from the ring. This time, it was not a high-level medicinal pill, but the reward promised to Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu when he returned to the family last time. The promised things are naturally unforgettable. He may not have time in the future, so let Xiao Shan watch it and send it on his behalf. Xiao Shan took the medicine pill and talked with Xiaoming about something before leaving. That night, after discussing with several elders and Xiao Zan, Xiaoming successfully obtained the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade from Xiao Zan. The next day, Xiaoming took the sleepy Ziyan away from Xiao's house and flew to the Mountain of Monsters. Near Yutan City, the town closest to the Beast Mountains is called Qingshan Town. Because of its proximity to the Beast Mountains, it is also called the Beast Town. In the town, the largest crowd is naturally those mercenaries who add blood to the knife all day long. They were in groups, hugging each other's arms, drooling on the street, discussing unscrupulously where the women in the town are the most flavorful, where the wine is the strongest, and where the monsters are the most vicious. Walking on the streets made of bluestone, the young Xiaoming and the lovely and moving Ziyan naturally attracted a lot of strange eyes. In this regard, Xiaoming directly ignored it, and dragged Ziyan to walk slowly along the street, as if looking for something. There are many shops on both sides of the street, and because of the geographical location, it is quite popular. Xiaoming glanced at the brightly lit stores, but when his eyes landed on a rather spacious medicine store, he stopped. Without hesitation, he took Ziyan directly into the medicinal herb shop of the famous Wan Yaojai. Walking into the spacious store, the interior of the store is illuminated by moonstones hanging on the wall like daylight. There were quite a lot of people in the shop at this time, and the clerks were very busy, so no one greeted Xiaoming and the two who just came in. Chapter 125 Little Doctor Immortal. No one greeted him, and Xiaoming didn't care, his eyes slowly swept across the transparent counter at will. In the end, when he looked at everything on the counter, he shook his head wordlessly. This small pharmacy really does not have the medicinal materials that he likes, and the blood lotus essence that Xiao Yan encountered in the original book is also not here. At this moment, a free clerk finally saw Xiaoming and Ziyan. He saw that although Ziyan and Xiaoming were not gorgeous in clothes, the materials were extraordinary, at least not in Qingshan town, and he immediately came to the conclusion. The two must be the young lady of a certain family, so they approached them enthusiastically. Two young masters and young ladies, what herbs do you need? I can help you find them. I'm not here to buy medicinal materials, I'm here to find someone. Looking for someone, the clerk was taken aback. There should be a doctor named Xiaoyishan here, right? The clerk suddenly realized when he heard the words, and said, it is true, Xiaoyishan is a specially hired doctor of our Wanyaojai, with superb medical skills. Most of the mercenaries in Qingshan town have been treated by Xiaoyishan. You are looking for her to treat diseases. Is it? Cure. That's it. Xiaoming smiled slightly. Then you have to wait for a while. Xiaoyishan will come to Wanyaojai to treat people every day, but it's not too long before that time, so don't wait too long. Well, thank you. Xiaoming nodded in thanks. Xiaoming, why are we looking for that little medical fairy? Seeing Xiaoming talking with the clerk next to him, Ziyan looked at the clerk who left, a little puzzled by Xiaoming's purpose. Don't be ridiculous, Xiaoming is a 6th grade refining pharmacist, and he can't treat any disease by himself. You'll find out later. This kind of thing is difficult to explain. It can't be said that he has read the script, so Xiaoming can only say this. Ziyan heard the words and didn't ask more, just looked around. The two didn't wait long. There was a commotion at the door of the drugstore, and a large group of people blocked the door. Wow, it turned out to be a little medical fairy. Xiaoyishan saved my arm a few days ago. It's really lucky to have Xiaoyishan in Qingshan town. Little Dr. Fairy is so pretty. Quote. Hearing these voices, Xiaoming tilted his head slightly. From the gap in the crowd, he could faintly see the figure of a woman in a white dress. As the crowd spread, Xiaoming finally saw the face of the woman surrounded by the crowd. The woman was wearing a pale white dress. Although her appearance was not stunning, she could be said to be a rare beauty. Her cheeks were smiling indifferently, and she had a fresh and ethereal temperament. The temperament of the woman suddenly increased the charm of the woman. His eyes turned around the woman, and finally stopped on the willow waist bound by a green belt. Looking at the willow waist that was not enough to hold, Xiaoming's eyes flashed a little surprise. Among the women Xiaoming knew, the little medical fairy in front of him was probably the most slender and weak waist of all women, and with that unique ethereal temperament, he could also be in the forefront. Looked at the little Dr. Fairy who was already sitting in his seat, treating the wounded who came and going, and showing a kind smile that made people's hearts feel from time to time. Xiaoming thought about it and didn't go immediately. After leaving a mental mark on her body without leaving a trace, she quietly left with Ziyan who was unknown. At night, a bright moon hangs in the sky, and the white moonlight shines on the dilapidated bluestone slab, which has a quaint charm. After a busy day, Xiaoyishan stayed in his room and took a comfortable bath to relieve the fatigue of the day. Suddenly a knock on the door rang outside the house. Who is it? Hearing this voice, the little Dr. Fairy in the wooden barrel screamed alertly. Who will come to her at night? Could it be Liffy? Dong dong dong. There was no answer from the door, but the knocking continued. This strange situation caused the little doctor fairy in the barrel to change slightly, and quickly got up from the barrel, bringing up a lot of whiteness and the sound of running water. Seems to have heard this sound, and the knocking on the door stopped abruptly. While waiting for the little doctor to get dressed, a young girl's tender voice came from outside. Xiaoming, her clothes should be ready, shall we go in directly? This unfamiliar voice made Xiaoyishan's already ugly complexion change slightly, knowing that there are guards guarding her not far from where she lives. What little girl can come to her silently, and listening to her words, it seems that she has an accomplice, and she has long known that she is taking a bath. She can even know that she just changed clothes. Thinking that she might have been seen completely, Xiaoyixian's face couldn't help but turn red. She took out a few jade bottles from the bed, and pulled out the lids on the jade bottles, turning off the light source in the room. Outside the door, Xiaoming looked at Ziyan next to him and felt that the lights in the room suddenly disappeared, and Xiaoyishan didn't make any movement. He understood that even if he knocked on the door, Xiaoyishan would not open the door, so he nodded and said, "It's almost there, let's go in." After saying that, he pushed the door first and entered. As soon as he entered, Xiaoming felt a few roars of wind breaking. With a wave of, the attacked item returned in place and hit the floor. In the darkness, the girl's exclamation came, followed by the sound of a human body falling to the ground. When Xiaoming took out a moonstone from the Na ring to illuminate the room, he found that the little medical fairy had fallen unconscious on the ground. There were several bottles of spilled powder beside her. Obviously, just now, she wanted to plot against Xiaoming, but she did it herself. He, this little girl is so stupid. Ziyan next to Xiaoming looked at the little medical fairy lying on the floor and said with a smile. "Stop laughing, put her on the bed." Xiaoming shook his head and said. Waiting for Ziyan to put Xiaoyishan on the bed, Xiaoming touched his left hand, a pill appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his hand, the pill fell into the mouth of Xiaoyishan. The medicinal pill melted in the mouth, and after about 10 seconds, the slender eyelashes of the little doctor moved. Came over for a while, Xiaoming, who was sitting beside the bed, smiled and said, "Get up when you wake up, don't worry, I won't eat you." As soon as he finished speaking, the little doctor fairy on the bed stood up abruptly, pulled the quilt to cover his body, and looked at the young man in front of him with vigilant eyes. Although he was a little surprised by the appearance of the young man in front of him, Xiaoyixian still frowned and said, "Who are you? What do you want to do? Get out of here quickly, or I will call someone." Calling people, "Little girl, no one will come even if you shout out your throat." Ziyan next to her heard the words and pretended to be a mature smile. These words have a taste of oppressing women from good families. However, this is said from the mouth of a little girl Ziyan, but there is a funny taste in it. Xiaoyishan looked at Ziyan with a strange look on her face. These two people who broke into her room look a little strange. Chapter 126 The Cliff. Seeing the strange face of the little doctor, Xiaoming didn't care, got up from the bed and walked to the round table in the center of the room to sit down, and then said slowly. "Xiaoyan is right, no matter how much you yell, no one will come to save you. The guards around you have been knocked out by me." As Xiaoming raised his index finger, a ray of red flame danced and danced at his fingertips. As the flames appeared, the temperature of the whole house began to rise. Xiaoyishan saw this scene, her pupils shrank for a while, realizing that what the other party said was true. Condensing flames out of thin air is a method that only fighting spirits and alchemists can possess. Although I don't know what kind of boy the boy in front of me belongs to, no matter what kind of person it is, he has the strength to knock out her guards. Little Dr. Immortal couldn't understand why such a strong man would come to him, maybe it was for robbery. Thinking of this little Dr. Fairy, her face turned pale. Seeing the little medical fairy whose face was changing, Xiaoming smiled lightly. "Don't think about it, I have no other reason for looking for you, but I heard that you often stay in the mountains of demonic beasts looking for medicinal herbs. I asked you, have you found a cave hidden on a cliff?" Xiaoyishan was relieved when Xiaoming heard that Xiaoming just wanted to ask her something else, not Jia. However, thinking of the question Xiaoming asked, she pretended to be contemplative, and then said calmly, "No." "Oh, really not?" Xiaoming's performance is very clumsy in Xiaoming's opinion. When he was 8 years old and trained in the Black Corner domain, he had seen many acting masters. Compared with those acting masters, Xiaoyixian was still too young. In an instant, Xiaoming dodged from the center of the house to the bed of Xiaoyishan. Xiaoyishan was taken aback by Xiaoming's move. "You, what do you want? Don't lie, your acting skills are too poor, and when you lie, your heart beats a lot faster, you can't hide it from me. As long as you take me to the cave you found, I can give you satisfaction. Are you not a doctor? I can give you a medical book, which records thousands of prescriptions. Also, if there is anything in the cave that I need, I can take only one, and the rest will belong to you." Having said that, Xiaoming took out a book from the ring and threw it on the bed of the little doctor. "Have a look." The little doctor fairy stretched out a hand from the bed in doubt, picked up the book and read it. "The more I look at Xiaoyishan, the more excited I get. This is really a pharmacopoeia. There are many prescriptions that she has never heard of. How about it, you can take me to the cave you discovered." Little Dr. Immortal hesitated. Okay. Now he is stronger than people. This kind of strong man came to the door, and the little doctor did not want to anger the other party, so he could only choose to compromise. "That's right," Xiaoming smiled and said. "See if you have anything to bring here. Take it all." "Ah, why? Because you won't be able to come back in the future," Xiaoming said in his heart. The training value of a poisonous body is very great. How could Xiaoming let such a talent run away? No matter what, cheating has to be tricked into being a wage earner. And the poisonous body of Xiaoyishan will definitely awaken, unless she is never poisoned. Is this possible? Medicine and poison do not separate families. As a doctor, it is impossible for Xiaoyishan to never be poisoned. When she awakens her poisonous body, it will not be very good. Follow yourself without going through those pains at least. Of course, these can't be told to the little medical fairy. Xiaoming coughed and said, "Isn't this afraid that after you leave, there will be thieves here? The guards outside have been knocked out by us, and sooner or later, people will find out, then your room will be." Xiaoming's point was over, and Xiaoyishan understood what he meant. Immediately rolled his eyes. "It wasn't your fault." After waiting for the little doctor to pack up, the three walked out of the little doctor's room and came to the courtyard. "What direction is that cave in?" The little doctor fairy, who was carrying a small package, looked at Xiaoming for some unknown reason, but still pointed to the distance, and then a scene that shocked her appeared in front of her. I saw a pair of gorgeous wings appearing behind the two people in front of her. Do Wang. Not waiting for Xiaoyishan to be shocked for a long time, Xiaoming came to her side, took her arm, fluttered his wings, and rushed into the sky. "Follow Xiaoyan." In midair, the shock in the eyes of Xiaoyishan did not fade for a long time. After flying for a while, she found that Xiaoming had stopped. "Quickly identify which direction we should go." "Oh, good." After Xiaomingliang showed his wings, Xiaoyishan became a lot more cautious. After some identification, Xiaoyishan pointed in another direction. Finally, Xiaoming and Xiaoyishan fell on a cliff, followed by Ziyan. Xiaoyishan pointed to the bottom of the cliff and said softly, "There is something I accidentally discovered during a herbal collection. Behind the strange tree, there is a cave that is hard to find. In the cave, it should be left by a predecessor, but I haven't entered it, so I don't know much about the interior, but from some traces, the predecessor who left the cave should be very strong. I don't know if that's the cave you're looking for." Xiaoming's soul power went in the direction pointed by the little doctor, and he found a hole, which made him nod in satisfaction. "There is indeed a cave below, let's go down together." Said that Xiaoming grabbed Xiaoyishan's arm and flew down the cliff, heading towards his cave. He smashed a rock snake that lived here into mud, and blew away the gravel and strange trees at the entrance of the cave. The three of them finally successfully entered a dark passage. Take out the moonstone from the ring and illuminate the cave. The entrance of the cave is not wide, only 2 or 3 people can pass through. Xiaoming and the others are already very crowded at the entrance of the cave. The inside of the cave is dark, but there is a faint light emitting, which looks quite mysterious. Around the entrance of the cave, there are a lot of knife carving marks, but perhaps due to the long time, these knife carvings have become extremely blurred. Go in. Without looking too much, Xiaoming took Ziyan's little hand and walked inside. And Xiaoyishan gritted his teeth angrily, seeing that Xiaoming had a stance of throwing it away when he was done with her. As Xiaoming left, the light at the entrance of the cave gradually weakened. After hesitating for a while, the little doctor stomped his feet, gritted his silver teeth, and followed. Walking in the quiet and dark cave, a faint chill lingers around the body, and in the quiet passage, there are only the subtle footsteps of 3 people. The dark surroundings and the strange sound of wind from time to time made the little medical fairy hug each other involuntarily. He looked up at Xiaoming and the 2 who were walking slowly in front of him. He hesitated a little, and then quickly left. A few steps followed closely behind them. Although Xiaoming brought her here with a bit of coercion and inducement, his strength is real, and in this environment, only the 2 people in front of her can make her feel a little more secure. After walking in such a quiet atmosphere for more than 10 minutes, just when Xiaoyishan couldn't stand the darkness that was so quiet that it could make people mad, the 2 people in front of her suddenly stopped. Footsteps. Ah, the body was not strong enough, and finally bumped into Ziyan, who was walking in the back. Walk carefully. Feeling the softness on the back of her head, Ziyan turned back unhappily. Understood. Although she wanted to say that the problem was caused by their sudden stop, Xiaoyixian felt that she should not mess with this little girl who looked very unhappy. After all, she could see the opponent's wings of vindictiveness just now. Clearly. Seeing that Xiaoyishan is so knowledgeable, Ziyan snorted lightly and didn't care about her, but asked Xiaoming, "Xiaoming, why are you stopping? There is no road ahead." Xiaoming turned to reveal the stone gate in front of him. Hearing the words, the little Dr. Shandai frowned slightly, took 2 steps forward, looked at Shimon, and pondered. After the stone gate, it should be our destination. Since this predecessor will cast a cave here, I think he should not create a situation where there is no way to enter. Look at the yellow light on the stone gate. Here it is obvious that an earth-related organ has been set up. As long as you are careful, it is not difficult to open it. I have read some books about organ techniques, let me come. Said that the little medical fairy was about to step forward. You don't have to be so troublesome. Ziyan said so, walking in front of Shimon with a kick. Boom! Shimon fell in response, picking up a cloud of dust. Xiaoyishan's footsteps stopped in place. Her face was complicated. She should not look at these people with her own thinking. Watching Xiaoyishan's actions, Xiaoming chuckled lightly. You don't have to do these things. I said that I will only take 1, and the rest will belong to you, and it will naturally count. As he said that, he walked into the stone room that was revealed after the stone gate collapsed. Chapter 127 The Remnant of Different Fire. The 3 of them stepped into the stone gate, and the sight in front of them suddenly widened. Inside the stone door is a huge stone room. The stone room looks a bit simple and empty. The walls are inlaid with moonstones for lighting. In the center of the stone room, there is a seat. On the seat, a dead bone is sitting. On the top, the deep-sunk skull fell on the pale thigh bone. This appearance, in this quiet atmosphere, looked a little gloomy. In front of the seat, there is a bluestone platform that is rather wide and long. On the bluestone platform, 3 locked stone boxes are placed neatly. In addition, in the 3 corners of the stone room, there were a lot of golden coins and other rare treasures piled up. The number of such large gold coins is probably no less than hundreds of thousands. Treasures and money, Xiaoming is not lacking, and the original owner of these treasures also placed them at will. It seems that these yellow and white things are not too important. In the last corner of the room, a small flower bed was built with soil. In the flower bed, all kinds of flowers and plants were planted, and a strange fragrance lingered in it. Looked away from the golden gold and medicinal herbs, Xiaoming's gaze finally stayed on the most dry bones. A faint smile appeared on his face. After seeing the medicinal herbs on the flower bed, Xiaoyixian was surprised and wanted to step forward, but then stopped and looked at Xiaoming. Don't look at it, I said it all, the rest is yours, I only need 1 thing. Xiaoming said with a smile. Xiaoyishan was overjoyed when he heard the words, but did not expect that the other party would really keep his promise. Immediately, he ran to the medicine altar without pretentiousness and began to collect medicinal materials. Ziyan looked at the medicine jar with some greedy eyes, and a grass and leaves were divided into white and red medicinal materials. Xiaoming looked at Ziyan and smiled dumbly. Don't look at it, that ice spirit flame grass is very good, but I have already promised her, I can accompany you in the monster beast mountains for the past 2 days. Find some herbs. Reluctant to look back, Ziyan nodded vigorously in response. Touched Ziyan's little head, and Xiaoming walked to the stone table in the center of the stone room. He didn't care about the box on the stone table. Xiaoming's eyes stayed on the dry bones behind the stone table. Looking down, I saw 3 black keys hanging over the bones in the right palm of the skeleton. Took off the key and placed it on the stone table, and then Xiaoming ripped off the withered arm. Looking through the fracture above the bone arm, Xiaoming could see that there seemed to be a small scroll hidden in the gap between the bones. Hid a map in his arm bones, and it looks like he was stuffed in it when he was alive. The original owner of this stone room is also a ruthless man. Was amazed, Xiaoming took out the small scroll, and after putting the bone arm back, he slowly spread out the map. He untied the scroll with his palm and looked inside the scroll. Xiaoming raised his eyebrows. What appeared in his eyes was a piece of vellum made of unknown materials. On the slightly yellowed vellum, there were some patterns that seemed to have no regularity at all. At the corner of the vellum was a flower that looked like a lotus flower, fuzzy stuff. This lotus-shaped thing, perhaps because of the years, looks a little yellowish and a little blurry, but it can still be seen clearly. The lotus flower is black, and on the surface of the lotus flower, there seems to be a thin layer of black flames adhering to it. Seriously, the whole lotus flower actually gives a faintly strange feeling. Ziyan, who followed Xiaoming to the center of the stone room, saw Xiaoming looking so seriously. She also stood on tiptoe and looked at the map in Xiaoming's hand. But after watching for a while, she gave up. Because she couldn't understand what those ghost talismans were. It doesn't matter if she doesn't understand, but she can ask. Xiaoming, what is this? Looked away from the map, Xiaoming did not hide it, smiled. This should be the third Yiwo on the Yiwo list, the map of Jinglian Yaohuo, but it is incomplete, only a quarter. Only a quarter? Then why are you so happy? Ziyan wrinkled her nose cutely. She also knew the value of Yiwo, but a map was only a quarter, and it was useless to think about it. If you want to get it together, I am afraid it is impossible for a lifetime. Normally, this is the case, but Xiaoming has read the script, and he clearly remembers the time and place where the afterimage of the strange fire appeared. If you want to collect everything, the possibility is very high. In fact, if you just want to know the location of the Jinglian demon fire, you don't need a map. The Jinglian demon fire is in the demon fire space left by the Jinglian demon saint. And every time this demon fire space is born, there is a lot of movement. So it is quite easy to know his position. But the Jinglian demon fire is not so easy to conquer. Collecting a complete map of the strange fire will help to refine this strange fire. Of course, these inconveniences are discussed with Ziyan, so Xiaoming just said, as a pharmacist, it is inevitable to be a little happy to see the strange fire. Is this what you're looking for? At this time, Xiaoyishan had collected all the medicinal materials on the small flower bed, and came over with a dozen jade bottles containing medicinal materials in his arms. Well, it is indeed what I am looking for. Xiaoming nodded in response. Xiaoyishan didn't care whether what Xiaoming said was true or not, and didn't ask Xiaoming why he knew there would be that map here, because she knew that it was useless to ask, and the other party would never tell her. So, she just set her sights on the 3 stone boxes on the table. Seeing that Xiaoming didn't mean to move, but looked at ease, she stepped forward to pick up the key of the table and fiddled with the metal lock of the stone box. After a while, all 3 stone boxes were opened. A book is placed on each stone box. Little Dr. Immortal first took a somewhat heavy black scroll. Profound level advanced flying fighting skills, eagle wings. Flying fighting skills, what are flying fighting skills? The first time she saw the name, Xiaoyixian blinked in confusion. She had heard of attacking fighting skills, defensive fighting skills, body fighting skills, etc. But it was the first time I heard flying fighting skills. Flying fighting skills, as the name suggests, this fighting skills can make people fly in the sky. Xiaoming next to him explained kindly. Flying, isn't that a talent that at least requires a strong fighting spirit? Hearing this, Xiaoyishan was startled at first, and then his face was full of confusion. Xiaoming shook his head and said, Douling can move a short distance at a low altitude for a short time, but it's not really flying, at least not comparable to this flying fighting skill. Xiaoyishan was surprised when she heard the words, and then she thought of the scene when they flew over just now. You know so well, don't you have your wings? I don't blame the little medical fairy for thinking crooked. After all, Xiaoming and Ziyan are really too young in appearance. The fighting king powerhouse of this age really ruins the 3 views of the little medical fairy. Hehe, you guessed wrong. Although Xiaoming didn't care how others guessed his strength, he still had to figure out a way to kidnap the little medical immortal later. It would be useful to have a higher strength, so she couldn't let her guess randomly. Seeing Xiaoming say this, Xiao Yishan was silent for a while, and then picked up another cyan book. Profound level advanced fighting skills, roaring wild lions. This did not cause much confusion to the little doctor. After a little excited, she turned her attention to the last box. There is a colorful book there. Chapter 128 Kidnapped Little Doctor Immortal. Seeing clearly the large characters written on the colored scroll, Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then she stretched out her hand with a happy face, and took out the colored scroll. Without Xiaoming asking, the little doctor turned over the colored scroll and said with a smile. This is a poison scripture that records how to prepare poison. It can be seen that Xiao Yishan is really interested in medicine. Even with the flying fighting skills and advanced Zon-level fighting skills just now, she is not so happy. Took it from Xiao Yishan, the colorful poison sutra. Xiaoming casually flipped through it, and handed it back to Xiao Yishan. Looking at the little medical fairy who was reading the colorful poison sutra with great interest, Xiaoming asked coldly, "You have so many treasures now, what are your plans in the future?" Plan? Xiao Yishan was stunned when she heard the words, she really hadn't considered this. Looking at the appearance of Xiao Yishan, Xiaoming said, "Do you want to stay in this small place like Qingshan town?" "Isn't it possible?" Xiao Yishan said with some confusion. Her strength is not strong, even if she has so many treasures, it is difficult to make a name for herself in other places. If she accidentally exposes her wealth, it is still possible it would be fatal, so it is better to stay in Qingshan town, where she has been running for many years. "Well, it's not impossible. However, I think it's difficult for you to stay in Qingshan town for a long time." "Why?" Xiaoming did not answer in detail, but said something that seemed to be irrelevant. "There should be a tiny colorful line on your lower abdomen, right?" "How do you know?" Xiao Yixian heard the words, his pretty face changed. How did he know what was in his lower abdomen, the hidden part of his lower abdomen? Xiao Yishan thought of Xiaoming's actions outside her room before, and suddenly thought that Xiaoming had peeked at him, his face flushed with anger. Seeing her like this, Xiaoming knew she had misunderstood, and quickly waved his hand. "I didn't peek at you, I'm a 6th grade pharmacist, and I have some special techniques, so it's reasonable." He was shocked by the 6th grade pharmacist reported by Xiaoming, but the little medical fairy quickly recovered and said in disbelief, "Don't say whether you are a real 6th grade pharmacist, even if you are a pharmacist. Is it possible to detect what's on the surface of other people's bodies through clothes?" "Of course not, but who made your physique special? It's a poisonous body." "Evil poison body." Frowning, Xiao Yishan read out the name. "What physique is this? Want to know? Turn the scriptures in your hand to the last volume and you will understand." Little Dr. Immortal did as she was told, and turned to the last volume to watch. Came over for a while, and Xiao Yishan's face became extremely ugly. The difficult poison body, also known as the innate poison body, is a very strange physique. People with this physique only need to keep taking poison to continuously become stronger. The stronger the poison, the faster the strength increases, and there is almost no upper limit. However, the more poison you take, the more concentrated the toxin in your body will be, and when the toxin condenses to a certain point, it will explode. The way to identify the poisonous body is that there is a small colorful hidden line in the lower abdomen. The colorful line will grow with the concentration of the poison contained in the body, and when the colorful line extends to the heart, it is the poisonous poison. The strongest moment of the body, and at the same time, it is also the time of the outbreak of the poisonous body. Said, Xiaoming sighed. "After reading the colorful poison classic, you should know that what I said is not fake." "How is this possible?" Little Dr. Immortal murmured in despair. She wanted to be a pharmacist the most. Because of the incompatibility of fighting qi, she took the second place and became a doctor, but now the reality tells her that she has the talent to become a poison master. This is not a joke. Suddenly, Xiao Yishan thought of something, with a hint of energy in his eyes, and asked, "As long as you don't take poison, this poisonous body will not be activated." Theoretically speaking, this is the case, but you can do it. There is no separation between medicine and poison. Many medicinal materials have both medicinal properties and toxicity. It is turned on, as long as the poison body is turned on, the more poisonous the poison, the greater the temptation for you, which is comparable to the attraction of the different fire to the alchemist. Following Xiao Ming's explanation, Xiao Yixian's eyes that had regained a hint of vigor dimmed again. Indeed, as the young man in front of him said, it is very difficult to avoid the activation of the evil poison body. Thinking of the tragedies caused by the outbreak of the poisonous body recorded in the Seven-Colored Poison Classic, the little doctor smiled miserably. You asked me about my future plans. Do you want to kill me so that I won't be a disaster for the people in the future? That's not true. Xiaoming sighed and said, I like you very much, I just want to ask if you want to follow me. When Ziyan next to heard this, her eyes widened. And there was a hint of ruddy on Xiaoyishan's face. Before the two could speak, Xiaoming continued. Your evil poison body has almost no upper limit of strength. The more poison you swallow, the faster your strength will rise. You are a very worthy talent. This, feeling that he wanted to distract Xiaoyishan just now, he smiled awkwardly, and then said, but aren't you afraid of my poisonous body breaking out? Although every generation of poisonous bodies will die from the outbreak of the evil poisonous body, but for this constitution, I know two solutions. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Xiaoyixian's face was stunned, and then he was surprised again. What way? One is the method of poisonous fire, and the other is the method of poisonous pills. Hearing that there are two methods, Xiaoyixian's face became even more joyful, and he hurriedly asked, what is the difference between these two methods? The method of poisonous fire requires nether poison fire, which is ranked 20th on the different fire list. Nether poison fire is cultivated by the poison barrier for thousands of years, and it is highly poisonous. Ordinary people will die if touched. Supplements. The two can even complement each other, possibly making you grow faster. Isn't this dying faster? Ziyan muttered. Hee, every kind of strange fire has a special function. The special function of the nether poison fire is that it can control all poisons. As long as there is this strange fire, it is hoped that the poison body will be completely controlled, so that the owner of the evil poison body can control it at will. Toxicity in the body, don't worry about outbreaks. Because of the characteristics of the nether poison fire, almost no one has conquered it, so basically no one in the Doqi mainland knows the characteristics of this strange fire. Xiaoming also learned about it through the simulator. The second method, the method of the poison pill, is to accumulate toxins in the body, condense them all, and finally turn them into a poison pill in the body. Refining the poison pill requires three things. One is 3 different kinds of different fires, the second is the magic core of the 7th order sky poison scorpion dragon beast, and the third is Bodhi transforming body salivation. Didn't want Ziyan and Xiaoyishan to ask around, Xiaoming directly introduced the two methods. After listening to Xiaoming's two methods, Xiaoyishan didn't know what to say. The conditions required for these two methods are not something she can achieve, right? Especially the second method, because she really wants to become a pharmacist. She has done enough homework before, and knows the preciousness of different fires, 3 kinds of different fires. What a joke, it's impossible to find it in this life. You don't have to worry, since I want to accept you, I can naturally solve these things. I know where the nether poison fire is, and I already own 2 strange fires. If nothing else happens, I will soon have the 3rd kind of fire, and I also have the Bodhi transformation body saliva. No matter which method you want to choose, you can solve the aftermath of the outbreak of the poisonous body. You can still become a doctor at that time. After all, there is no vindictive attribute requirement to become a doctor, and medicine and poison are not separated. Maybe you can become a better doctor than many alchemists. Said, in order to enhance his persuasion, Xiaoming released his 2 strange fires and floated in the air. Looking at the 2 flowers around Xiaoming exuding terrifying flames, the little medical fairy only felt that life was ups and downs. Listening to Xiaoming's words, it seemed that her troublesome poisonous body could be solved tomorrow. I promise you, little Dr. Immortal replied without hesitation. Although she didn't want to leave Qingshan town, she didn't have a solution to the poisonous body, so she could only accept Xiaoming's proposal. Chapter 129 The Valley. Seeing Xiaoyishan agree, Xiaoming showed a smile on his face. Okay, since you have agreed, then follow us from now on. Said, Xiaoming seemed to remember something, took a fiery red ring from his finger and handed it to the little medical fairy, pointing to the gold and silver treasures and said, This is a mid-level navy ring. It's been with me for a long time, but now I can't use it anymore. Here it is, go and put those things away. Thank you, I will give it back to you. Looking at the small pile of gold coins and rare items, the little medical fairy silently took Xiaoming's acceptance ring. She does need a ring to take those things away. Smiled dumbly, Xiaoming shook his head and said, No need, you can keep it for use. To me, this thing is not really precious. Xiaoyishan heard the words. When he thought of the need for so many precious things to treat his own ill poisonous body, he didn't need to accept the precept, so he didn't say anything. Just thought in her heart that if Xiaoming really had no bad intentions, then she would repay him with all her might in the future. By the way, I've been calling you Xiaoyishan. I still don't know your real name. Can you tell me? Xiaoming asked curiously. Thought that Xiaoming had always been curious about the name of Xiaoyishan when he read the novel, but he failed to do so. I didn't expect that now he can ask himself personally. Name: I'm an orphan. I use the name Li Shaner for myself, but everyone calls me Xiaoyishan. You can call me Xiao, just call me Xianer. Xiaoyishan said. In fact, she wanted Xiaoming to call her Xiaoyishan, but well, she was an alchemist, so calling her that way always felt a sense of sarcasm, so she quickly changed her tune. Satisfied his curiosity, Xiaoming did not explore what Xiaoyishan thought in his heart, but Xiaoming just nodded and didn't care about what Xiaoyishan said about the title. Anyway, as long as you don't take advantage of him, you can call it anything. My name is Xiaoming, and the one next to me is called Ziyan. Briefly introduced the two of them, and Xiaoming waved the little medical fairy to collect those gold coins. Wait for the little medical fairy to collect all the items. Xiaoming took her out of the cave and came to the cliff. Looking at the bottom of the cliff, Xiaoming waved his hand at the entrance of the cave, and a red douqi flashed and smashed onto the cliff. After a loud noise, the entrance of the cave was buried by gravel. After doing this, Xiaoming turned around and asked Xiaoyishan. I asked you to bring all the important items with you before, did you bring them? We won't go back to the town of Warcraft next. Bring it all, but where are we going in the future? We're going to stay in the Warcraft mountains for a few days, and then go to the Empire Tiger Desert to look for a strange fire. Touching Ziyan's little head, Xiaoming said. The strange fire that was looking for was naturally the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. It was still more than a year before the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was discovered by Medusa, so Xiaoming was not in a hurry. I finally came to the Demonic Beast Mountains once, and I can't wait for a few days to look for medicinal herbs. In his perception, there are a lot of treasures in the Demonic Beast Mountains. Moreover, he also promised Ziyan that he would stay with her for a few days in the Warcraft Mountains, and he couldn't believe it. Since this is the case, can we go to a place first? Where? Ziyan thought that Xiaoyishan was going to take them away from the Demonic Beast Mountains, and stared at her a little unwillingly. Being stared at by Ziyan, Xiaoyishan held the blue silk in front of her forehead and whispered, not far, in the valley not far from here, that is the place I found before, where I built a thatched hut, put some clothes, this time I didn't bring a change of clothes, so, I think. Hearing this, Ziyan didn't stare at her anymore. Is that the place? Xiaoming pointed to the north and said, where he sensed several of his precious medicinal herbs. I have to say that Ziyan's treasure hunting talent is really useful. How did you know? Xiaoyixian asked in surprise. It's just a small trick. Xiaoming smiled and then turned to Ziyan and said, Ziyan, bring her, let's go look for medicinal herbs. Ziyan looked at the little medical fairy, and under the temptation of the medicinal herbs, she nodded very simply. Okay, let's go, said. He came to Xiaoyishan and held her hand. Skyrocketed straight into the sky and flew to the north. Xiaoming could sense the medicinal materials, so she could naturally, and she didn't need anyone else to guide her. Behind, looking at Ziyan who became active, Xiaoming smiled helplessly. Ziyan's obsession with growing up is really deep. The voice fell, Xiaoming shook his back, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and chased after Ziyan. The valley is not far from the cliff, and the three of them successfully reached the valley after a while. After entering the depths of the valley, he slowly descended in the depths of the basin. The rich energy in the small valley made Xiaoming take a deep breath, and suddenly his spirit was lifted. How is it? Is this place okay? The small valley here is completely isolated from the outside world, and the sky is covered by dense fog, so it is extremely hidden. If it wasn't for Xiaolan accidentally breaking in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find this place. Weird. Looking at Xiaoming's expression, the little Dr. Fairy smiled slightly smugly. Knowing that Xiaolan in the mouth of Xiaoyishan should be a flying monster she raised, Xiaoming nodded. The energy is extremely abundant, and it is indeed a treasure. Moreover, there are large-scale gatherings of rare medicinal materials, and I don't know how to do it. In the valley, Although the light is dim, you can still vaguely see the growth of various cherished herbs. Ziyan sensed the location of several medicinal herbs and flew there immediately. Xiaoming did not stop him, but said to Xiaoyishan, "Just stay here for a few days. We are looking for medicinal herbs in the mountains, which may provoke 5th or even 6th order monsters. It may not be safe to follow us. I will come to you in a few days." Yeah, Xiaoyishan didn't have any opinion. She pointed to a grass hut in the corner and said with a smile, "In the valley, I built a grass hut, and it's not a problem to live there for a while. It's fine." After saying that, Xiaoming glanced at Xiaoyishan. "The temperature in the valley is too low in the middle of the night. You go to the grass hut first, I'll be here waiting for Ziyan to come back." After replied softly, the little doctor went to the grass hut. Xiaoming stood there, looking at the valley curiously. Xiaoming is very curious about why this valley gathers so much energy. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see the reason, and in the end he had no choice but to shake his head and give up. Stood for a while, and Ziyan flew back. He also held several jade boxes in his hand, and it was obvious what was in the jade boxes. Smiled and handed the jade box to Xiaoming, and Ziyan said, "Here, these are the most valuable medicinal herbs in the valley, half of us. Remember to make my pills for me, do you know?" "Understood." Putting the medicinal materials into the Naji, Xiaoming asked with some doubts, "By the way, Ziyan, your strength has increased a lot after eating such medicinal materials, but when will you be able to reach Duhuang?" "Woolen cloth. There is still a distance from Dohuang." Speaking of this, Ziyan was a little helpless. She has eaten a lot of medicinal herbs over the years, but her transformation strength is not proportional. If other magical beasts had eaten so many medicinal herbs and arrived at Dohuang earlier, they must know that the guardian of those medicinal herbs, Duo, is of the 5th or 6th rank. Being able to protect those medicinal herbs means that the medicinal herbs are of great use to them. Xiaoming guessed that this is related to her body being the Taishu ancient dragon. However, with his help Ziyan should be able to break through to Duhuang faster than the original. Relieved Ziyan a few words, and Xiaoming took her to the grass hut. Chapter 130 Chaos Mountains of Warcraft. In the next time, Xiaoming took Ziyan to run around in the Mountain of Warcraft, looking for various medicinal herbs. Even if there is a sense of medicinal herbs, it is not easy to find medicinal herbs, because this induction has a distance limit. In order to improve efficiency, Xiaoming and Ziyan acted separately and searched separately. After finding the medicinal herbs, if there is a beast guarding him, call the other party over and fight the beast one against the other. For a while, those overlord-level monsters who used to be in the mountains of monsters can be said to be ***** mildew. After being beaten badly by Xiaoming and Ziyan, many magical beasts took away the medicinal materials that they had worked hard for many years. Being treated like this by Xiaoming and the two of them, those beasts felt aggrieved, and every night they screamed in the sky to vent their dissatisfaction. In this way, the demonic beast mountains became turbulent for a while, and many mercenary groups who chose to enter the mountain during this time were bad luck, lost their soldiers and lost their generals, and suffered heavy losses. These are things that Xiaoming does not know. In a secluded and cold deep pool, Xiaoming raised his hand and stunned a 4th order monster called the Ice Anaconda in front of him, then came to the edge of the secluded pool and squatted down. Picked off a medicinal plant growing on the shore with a strange blue light. Ice bluegrass, the companion of the Ice Anaconda. If there is no adjuvant, after eating it, it can easily poison the big fighting master, and it also has a miraculous effect on the fighting spirit. Yes, you can take it back to the little Dr. Fairy. Xiaoming put this plant into the ring, then got up and looked at the sky. Counting the time, I've been in the demonic beast mountains for more than 10 days. It's time to leave. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation and a violent lion roar exploded in the sky like a dull thunder, interrupting Xiaoming's words. Hearing the violent roar of the lion, Xiaoming's expression changed slightly, the wings behind his back appearing in midair, his eyes fixed on the distant sky, where the violent energy came out. After a while, a huge monster appeared in Xiaoming's line of sight. The surface of this magical beast, which is 7 or 8 meters long, is covered with a layer of purple crystals. The head of the beast is a rather hideous-looking lion head, with blood-red beast eyes glowing with strange purple light, a huge mouth full of fangs, and a fiery red spiral horn on top of the lion head. Clusters of purple flames swirled around the tip of the horn. On the side of the huge lion body, there were a pair of purple wings. When the purple wings flapped, clusters of lavender flames swept out overwhelmingly like a flamethrower. His claws were also covered with a layer of purple crystals, and every time he stepped on it, it would make the void tremble, and it was hard to imagine how powerful it was. In front of this beast, a small white figure was running away with mysterious steps. Seeing that the figure was Ziyan, Xiaoming twitched the corner of his mouth and said speechlessly. The king of the Eastern Warcraft Mountains, the 6th Order Amethyst-Winged Lion King, so eager to pursue, Ziyan will not dig out the family's nest. Roar, damn thief, stop for me. Behind him, the angry voice of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King came, which had no effect on Ziyan. On the contrary, Xiaoming, who appeared in the line of sight, made her eyes light up, her wings fluttered, her speed was a little faster, and she flew towards Xiaoming. Soon, Ziyan brought the Amethyst-Winged Lion King to Xiaoming. In front of Xiaoming, Ziyan's first sentence was, "Xiaoming, come beat this flaming lion with me, and I'll give you half of the things." Saw the thief he was chasing stop beside a strange boy, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King also stopped not far away vigilantly. Hearing Ziyan's words, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was furious. "Damn thief, give me back what you stole, or you won't be able to get out of the demonic beast mountains today. And the human next to me, I warn you better not to interfere in our affairs, otherwise, you will be at your own risk." Directly ignored the words of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, Xiaoming looked at Ziyan, who was parked beside her. "You took something from him and made him chase for dozens of miles." Xiaoming, the cave mansion of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, remembered that it was far away from here. This is it, an amethyst squared table with a height of more than 1 meter seemed to be taken out by Ziyan. On the amethyst stone platform, a purple spherical object the size of a human head was quietly placed in it. Associated amethyst source. Xiaoming recognized at a glance what this purple sphere was, and the associated amethyst source was an item produced by the Amethyst-Winged Lion King with a very small probability when he gave birth to a cub. This kind of associated amethyst source, when the small beast grows to the 4th order monster, as long as it is swallowed, it can directly become the 5th order monster, and the purple fire in its body will also be more than other people who have not swallowed the associated amethyst. Yuan's Amethyst-Winged Lion is stronger. Can make the 4th order Warcraft become the 5th order, and it is conceivable how much energy this thing contains, and it is no wonder that Ziyan secretly stole others. This kind of associated amethyst source is also very important to the Amethyst Wing family. It is normal for the Amethyst Wing Lion King to chase Ziyan for dozens of miles after he found out. Seeing Ziyan take out the accompanying amethyst source, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was very excited and roared loudly. "Give it back to me! Give it back to you! I want to be beautiful, a little bit." With a grimace, Ziyan put the accompanying amethyst source into her own ring again under the angered eyes of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Such a move finally made the Amethyst-Winged Lion King impatient. During this time, he also found out the details of the two people in front of him. It's just two fighting kings. Since he is courting death, then he can't be blamed. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King drank, and in the giant mouth, a low roar resounded through the mountains. With the sound of the lion's roar, the amethyst above its body glowed brightly, and in the blink of an eye, a surging purple flame violently burned out of its body, and the purple flame gradually rolled and rolled, finally converging into a huge purple flame. The pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, and the scorching high temperature caused the secluded ice anaconda, who was knocked out by Xiaoming at a distance of several hundred meters, to wake up, into the pool. "Who's afraid of you?" Originally Ziyan was not afraid of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, but now that Xiaoming is by her side, she is no longer afraid. His petite figure trembled slightly, facing the Amethyst-Winged Lion King not far away. Shooting away, the small fist is tightly clenched, and a terrifying power is brewing on it. "HMPH, the mere Do Wang, how dare you be so arrogant, I don't know whether to live or die." A roaring humming sound came from the giant mouth of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, his wings fluttered, and the huge purple fire pillar of 2 or 3 meters above his body was soaring into the sky, also came out of the body, and then hit Ziyan. The purple fire pillar shot in an instant, feeling the violent and fiery energy contained in the former's body. Ziyan's face was also slightly solemn, her small fist slowly spread out, and her 5 fingers aimed at the bursting purple fire pillar. Break. Boom. As the drink fell, Ziyan clenched her 5 fingers tightly, and suddenly, an invisible wave spread out like lightning, and the space 10 meters in front of her was like being squeezed into a piece by an extremely terrifying giant force. The group is normal, and the purple fire column that just shuttled through here is also extremely compressed in that space. Boom! Another thunder blasted out of thin air in the clear sky. The purple fire column finally burst into a gorgeous purple fireworks, and the energy in it was dissipated. Released terrifying energy, making the space seem to oscillate slightly. Chapter 131 Fierce Battle. After the purple fireworks lasted for more than 10 seconds, they were finally annihilated out of thin air in a muffled sound that resounded through the mountains because of the exhaustion of energy. After eliminating the purple fire pillar, Xian's toes were a little empty, and the petite body appeared in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King like a ghost. When the waist twisted, the slender calf drew a half-moon arc. He kicked the latter head violently away. Xian's calf is slender and weak, and it almost seems like it will be broken with a slight grip, especially compared with the huge head of the amethyst-winged Lion King. It is not worth mentioning, but who would ignore it? If you understand the terrifying power contained in it, you will probably receive a ***** painful lesson. The amethyst-winged Lion King has practiced until now. I don't know how many years it has spent. He has rich experience in fighting enemies, and it is naturally impossible to make such low-level mistakes in fighting people. The giant swung, and the red spiral sharp corners on the top of his head hurriedly shot a half-meter thick and huge purple flame. Bang! Xian's foot, carrying a low sonic boom, slammed into the purple flame, and suddenly, a dull explosion sounded, and immediately saw the purple flame burst. With the help of the force of the collision with the purple flame, it bounces a dozen meters away. Humph! The offensive was blocked, but Xian snorted lightly, and with another step, he directly flashed into the abdomen of the amethyst-winged Lion King. His slender arms vibrated rapidly, and afterimages emerged, all of them. It was carrying an unparalleled strong wind and smashed it towards the amethyst-winged Lion King. In response, the purple light in the eyes of the amethyst-winged Lion King beast suddenly flourished, giving up the attack of the purple fire, and the huge palms and claws suddenly brought up a gorgeous purple on. Angrily smashed down at Xian, where the palms and claws passed. Actually tore through the barrier of the air, and a sharp sound wave screeched piercingly above the sky. Boom! Xian's slender arm collided with the sharp claws of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and a muffled sound of physical collision rang in Xiaoming's ears. Looking not far away, Xian and the amethyst-winged Lion King started a fist-to-meat melee battle. Xiaoming frowned. Although Xian is powerful, she is still too young after all. Compared with the 6th-order amethyst-winged Lion King, she is still a little worse, and she is at a disadvantage in the fight. Knowing that he can't look at it like this, Xiaoming thought about it, and dozens of flames of different colors appeared on both sides of him without warning. Among these flames, there are two most terrifying fires, the red myriad beast spirit fire and the fallen heart flame. The rest are the beast fires that Xiaoming has obtained over the years. Glanced at the battlefield between the two, Xiaoming slapped his palms fiercely, and flames gathered in his palms, forming flame energy dominated by two different fires. These flames are gathered together, especially there are two different fires in them. Xiaoming only feels that the energy in his palm is extremely violent, and there is a danger of eruption at any time. Is beneficial to strong mental power. Xiaoming can temporarily maintain balance. His fingers swayed extremely fast, posing strange postures one by one, because Xiaoming's speed was too fast, and the swinging fingers changed to create afterimages. The flame energy in his palm began to condense and form under the swing of his fingers. Finally, after Xiaoming stopped moving, a brilliantly colored seal appeared in his palm. The appearance of Xianxia made the energy within a kilometer radius of Xiaoming agitated. A stream of heaven and earth energy rushed towards Xianxia like a violent tide, and even brought up a tide of heaven and earth energy. Expanded to 3 feet in size. Xiaoming's movement was huge, attracting the attention of the amethyst-winged Lion King. During the battle, it glanced at Xiaoming from the corner of its eyes, and when it saw the gorgeous seal in front of Xiaoming exuding a violent aura, it immediately became restless. Damn, how could this human fighting king launch such a terrifying attack? No, he can't be allowed to launch this attack smoothly. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared in his heart, and with a vigorous wave of his front paws, Xian, who was fighting with it, was forced back more than 10 meters. The purple wings fluttered, and his body turned into a purple lightning bolt, swept towards Xiaoming. Want to interrupt me? It's too late. Sanyan Ethereal Seal. Xiao Ming, who has been following the battlefield of Ziyan and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, naturally also saw the Amethyst-Winged Lion King flashing towards him, and saw the time. Xiao Ming's mouth twitched into a smile, and he made the Sanyan Ethereal Seal fly towards the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The speed of the Sanyan Ethereal Seal is the same as that of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, and it is not affected by its huge body. Dedicated to interrupting Xiao Ming's Amethyst-Winged Lion King, he was taken aback by the terrifying speed of the Sanyan Ethereal Seal. Under the unavoidable, a loud roar sounded, and dozens of purple energy shields suddenly appeared around him. The right front paw was even raised in front of the chest, and the paws saw purple crystals glowing with coquettish purple awns, which seemed to be preparing for a head-to-head encounter. Seeing the action of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, Xiao Ming chuckled. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal is a first-tier intermediate fighting skill, and it is blessed by 2 different fires, which is not so easy to connect. Sure enough, in Xiao Ming's eyes, Sanyan's Ethereal Seal shattered the purple protective shield like a bamboo, and collided with the sharp claws of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King in the air. At the moment of the collision, the space was almost silent. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded out of thin air on the clear sky. The seal and the claws collided fiercely, and they released terrifying energy frantically. At the intersection of the two, the violent energy blew up hurricanes, blowing the trees below into pieces. Above the sky, the splendid color of the seal and the purple of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King filled almost half of the sky, and even the lazy white clouds were rendered with various colors of light. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King was fighting against the Sanyan Ethereal Spirit Seal, but Xiao Ming would not look at it. He flipped his right palm and a milky white spirit appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the spirit turned into a white streamer and flew towards the forehead of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Today's spirit has swallowed several kinds of heaven and earth spirits, and the energy contained in the body is more than Xiao Ming's, so the huge energy is compressed in one point. Other Xiao Ming may not dare to say more, but he dares to say absolutely about this defense-breaking ability, is top-notch. Amethyst-Winged Lion King, even if his body is covered with amethyst with amazing defensive power, but if he needs to take this sturdy blow, he will definitely die on the spot. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King, who was at a stalemate with Sanyan's Ethereal Seal, only felt the terrifying high temperature coming from the sharp claws. This temperature, even if it was a fire-type magical beast, could not endure. The purple crystals on its sharp claws could not stand at this high temperature. It's starting to melt. If it goes on like this, it will definitely lose one of its claws. No, you can't go on like this, you have to think of a way. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King's brain turned extremely fast, and before it could think of a way, it suddenly sensed a terrifying white streamer shooting towards its forehead. The keen it drooped its head slightly, so the streamer happened to shoot at the red sharp corner on top of its head. Suddenly, the hardest part of the former's body was interrupted by the middle of life. Chapter 132 Scared Lion King. The break of the sharp horn caused severe pain to the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, and with a violent lion roar, his claws and palms were photographed towards the Sanyan Ethereal Seal regardless of it. Another thunderous bang. Sanyan's Ethereal Seal turned into a fireball that rose into the sky, wrapping the Amethyst-Winged Lion King inside. After more than 10 seconds, the figure of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes. At this moment, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King is so embarrassed that he has completely lost the majestic appearance he had just appeared on the stage. Only half of the red spiral horns on its head are left, and the powerful purple flames around the horns are only scattered. During the collision, it was melted. Not only that, except for the sharp claws that were in contact with the Sanyan Ethereal Seal, the amethysts on other parts of his body also seemed to melt. Looking at the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, who was a little sluggish, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with coldness. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King was obviously seriously injured by the broken horns, maybe he can keep it. Ziyan, who was not far away, looked at the appearance of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King with a smile on her face. Hee, let you chase after me just now, it's bad luck now. Said, Ziyan's pair of small fists shone with a strong glow like jade, and under the ray of light, the pair of small fists seemed a little transparent. The small fists that were as smooth as jade touched each other, and there was an extremely crisp golden and jade sound, and a moment later, a strong jade light suddenly surged out of his body. Obviously, Ziyan has no plans to stop. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King sensed Ziyan's movement. His face changed suddenly, and he glanced again. Xiaoming, who was gathering momentum in front of him, was very dignified. After fighting for such a short time, it suffered serious injuries. On the other hand, it was not injured at all. If it continued to fight according to this trend, it would be dead. There were thousands of thoughts in his heart, and after a moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King made up his mind. I saw it roared and cheered up, and the purple energy around it surged with a desperate attitude. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King, who seemed to be holding back his ultimate move, Xiaoming and Ziyan both guarded themselves, and defensive fighting skills were displayed one after another. Bang! There was a loud noise in the sky, and the amethyst-winged Lion King turned into a shadow and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Ah, this! Seeing the amethyst-winged Lion King without a shadow, Xiaoming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the amethyst-winged Lion King, the king of the mountain range of beasts, would be so out of line, so he ran like this, bluffing for a while before running. Does this work? You must know that he and Ziyan are just the kings of fighting. If the amethyst-winged Lion King knew what Xiaoming was thinking, he would definitely scold him, a mere fighting king. It has never seen a fighting king who has made it into such a two-way attack. Don't run away, stay and wait to die. With a sigh, Xiaoming retracted the spirit he just released into his body. Ziyan flew to Xiaoming and said, Xiaoming, that little lion is too timid, should we catch up? In its cave just now, I found other medicinal herbs besides the purple egg. But because it was found too early, so I only had time to get the purple egg, but nothing else. Since it has escaped, then forget it. Xiaoming shook his head and rejected Ziyan's proposal. The amethyst-winged Lion King is a sixth-order beast no matter what, although it is not the top in the sixth order. Even the medium is a bit reluctant. But as a sixth-order demon beast, it really has to work hard, and I can't guarantee that he and Ziyan will be in any danger. As far as Xiaoming knows, the amethyst-winged Lion King has a powerful sealing technique, which was not used in the battle just now. Apart from the sealing technique, no one knows if it has any other powerful fighting skills. So, now that it can automatically recede is naturally good. These days, they have also found a lot of medicinal herbs in the demonic beast mountains, so there is no need to go to the amethyst-winged Lion King anymore. Although Ziyan was very greedy for those medicinal materials, Xiaoming had the final say, and she didn't say anything about catching up, but took out the amethyst stone platform more than 1 meter wide from the ring, and the head-sized companion on the stone platform amethyst source glowed with purple light. Here, we agreed on half for one person. I'll keep it for you first, and then give me the other half at night. Now Ziyan is used to keeping the medicinal materials she got to Xiaoming. Although the accompanying amethyst source is not a medicinal material, but Ziyan knows that she is greedy, and she is afraid that she can't help eating it all, so she will keep it for Xiaoming first. Okay. Xiaoming skillfully took the amethyst square and put it into the accepting ring before he said to Ziyan, it's been almost half a month since I've been in the Warcraft Mountains, and it's time to leave. Ziyan was stunned when she heard the words, and then said, okay, but you have to remember to continue to take me to find medicinal materials in the future. Understood. Let's go back to the small valley. When Xiaoming and Ziyan returned to the small valley, half an hour had passed. Descending from the sky, Xiaoming found a blue giant eagle standing in front of a smaller hut. After discovering Xiaoming, the giant eagle fluttered its wings and flew into the air, circling constantly. Knowing that this is Shaolin, a monster raised by a little doctor, Xiaoming didn't pay much attention, but after sensing a breath in the small hut, he walked into it with Ziyan. As soon as he entered the thatched hut, Xiaoming frowned and saw some smoke floating in the room, all of which contained a lot of toxins. S right palm stretched out, fierce energy spurted out from Xiaoming's palm, and the smoke in the house was immediately expelled from the thatched hut. The smoke in the house gradually dissipated, and on the bed, Xiaoyishan was closing his eyes tightly, and his rosy face was now showing a strange colorful color. What's wrong with this girl? Ziyan looked at the little medical fairy on the bed, a little unclear. She should have opened her own poisonous body. Xiaoming glanced at the medicine bottle in Xiaoyishan's hand, and the little black powder remaining on her delicate red lips, and said, then she'll be okay. Ziyan asked after blinking her eyes. I'll be fine, just wait a while, she should be waking up soon. Seeing Xiaoming say this, Ziyan didn't care after a word. After all, she and Xiaoyishan are not familiar with each other now. It would be good to ask if there is anything wrong. After a while, the little Dr. Fairy with his eyes closed on the bed slowly opened his eyes. The jade hand moved slightly, and the little medical fairy felt a little gloomy with the dark poison in the corner of her eyes. "You're awake." Hearing the voice, little Dr. Shanmei's eyes widened a lot. She quickly looked towards the center of the room, and saw Xiaoming and Ziyan. She was a little surprised. "When did you come back?" "Just now," Xiaoming responded. "Have you activated the evil poison body yourself?" "Well, because I want to improve my strength as soon as possible so that I can help you." Little Dr. Immortal held his hands a little nervously in front of his chest. "Am I doing something wrong?" Xiaoming didn't expect Xiaoyishan to say this. Although it was a bit unexpected, he would not think that Xiaoyishan liked him when he said this. After all, they didn't know each other for a long time. Xiaoming guessed that Xiaoyishan would say this, probably because when he accepted her, he said she was very valuable for training. Because of her value, she accepted her, so she wanted to show her own value. This may be the way that Xiaoyishan grew up as an orphan before, and realized how to survive. Sighed, Xiaoming replied, "You did nothing wrong." Chapter 133 Desert City. Originally, I wanted to take care of you when you turned on the evil poison body. After all, no one knew if there would be any accident when the poison body was turned on. However, now that you have activated the evil poison body by yourself, it doesn't look like you have any problems. It's a big deal, but it saves me a lot of effort. Xiaoming said. Xiaoyishan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words. She also said Xiaoming was dissatisfied with the opening of his evil poisonous body. This time, Ziyan and I were looking for medicinal herbs in the Warcraft Mountains, and we happened to come across a lot of poisons of good quality. You should keep them. Xiaoming took out more than a dozen herbs of different colors from the Na ring, and one of them was the ice blue grass that Xiaoming obtained not long ago. Seeing so many poisonous weeds, Xiaoyishan felt a sense of longing in his heart, and wanted to swallow these things in his stomach immediately. Little Dr. Immortal knew that this was the characteristic of the evil poison body. It was not the first time she had felt this way since the evil poison body was activated, but it was the first time she felt such a strong desire. Little Dr. Immortal understood that this was the poisonous weed that Xiaoming took out, and the reason for its too strong toxicity. Thinking about it, Xiaoming, as a 6th grade alchemist, can naturally see the herbs that are not the kind of bad streets. Got up from the bed and walked to Xiaoming's side. Xiaoyixian showed a bright smile and said, "Thank you." Xiaoyishan's smile is bright, but because he has just swallowed the poison, his face is a little pale, and there is a feeling of pity to me. "No, it is indeed as you said, the faster your strength can be improved, the better for me." Xiaoming waved his hand. "However, I want to remind you that everything should be done step by step. These poisons are not low level, although direct taking all of them won't really cause much damage to your poisonous body, but you'd better take these poisonous weeds for a short period of time, otherwise you may be in a coma for a long time due to the strong poison." "Well, I understand." The little medical fairy nodded lightly and put those poisonous weeds into the diet. Seeing the little medical fairy put away the things, Xiaoming took out a few black scrolls from the ring. "These are some fighting skills that I have obtained before for poison masters. Although the fighting chi of the poisonous body itself is an excellent means of attack, with these fighting skills, your strength can be improved to a higher level." Xiaoyi Xian took over the fighting skills, and found that the fighting skills of these exercises were all of high grade, and the lowest was the low-level Zan rank. Sensing that Xiaoyishan's current strength is still at the stage of a fighter, Xiaoming said, "The low-level fighting skills of the Zan rank are not easy to cultivate. With your current strength, it is difficult to get started without guidance. If you don't understand, you can ask me." Quote. After speaking, Xiaoming remembered the fighting skills that Xiaoyishan had obtained in the cave before, and he said again, "When practicing flying fighting skills, you will be attacked by the soul of the beast in the scroll. Don't practice alone without me by your side. Do you know?" Yes. Xiaoming's continuous exhortations made Xiaoyixian feel a warm current in his heart. Although Xiaoming accepted her because of the poisonous body, his concern for her did not lie. Xiaoming's advice is also a unique experience for the little medical fairy who was born in an orphan. "Xiaoming, didn't you say we're going to that Tiger Desert? When are we going?" Ziyan sat on the chair next to her, waving her legs boredly. "Wait a while." Xiaoming looked at Xiaoyixian. "Do you have anything to bring?" "No, I've put my things into the nativity ring these days. The little doctor raised the red nativity ring on her finger. In that case, let's go now. After, Xiaoming got up and walked out of the house, followed by Xiaoyishan. Came to the outside of the house, an eagle chirped, and Shaolin hovering in the air flew to Xiaoyishan's side, and the airflow it brought overwhelmed a piece of grass. This is my flying beast, Shaolin. Xiaoyishan introduced. You are lucky to get the loyalty of a flying beast, but do you want to take this beast out? This flying beast is only 1 tier in strength, I don't recommend you do this. Tier 1 flying beasts will soon lose their effect on Xiaoyishan, and will also become a burden to her. Hearing this, Xiaoyishan touched Shaolin's head quite reluctantly, and finally sighed and said, it's better to keep Shaolin in the valley. Said, Xiaoyishan waved to Shaolin, Shaolin screamed and flew into the sky, then left the valley. Seeing Shaolin leaving, Xiaoming said to Ziyan, Ziyan, you will take Shaner next, okay? I don't want it. Ziyan refused simply. Why? Xiaoming was stunned. Comparing the height difference between Xiaoyishan and herself, Ziyan turned her head aside and said, it's tiring to lead people. This, Xiaoming didn't know what to say, he just brought a little medical fairy, how could he be tired? If it wasn't for the long journey this time, the flight time was not short, and it was easy to wipe and touch, he would have brought the little medical fairy by himself. The medicinal herbs we found, you can share one more plant. Xiaoming's voice just fell, and Ziyan said, make a deal. Looking at Ziyan's face-changing face, Xiaoming shook his head helplessly, the medicinal herbs are really 100 spirits. Xiaoming's wings appeared behind him, and then he rushed into the sky and flew to the east. Ziyan also pulled Xiaoyixian to follow Xiaoming. 2 days later, overweight the eastern border of the empire, on the edge of the Tager Desert. 2 streams of light flashed across the sky, attracting the attention of passers-by on the ground. That light, Duong strong. There are strong fighting kings gathered at the border, do you want to fight the snake people again? The plus-sized empire has always had friction with the snake people, and has fought many wars, big and small. In every war, there will be strong people sitting on the edge of the forces of both sides, so the appearance of 2 fighting kings and strong people will indeed arouse the imagination of others. However, this time, it is not that the overweight empire wants to attack the snake people, because the 2 streamers are Xiaoming and Ziyan also has a small medical fairy next to her. The 3 flew for a while, and a huge yellow city appeared at the end of their sight. Mochung has finally arrived, and the second piece of the pure lotus demon fire remnant map can also be obtained. Squinting his eyes, Xiaoming directly accelerated and flew towards Mochung. Ziyan behind him also accelerated immediately. Xiaoming, who didn't want to waste time, took them directly and flew directly to the gate of Mochung before stopping. Looking at the 2 big characters of Mochung on the city gate, Xiaoming nodded, it seemed that he was right. The figure disappeared into the air in a flash, and when it appeared the next moment, it was already in an alley. Ziyan and Xiaoyishan were also by his side. Due to being close to the desert, the weather in Mochung is quite dry and hot. The hot sun swayed down from the sky, baking the ground underfoot until it continued to emit sultry heat, and the heat slowly rose. It even made people's sight lines appear a little distorted and blurred. Xiaoyixian looked at the surrounding environment and asked, we have arrived in Mochung, what should we do next? Ziyan also looked at Xiaoming when she heard the words. Go and buy the most accurate map of the Tager Desert first. In this city, there should be shops that sell maps. In addition, the Tager Desert is extremely hot, so prepare some water sources. Xiaoming pondered. Seeing that Xiaoming had already made arrangements, Xiaoyishan and Ziyan naturally had no opinion and nodded. Immediately, the 3 walked out of the alley. Chapter 134 The Second Remnant of a Different Fire. Pulled a random passerby on the street. From his mouth, Xiaoming and the others knew the location of the shop selling desert maps. Thanked the passerby, and the 3 of Xiaoming went to the best map shop in Mochung that the passerby said. After walking unhurriedly for a long time, the map shop called Gutu appeared in Xiaoming's line of sight. His eyes swept outside the shop. Xiaoming found that the shop was not as luxurious and flamboyant as other shops, and it seemed to have a faint quaint atmosphere. Walking into the store slowly, the interior of the store is not too spacious. The faint light of the 2 moonstones illuminated the store quite brightly. His eyes swept through the interior of the store, and there were not many people who came to buy maps. It was cold, Cool looking. Glanced at it, Xiaoming finally stopped his gaze on an old man behind the counter who was carefully making a map with his head down. This old man is obviously quite old, but although he has white hair, the dry palm holding the black drawing pen is still firm and strong. Xiaoming keenly sensed that the old man in front of him contained a huge amount of ice-fighting energy, but this ice-fighting energy was suppressed by a strange energy, and only a small part of it could be used. Xiaoming knew that the person in front of him was Haibo. Xiaoming saw that Haibodong was indifferent to their arrival, his eyes narrowed, he turned around and walked to a quaint wooden shelf in the corner of the shop, looking for it. But Ziyan and Xiaoyishan stayed where they were. Looking at the old man who ignored them, Ziyan shouted unhappily. "Hey, stinky old man. Didn't you see any guests coming?" Haibodong, who was originally concentrating on drawing the map, heard Ziyan's shout, and the finger he was drawing paused, and the carefully drawn route appeared slightly deviated. Haibodong raised his head slowly with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Little guy, did your adults tell you not to talk nonsense when you go out, otherwise, you will die?" In the face of Haibodong's threat, Ziyan snorted softly, "You can hear me, it seems that you are not deaf, why did you ignore us just now? Threat me, you're still a little short. To defeat a Duhuang who has lost a lot of strength, I only need one punch," said Ziyan, and Ziyan raised her little fist, like a demonstration. Xiaoming sensed Haibodong's strength, and Ziyan naturally sensed it too. In her perception, the old man in front of him lost his strength at all. Click. The ink pen that was moving slowly in his hand suddenly touched, and with a crisp sound, it snapped off abruptly. The map in front of Haibodong was immediately smeared with black ink. After a while, he stared at Ziyan's turbid pupils, and the coldness gradually increased. "Who are you?" Haibodong's palm lightly tapped somewhere on the tabletop. The open door was closed with a bang. Staring at Ziyan, a cold and tyrannical aura emerged from his body, spread out. Facing the pressure of Haibodong's aura, Ziyan looked relaxed, but Xiaoyishan felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, a hand was placed on her shoulder, resisting Haibodong's aura for her. The owner of this hand is naturally Xiaoming. In his other hand, he also holds a fragment of a simple map. Obviously, after rummaging just now, he has obtained the fragment of the Jinglian demon fire. Because Xiaoming resisted Haibodong's aura, Xiaoyixian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiaoming with gratitude. Smiling at the little Dr. Fairy, Xiaoming stepped forward and stood next to Ziyan, and said, "I didn't expect that the Ice Emperor Haibodong, who had increased the size of the empire back then, was actually greatly reduced in strength, and only Douling was left. The strength really makes people have to sigh that the world is impermanent. I didn't expect you to have some foundation." Seeing Xiaoming and the others who were not damaged in the slightest by his own aura, Haibodong couldn't help being a little surprised. Then he sneered, "Although I don't know how you recognized me, and I don't know how you know that my strength is greatly reduced, but even if my strength is greatly reduced, it is still not your turn to be a stinky boy. Talk to me like that." As he said, Haibodong stepped on the ground with his feet and shot towards Xiaoming and the others like lightning. He intends to teach these inexperienced juniors some lessons. When Haibo swept eastward, the cold air quickly filled the store, and a faint mist also lingered in it, completely covering Xiaoming and the others. It seems that after being sealed for more than 20 years, Haibodong's perception has also dropped a lot, and he dared to do it without even knowing our strength. In the fog, Xiaoming could clearly sense their burst. Haibodong, however, he has no plans to take action. This matter can be done by Ziyan, whoever comes is a slap in the face. In the mist, Ziyan's vision was not disturbed. She looked at Haibodong, who shot at them, snorted coldly, and punched Haibodong neatly. Where his fist swung out, an invisible wave spread out like lightning, attacking Haibodong like lightning. Haibodong's complexion changed greatly. He quickly formed a seal with one hand, and then said softly, "Ice Spirit Armor." As the sound of drinking fell, the icy mist that permeated the surrounding area immediately formed a pair of thick ice armor shimmering with icy luster on the old man's body. Bang! The newly condensed ice armor was hit by the invisible waves emitted by Ziyan. Seeing that the thick former only persisted for a moment, he was smashed into powder. Haibodong, who was hiding in it, lost his defense and was strong, suffered the blow. After was hit, Haibodong spat out a large mouthful of blood, flew back at a faster speed than when he came, and hit the counter. The fog in the shop lost Hai Bodong's control and gradually dissipated, and Hai Bodong, who was lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment, also appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes. Coughing up blood, Hai Bodong sat up with difficulty, his voice a little desolate. Haha, I didn't expect to live in seclusion here for more than 20 years, but today you will be so embarrassed by your juniors. It's really sad. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was speechless. Didn't you do it first? He actually came here just to talk about business, and he didn't want to do it at all. Ziyan's attack just now was actually kept, otherwise, with Hai Bodong's sealed strength, he would have died a long time ago. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming walked to Hai Bodong and squatted down, his black eyes staring at Hai Bodong. Then he raised the map in his hand and said, "Okay, Your Excellency Ice Emperor, we came here this time. In fact, there is no malicious, just came to buy a map." Chapter 135 Conditions of Haibodong. Hehe, buy a map. Buy a map and make me like this. Hai Bodong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said suspiciously. Isn't this what you shot first? Xiao Ming looked playful. Hai Bodong thought for a while, and found that it really seemed to be the case. It was all right to take the first shot. He hadn't won the battle, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Xiao Ming stood up, and then said, "You should have cut this residual image in my hand. Come on, where is the rest? I bought it together." Haibodong, who was sitting on the ground, recovered a lot after buffering for a while. He looked at the map in Xiao Ming's hand and snorted, "Boy, you have good eyesight, and you can find out what's wrong with this map. However, I tried my best to get this thing back then, although I studied it for more than a dozen years. Nian still doesn't know what it is for, but I can at least know that the secrets contained in it are definitely not small, and I want to give it to you for no reason, to dream." Oh, seeing Hai Bodong's tough look, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. As soon as he was about to speak, Ziyan walked up to him and squeezed her small fist. "Smelly old man, are you courting death?" Hearing Ziyan's threat, Hai Bodong's eyelids jumped and he was a little scared, but he still said calmly. "Little girl, don't threaten me with death. I have lived most of my life. What storms have I never seen? You were not born when I was rampant in the Jamma Empire. Are you still afraid of your threat? Besides, if I die, even if you have the ability to reach the sky, it is impossible to get another small residual map. If I guess correctly, this map should be very important to you. Hey, when the time comes, without that small part of the remnant map, even if you piece the map together, you won't be able to find the treasure contained in the map." Speaking of the latter, Hai Bodong was a little proud and felt that his previous method of dividing the map was extremely correct. When did Ziyan suffer from this anger, and immediately stepped forward to give Hai Bodong a punch. "Hey, I warn you not to mess around." Seeing that Ziyan was moving, Hai Bodong quickly stepped back. "Forget it, Ziyan." Ziyan wrinkled her nose unhappily when she heard Xiao Ming's voice, but stopped. Xiao Ming took the first 2 steps and said with a smile, "As far as I know, in the Tager Desert in the eastern part of the Kama Empire, the only person who can turn Your Excellency Ice King into what he is today should be Medu, the famous snake man." Queen Sha, right. In fact, there are not only Medusa, but there are 5 other Duhuangs besides Medusa. However, except for 4 of them who are the supreme elders of the snake clan, they usually do not appear in this world. Not as good as Medusa, so Xiao Ming is right. Hearing the name of Medusa from Xiao Ming's mouth, Hai Bodong's eyes flashed with a hint of indiscernible horror, and then he snorted coldly, "You guessed it, yes, but so what? What does it have to do with this map? It doesn't really matter, but if my perception is correct, she also gave you the seal, right? This seal has sealed you for decades, don't you want to unlock him?" Hai Bodong naturally thought about it. During the decades of being sealed, he secretly collected a pill recipe for a 6th-grade medicinal pill that could be unsealed, as well as a lot of medicinal materials for refining the 6th-grade medicinal pill. However, that medicine pill is a 6th-grade medicine pill, and it also requires a different fire to refine. Hai Bodong didn't believe that the hairy boy in front of him could find someone to help him refine the medicine pill. Facing Hai Bodong's gaze, Xiao Ming stretched out his right hand and let out a trace of flame, and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. Xiao Ming is an alchemist, a 6th-grade pharmacist. Maybe I have a solution for your seal. 6th-rank alchemist, and this is different fire." Hai Bodong's face showed shock as expected. Such a young 6th grade pharmacist, don't tell me he has heard of it, he has never heard of it, this is a disciple trained by an ancient force. Cough cough. In Xiao Ming's coughing sound, Hai Bodong came back to his senses, only to see a stiff smile on his old face. It turned out to be Master Xiao Ming. Master Xiao Ming can also want the other half of the residual picture, but I have a request. After seeing Xiao Ming reporting his identity, Hai Bodong's face changed so quickly, and the little doctor who was watching the play next to him showed envy in his eyes, but thinking of her own physique, she sighed. What request? Hai Bodong licked his mouth and said with a dry smile, I want to ask your excellency to refine a 6th grade medicine pill. As long as the 6th grade medicinal pill is refined, I will present the residual picture with both hands. In addition, the master can also obtain the friendship and favor of a Duhuang strong man. After my strength is restored, I can help you unconditionally. Thing. It sounds like a good deal. Xiao Ming looked at Hai Bodong with a half smile. Hai Bodong was a little uncomfortable seeing this gaze. I agreed, but you should know the rules of the alchemist. Bring your own prescriptions and medicinal materials, and hand over the east and west prescriptions and medicinal materials. Seeing Xiao Ming nodding, Hai Bodong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on the old face also increased a little because of this. But, with a few strands of beard in his dry palm, Hai Bodong said embarrassedly, I have already collected most of the herbs needed for the prescription, but there is still one missing. This medicinal material is called sand mandala. It can only be found in the Tager Desert. The higher the temperature, the easier it is to find it. But you know, I practice ice attribute exercises, and my body there is another seal under Queen Medusa. As soon as I step into the depths of the Tager Desert, I will be noticed by her. So. Seeing Hai Bodong's embarrassed face, Ziyan next to him said speechlessly. Hey, stinky old man, you don't want us to find it for you, do you? Xiaoming is already at a loss just for refining medicine for you, and you want us to find medicinal materials for you, isn't it your little piece of broken map? Is it too expensive? In fact, the remnants of different fires are of great value, but Hai Bodong didn't know it. Hearing Ziyan's words, Hai Dongbo smiled embarrassingly, hesitated for a while, and then said helplessly, okay, maybe I can give you some information that would be of interest to you. Intelligence. Xiao Ming didn't need to guess, he knew what he wanted to say, it was nothing more than a strange fire. I saw Hai Bodong spread his hands and said with a smile, I don't know if this information is about the strange fire, can you please help me find the mandala of sand? Not interested in. Cough cough. Hai Bodong was choked by Xiao Ming's decisive answer. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to say so. When did the different fires become so less attractive to pharmacists? Xiaoyishan and Ziyan next to were also a little surprised. Xiao Ming came to Tager Desert this time to look for Yiwo, why did he say he was not interested? Although there were doubts in their hearts, the two of them did not ask, but the next moment they knew why Xiao Ming would say that he was not interested. I have heard the news of the strange fire, and I probably know the location of the strange fire. You should exchange it for something else. This. Hai Bodong didn't expect such a result, he smiled bitterly, lowered his head for a while and pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, I am the supreme elder of the middle family in the plus-sized empire. As long as you help me find the sand mandala, when I get back to middle, I can pay you enough, how about that? Chapter 136 Sand Mercenary Group. Hehe, Your Excellency the Ice Emperor is very good at doing business, and I can only give you each reward after refining the medicinal pills for you. Hai Bodong heard the words, his face was not without embarrassment, he couldn't do anything about it. The other party doesn't want to give the news to Yiwo, what can he do? Forget it, that's it, remember what you said today, otherwise, I don't mind letting you know the horror of the 6th grade alchemist. Shaking his head, he picked up a piece of Tager Desert from the table. Xiao Ming took Ziyan and Xiaoyishan out of the store. Xiao Ming, are we really going to help that stinky old man find medicinal herbs? Ziyan asked suspiciously after leaving the store. Xiaoyishan also cast doubtful eyes when she heard the words. Help him find it, Xiao Ming said, although he killed Hai Bodong, there is a high probability of finding the map from the store. However, Hai Bodong didn't offend them too much, so Xiao Ming didn't want to do it. If it is those people who do all kinds of evil in the Black Corner domain, he can do it without hesitation. For others, if things can be traded peacefully, he will try to trade peacefully. Of course, This does not mean that Xiao Ming is a good person. If Hai Bodong is not sensible, he still has other means to let him tell the whereabouts of the map. However, the Tager Desert is the residence of the snake people, and Medusa is even more famous. What should you do if you encounter her after entering the Tager Desert? For many years, I've been afraid. Little Dr. Immortal's words were full of worry. Don't worry, I have my own decision on this matter. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Of course he couldn't fight an uncertain battle, just before he got the body of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon from the plus-sized royal family. As long as its wings are refined into Tianyan Juxing wings, his speed will be increased by several levels. At that time, no Do Huang can keep him, not even Medusa. And the fragments obtained from the Alchemist Association contained a volume of secret techniques, so it was time to practice the secret techniques. As long as he has practiced that secret technique, let alone running away from Medusa, he is not afraid of fighting with Medusa. Seeing that Xiao Ming was confident, Xiao Yishan also put down his worries. Don't worry about finding the mandala of sand, let's take a rest first, and then go to another stone desert city. Neither Ziyan nor Xiao Yishan had any opinion on Xiao Ming's arrangement. After looking for an inn in Mocheng and resting for a while, they supplied some supplies along the way. Xiao Ming and the others rushed to Shimocheng directly. With the speed of Xiao Ming and Ziyan, and with a map to guide them, they soon arrived at Stone Desert City. However, when we arrived at Stone Desert City, it was already evening. Above the sky, the setting sun was half hanging in the sky, and the originally white clouds were also dipped into blood red. In addition, in the Stone Desert City, the security is heavily guarded, and there are fully armed patrol soldiers everywhere, which gives Xiao Ming and the others a different feeling. Looked around, and when the novelty passed, Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming next to her. It's getting dark, let's find an inn. Wait, let's go to a place first. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming rejected the proposal. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Yan's eldest brother and second brother were in Stone Desert City and created a Desert Iron mercenary group in Stone Desert City. The purpose of his coming here is also to find Qinglin, who is a maid in the Desert Iron mercenary group. I have to look for it anyway, so it is better to go directly to the Modi mercenary group now. Did not explain to Xiao Yishan and the others, Xiao Ming directly pulled a passerby and threw a bag of gold coins into his arms. Then the passerby nodded and took Xiao Ming and the others to the location of the Modi mercenary group. My lord, in front of you is the location of the Desert Iron mercenary group you mentioned. The person who led the way smiled and pointed to a courtyard. At the top of the courtyard, a flag swayed in the wind, and a few large characters of the Desert Iron mercenary corps were drawn on it, revealing an air of iron and blood. Outside the compound, several big men with sturdy stature, standing upright with weapons in hand, with sharp eyes, glanced back and forth at the passers-by outside the door. Judging from the faint smell of blood on their bodies, they were real. The iron-blooded man who rolled over from the knife edge was not comparable to those rookies who had just become mercenaries. Waved to the passerby, indicating that he can go, Xiao Ming took Ziyan and the others to the gate of the courtyard. Several burly men at the door had already spotted Xiao Ming and the others, and when they saw Xiao Ming walking towards them, they immediately said to Xiao Ming, who was headed. This little brother, it's getting late. If you have a request, you can talk again tomorrow. I'm not here to talk business with you. I'm here to find your regiment leader. Tell your regiment leader that there is a man named Xiao Ming who is looking for him. Several big sweats looked at each other in dismay. Their head Xiao Ding was surnamed Xiao, and the person who came here was also named Xiao. This should be the head of the clan, right? Asked Xiao Ming and got a positive answer. The big man did not stop Xiao Ming, but after sending someone to find Xiao Ding and the others, he took Xiao Ming and the others to the courtyard. The big man led Xiao Ming and the others around the courtyard, and finally reached a hall. After Xiao Ming and the others sat in the hall for a while, a voice finally came from outside the hall. Crunch. The hall door was pushed open, and a young face similar to Xiao Yan suddenly appeared. The young man is wearing a white robe, and his eyes are a little brighter than ordinary people, showing a bit of wisdom. There was a young man in a mercenary costume behind him. In his dark eyes, there was laziness and sternness, and on his face, there was a bit of ferocity like a wolf. The people who came were Xiao Yan's eldest brother Xiao Ding and his second brother Xiao Li. Xiao Ming had seen the two of them when he was in the family, but at this moment he would not admit his mistake. But seeing the person coming, Xiao Ming couldn't help frowning, because he felt that Xiao Li looked at him with dissatisfaction in his eyes. With Xiao Ming's current strength, he was sure that he would not be wrong. Although he didn't understand what Xiao Li was thinking, Xiao Ming ignored him and looked at Xiao Ding, who was the leader. Xiao Ding didn't seem to have so many emotions, as if he was a little happy about Xiao Ming's arrival. Elder Taisheng is coming suddenly, why didn't you let me know in advance, so that I can prepare a banquet to entertain you? Hehe, you don't need to entertain. You know that I became the Supreme Elder. Did the clan write to you? Xiao Ding sat down with Xiao Li in the first place, then smiled and said, not long ago, my father wrote to us and told us about it. Elder Taisheng has such an achievement at a young age. If you want to come to the family, you will definitely help us. Flourishing. Chapter 137 Blue Scales. The development of the family depends on everyone's efforts. It's useless to rely on me alone. I hope to go out and explore more. Xiao Ming said these words slowly. In terms of developing the family, cousin Zhao Shan has done a good job. Cousin Zhao Shan's strength has already reached Douling. With him in the family has developed very quickly and has already occupied Wuden City. In other words, why do you guys not going back to the family? After speaking, Xiao Ming glanced at Xiao Ding and the two. At this glance, you can see the current realm of the two. The strength of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li are both at the Doshi level, one is Doshi 2-star, and the other is Doshi 5-star. The fighting chi that the two of them cultivated in their bodies is also considered to be pure and strong, which is impossible to achieve with Wangji's exercises. They should have practiced the fighting skills and exercises that he brought back to the Xiao family. The potential of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li is good in the Xiao family. If they joined Canaan Academy like Xiao Shan back then, how could their strength be so low? Now that the two are out to work hard, it is actually better to cultivate in the family with peace of mind. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Xiao Ding said with a wry smile, hey, we are out of the house, but we actually have unreasonable hardships. You also know that my third brother has a strange condition, we just want to give him a cure. It's just a way out. Xiao Ming nodded knowingly. The two brothers Xiao Ding really cared about Xiao Yan, and it was understandable to want to do this. However, did they want Xiao Yan to leave the family in the future? A family does not break away if it wants to. Xiao Ding continued, and before Yunlanzong. Big brother, what are you talking about with him? Xiao Li said with dissatisfaction, listening to the tepid conversation between Xiao Ding and Xiao Ming. Second brother, Xiao Ding reprimanded when he heard the words, and immediately stood up and apologized to Xiao Ming. I'm sorry, Elder Taisheng, the second brother was poisoned by a flower-tailed snake when he was out these days, and his mood was a little unstable, so I offended you so much, please don't mind. Poisoned by a flower-tailed snake? If he believed him, he would be a fool. Xiao Ming understood it. Xiao Li was definitely dissatisfied with him. He had never offended him before. The reason for his dissatisfaction was probably because of Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran. What Xiao Li thinks is irrelevant at all. Too lazy to investigate in detail what Xiao Li thinks, Xiao Ming directly stood up and said to Xiao Ding. Forget it, since you don't seem to welcome me, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm here with you this time, just to find someone, just call out someone and I can pay you. Quote. Hey, okay. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Ding also knew that the conversation could not go on. He first glanced at Xiao Li blamed, and then turned to Xiao Ming, saying, who is the elder Taisheng looking for? A little girl with serpent blood. It's her. As soon as Xiao Ming's words left his mouth, Xiao Ding knew who this person was, because this feature was too obvious, and only Qinglin was the only one in the entire Modi mercenary group. Although he didn't understand what Xiao Ming was looking for Qinglin to do, Xiao Ding still asked people to call someone to the hall. After a while, the mercenary who went to call someone walked in with a little girl. The girl who entered the door did not seem to be very old. She seemed to be a little younger than Ziyan. She was dressed in a light green and elegant dress. Although her body was petite, she was strangely developed and matured, at least better than Ziyan. It just looks a little nasty. A lovely and delicate face of melon seeds, like a beautiful porcelain doll, with a timid appearance, like a frightened bunny, which makes people feel a little pity. Captain, I brought people here. Well, you go back first. Xiao Ding nodded, and then said to Xiao Ming, Elder Taisheng, this is the snake-human hybrid you're looking for. Qinglin heard that Xiao Ming was the one who was looking for her, and glanced at Xiao Ming curiously, but this glance made her realize that Xiao Ming was looking at herself, and the two of them even met their eyes. Seeing Xiao Ming's gaze, Qinglin immediately lowered his head like a frightened bunny. By looking at it, Xiao Ming keenly saw the arm with the blue scales hidden in the sleeve, and there were some blue scales on the arm. After confirming that Qinglin was the person he was looking for, Xiao Ming didn't say much nonsense. He directly took out a bottle of medicinal herbs on the table and said, "I'll take this person, is there any problem?" "No problem," Xiao Ding returned. "Okay, then I'll say goodbye." He gave Xiao Yishan a wink and asked her to wear blue scales. Xiao Ming and the others left the hall. Looking at the disappearing backs of Xiao Ming and the others, Xiao Li said to his elder brother Xiao Ding in dissatisfaction, "Brother, why are you telling him about Xiaoyanzi?" When young Lanzong came to the door, he was sitting next to him. "Woolen cloth. Okay, second brother, if you want Xiaoyanzi to leave the family and not affect his father, only Xiao Ming can speak. You are too impulsive this time," Xiao Ding said in a deep voice. Just as Xiao Ming thought, a family does not join if they want to join, or quit if they want to. Especially Xiao Yan, as the son of the patriarch, the Xiao family has spent a lot of resources on him over the years. Even if he becomes a waste, it is not a matter of saying that I have to quit the clan to finish things. The members of the Xiao family who are not strong enough must make unified arrangements. Only when they are strong can they plan their own lives. Even if those elders don't take Xiao Yan's affairs to deal with Xiao Zan, the rules of the family can't be justified here. Therefore, Xiao Ding actually wanted to start with Xiao Ming. If Xiao Ming was willing to say a word or two on this matter, naturally no one in the Xiao family would bite him. For this matter, Xiao Li naturally understood, but he said stubbornly. However, when Xiao Ming came to Nalan Yanren's family, he obviously could come forward to solve the matter, but he still watched the show. He might not be able to. Don't care about Xiao Yanzi's business. I'm still watching Xiao Yanzi make a 3-year contract. With Xiao Yanzi's physical condition, how can this 3-year contract be won? This. Xiao Ding was also a little silent when he heard the words. As for Xiao Ming's card face as a Xiao family, he didn't say anything about it at the time. In fact, he was a little bit worried. But he also understands that others, Xiao Ming, don't owe them anything. Xiao Ming left the family to study at the age of 6, and he was not familiar with them at all. The entire Xiao family also had the best relationship with Xiao Shan. Xiao Ming has sent a lot of good things to the family over the years, and they have also benefited a lot from it. His second brother even practiced a set of invaluable thunder-type fighting skills that Xiao Ming sent back. In addition, Xiao Ming also gave a 4th-grade pill recipe scroll to their father to take Xiao Yan to see a doctor. It can be said that Xiao Ming not only does not owe them, but they owe Xiao Ming. Wanted to accuse Xiao Ming, but Xiao Ding also knew that they had no position. Therefore, from the time Xiao Ming came to the door, he behaved very politely. What Xiao Ding understands, will Xiao Li not understand. In fact, he also understands, but sometimes, a person's emotions are not easy to control. Especially they doted on their younger brother very much, and even risked their lives to go out, just to leave a way out for Xiao Yan. Sighed and Xiao Ding said, "Don't bring this up again in the future. You offended Xiao Ming today. If it wasn't for members of the same clan, he would have taught us a lesson long ago." "I know, but I don't know why Xiao Ming is looking for Qinglin this time. No matter what you do, Xiao Ming has always had a good temper, and if you think about it, he will not do anything bad to Qinglin." Chapter 138 Blue Snake 3 Flower Eyes. Walked out of the Modi Mercenary Corps station, glanced at the sky with only a golden edge of the sun left. Xiao Ming and the others found an inn in Shimocheng. In the room, Xiao Ming and the three were sitting on the chairs, while Qinglin was standing beside the table with some unease. She didn't understand what Xiao Ming's purpose was to find her. Maybe it was because she had the blood of a snake man, so she didn't understand. It is impossible to torture her. Qinglin didn't think about the good side at all. After all, she was beaten and scolded since childhood, and her situation was worse than the 3 years when Xiao Yan became a waste. How many young masters and young ladies come to find Qinglin for something? Qinglin said pitifully, tremblingly. Ziyan glanced at Qingscale, who was smaller than her, and said curiously, "Yes, why are we looking for this little one?" "Qinglin, come here." Without answering Ziyan's question directly, Xiao Ming waved at Qinglin. Hesitating for a while, Qinglin still walked slowly to Xiao Ming. Grabbed Qinglin's arm and pulled it forward. Xiao Ming carefully looked at Qinglin's little red face. It should be said that the eyes are looking at the blue scales. Staring at the pair of water spirit pupils of Xingscale, Xiao Ming realized that these pupils were slightly biased towards green, and there seemed to be 3 extremely small green dots hidden in the depths of those pupils. Staring closely at the somewhat bewitching green pupils, Xiao Ming suddenly felt that his spirit was a little fluctuated. Although it had little effect on him, he was unavoidably amazed. With his mental power, this green snake and 3 flower pupils can actually have a small impact on him, which is really amazing. Xiao Ming stared at Qinglin, and Qinglin naturally stared at Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was so close to her at the moment, Qinglin's head was a little dizzy, and the cute and delicate melon seeds were flushed. There was no discrimination against her. Master. Qinglin felt that he couldn't take it anymore, and said in a low voice. Came back to his senses and found that the small dots in Qinglin's eyes seemed to disappear. Xiao Ming smiled and let go of her. Is there something wrong with this little girl's eyes? The little doctor was very keenly aware of where Xiao Ming's eyes were just now. Her eyes are blue snakes and 3 flower pupils. Blue snake and 3 flower pupils? Little Dr. Immortal asked curiously, is this a special physique? The green scales recovered a little after hearing the words, and looked at Xiao Ming timidly, wanting to know the condition of his eyes from his mouth. Well, it can indeed be said to be a special physique. This is a somewhat strange natural pupil, which will only appear in the descendants of humans and snake people. People with this kind of pupils, if they are proficient, it makes people hallucinate. Think about it, if you suddenly let the other party go into a trance when you are fighting, or even worse, let the other party directly cut down your companion, how would it feel? Xiao Ming touched Qinglin's little head and said with a smile. Seeing Xiao Ming touching Qinglin's head, Ziyan squinted slightly. Xiao Yixian thought about the scene Xiao Ming described, and said with some amazement, between masters, the timing of the battle is very important. A single flaw can make people die without a place to be buried. This kind of pupil can affect people's spirit, it's really terrifying. Xiao Ming shook his head and said with a smile, the scary thing about the 3 colored eyes of the blue snake is more than that. Although the 3 colored eyes of the blue snake are not as terrifying as the body of the poisonous body, its peculiarity is not under the body of the poisonous body. Sanwutong is the nemesis of almost all snake-shaped monsters. It can form a unilateral forced connection with the snake-shaped monsters, so as to control the snake-shaped monsters, and the monsters or people can be collected in the space opened up by the 3 flowered eyes of the blue snake. The ancient celestial snake and the colorful swallowing python can be excluded. Although the size of the space opened up by the 3 flower eyes of the blue snake is limited, as the strength increases, the size of the space will increase accordingly. The strength of the magical beasts or human beings in the space will be slowly absorbed by the user, although the swallowing speed is very slow, and there are strength limitations, but it is also an incredible ability. Hearing what Xiao Ming said, Ziyan and Xiao Yishan suddenly looked at Xiao Ming with some timid blue scales in front of him. I didn't expect this little girl who seemed to be obedient to have such terrifying pupils. Qinglin didn't feel anything. Although Xiao Ming said that her eyes were very powerful, she had been beaten and scolded since she was a child, and she had already developed an inferiority complex. The eyes of Ziyan and Xiao Yishan made her a little scared, shrank his shoulders. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ming showed a gentle smile. You don't have to be so afraid, I won't do anything to you, just follow me in the future. Don't you hate me? Qinglin asked with a sigh. I hate you. Why do I hate you? Just because you have the blood of a snake man. It's not a fault to have the blood of a snake man. How can I hate you? Xiao Ming patted Qinglin's little head and pointed to with Xiao Yishan and Ziyan said, not only will I not hate you, but they will not hate you either. Following Xiao Ming's fingers, Qinglin found that the little doctor in white clothes showed a gentle smile to her, while Ziyan, who was a little older than her, did not smile at her, but she did not show a look of disgust. Qinglin felt that her eyes were a little dull, as if some sand had entered. Qinglin, in the vast life, there will always be one or a few auspicious clouds lingering around you. Rather than struggling with people you don't like or like you, it's better to walk happily under these auspicious clouds. Quote, although I'm not necessarily your auspicious cloud, but you won't be discriminated against with me, how about you, are you interested in following me? After listening to Xiao Ming's words, Qinglin froze in place. After a long time, some inexplicable splendor appeared on her lovely and delicate face. Her pretty nose twitched lightly, and she raised her face. Among those emerald green pupils, 3 extremely thin green dots suddenly appeared again silently. Well, I will. Xianxia nodded his head heavily. Seeing Qinglin nodding, Xiaoming was also very happy. Although it was a bit late to ask Qinglin's opinion just now, but the process still has to go, and Qinglin can agree to save a lot of trouble. At least Qinglin nodded and agreed, and he would not betray in the future. By the way, let me introduce you, my name is Xiaoming, the big sister in white clothes. You can call her Sister Shaner or Sister Xiao Xian. This one doesn't look much older than you. You can call her Sister Ziyan. Xiaoming pointed to Xiaoyishan and Ziyan, who had watched the play for a while. Master Xiaoming, Elder Sister Shaner, Elder Sister Ziyan. Qinglin greeted Xiaoming and the others very well behaved. Qinglin's obedient appearance was very endearing, so that the little medical fairy couldn't help but stepped forward and pinched her cheek. Chapter 139, Refining the Wings. After a brief introduction, Qinglin was also familiar with Xiaoming and the others, and he was less timid. In the evening, after a simple meal, Xiaoming told Ziyan and the others, and then he left the inn and took a map alone to look for mountains near Shimo City. Stone Desert City is on the edge of the desert. It is quite difficult to find a mountain range. Xiaoming flew a few hundred miles before finding a small mountain range. Doqi's wings vibrated and hovered above the mountain range. Xiaoming first came out of the body with soul power. After a good observation, after confirming that there were no high-level monsters in the mountain range, he found a good position on a cliff. A cave house is built that is wide inside and narrow outside. Blocked the entrance to the cave. Xiaoming turned around and put on a star ring, white light flashed, and a huge monster corpse appeared in the center of the cave. Silver Emperor Falcon. Xiaoming looked at the monster corpse in front of him with a satisfied expression on his face. The corpse of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon was about 5 feet in size, and it was all silver white, especially the pair of silver white wings, which shone brightly under the light of the moonstone at the top of the cave, as if it had a special kind of fluorescent light. Although the Silver Emperor Falcon has been dead for many years, its remains are still fierce and majestic, and lying on the ground gives people a fierce and majestic momentum. Walking in front of the remains of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon, Xiaoming touched its wings. A warm touch came. It was icy cold, but in this icy cold, there was a slight warmth, unimaginable. This death time has not known how many years of mummified corpses can still emit heat. Feeling that there is still energy surging in the remains of the Silver Emperor Falcon, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. The overweight royal family has preserved the remains of this Silver Emperor Sky Falcon very well. Except for the wings, other parts are also valuable for use, but this time, let's refine the Tianyan Juxing wing first. Thinking so, Xiaoming raised his hand, and a sharp red sword appeared in his palm. A layer of red flames quietly spread out, and finally lingered on the blade of the sword. The scorching temperature caused a fine white mist to rise from this sharp sword. Sniff. Xiaoming held a long sword and stabbed fiercely at the place where the silver white wings met the body of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon. When the sword passed through the body of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon, Xiaoming felt a strong resistance. When there is time in the future, maybe we can use the fur of this Silver Emperor Falcon to make a pair of leather armor. I think the effect will be very good. Thinking of this, Xiaoming put more strength on his hands. Commanded the long sword, and slowly cut open the skins of those monsters at the bottom of the silver white wings. The skins were opened to reveal the strange white flesh, but there was no blood spilling out. Not caring about these pieces of meat, Xiaoming carefully cut 2 big holes in the back of the beast's mummified corpse, then took off the wings and carefully put them aside. Then he took the main body of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon back into the ring. Looking at the pair of huge wings on the ground, Xiaoming began to take things out of the ring again. Jin Yanzong's Tianyan Juxing wing is indeed a rather rare flying fighting skill, and the most important thing is to rely on the quality of the refining materials to increase the speed, which is similar to the alternative evolution mode. Other flying compared with fighting skills, it does have its own uniqueness. But if you want to refine this Tianyan Juxing wing, there is a lot of attention to it. In addition to the most important material for the wings of Warcraft, you also need a lot of other miscellaneous auxiliary materials, but this is not too troublesome. Xiao, the wealthy Ming dynasty, has a lot of collections, and those auxiliary materials are all collected. When and other things were almost ready, Xiaoming started to refine his wings. As we all know, most of the wings on a monster's body carry some residual aura from the body, and the aura of the monster is all brutal and tyrannical. So the first step in refining the wings is to refine the residual monster breath in the prepared monster wings. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiaoming waved his hand, and the broad silver-white wings on the floor floated in front of him. Xiaoming had already memorized the refining technique of Tianyan Juxingyi. According to the knot in Tianyan Juxingyi's hand, his eyes gradually closed, and a powerful soul force gradually spread out from Xiaoming's eyebrows, and finally gathered together, carefully wrapping around the silver-white wings. Boom! As soon as Xiaoming's soul power came into contact with Feather Wing, a low muffled sound exploded in his mind, and he was in a trance, and the world in front of him suddenly changed. This was a snow-white space. Before he could take a good look at it, a cry sounded from behind him. Xiaoming hurriedly turned his head to look over. The position is filled with incomparably tyrannical red beams of light, staring at him like a pair of terrifying pupils. This beast body looks exactly the same as the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon. I think it is the remnant breath of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon. Seeing the main lord in the space, Xiaoming was not polite, and the surging soul power surged directly up. Seems to be very angry at Xiaoming's active attack, the animal body roared and flew towards Xiaoming. Unfortunately, Xiaoming's soul power is extremely powerful, and the beast's body was immediately smashed into a silver-white airflow when he touched it. Of course, the silver-white airflow did not have the slightest effect on Xiaoming. Under its action, Xiaoming's soul power felt a tinge of numbness. The Silver Emperor Sky Falcon has the thunder attribute, and these silver-white air currents are obviously also contaminated with the thunder attribute characteristics. If it wasn't for me, it might be a little tricky for someone else to deal with this air current. Thinking like this, Xiaoming decided to make a quick decision, condensing the scattered airflow into an area, and when his mind moved, an invisible flame appeared in front of Xiaoming. The invisible flame is the Fallen Heart Flame, which is the best at dealing with the residual aura of this beast. Sure enough, under the burning of the Fallen Heart Flame, the silver-white airflow was quickly wiped out. In the cave, Xiaoming quickly opened his eyes. A mouthful of turbid air ran down his throat and was slowly spit out by Xiaoming. At this moment, Xiaoming, after refining just now, did not appear to be tired. All this was due to his powerful soul power and Fallen Heart Flame. Xiaoming opened his eyes slowly turned to the silver-white wings floating in front of him. After the previous refining process, the vicious aura that the latter had infiltrated from it at the moment has also faded a lot. Obviously, the previous refining process is not small. Without wasting time, Xiaoming flicked his fingers, and the raging flames suddenly burst out from his body, and finally slowly emerged from his body, condensing and rising in the air in front of him. The soul force controlled the temperature of the flame to stay within a suitable range. After a while, Xiaoming waved his hand, and the silver-white wings floating in front of him threw straight into the large flame in midair. As the wings were thrown in, the flames in the midair suddenly soared with a puff, and a terrifying temperature permeated out of it, roasting the entire cave like an oven. Such high-temperature roasting lasted for about 2 hours, and the wings of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon finally changed. I saw that on its silver-white and smooth surface, some dripping and viscous silver-white liquid suddenly and quietly seeped out. Once these liquids appeared, they fell down the wings. These liquids did not fall on the ground, but stayed in the flame, slowly. Roll slowly. Chapter 140 finished. As the first drop of liquid fell, in the following time, liquid continued to flow out. In less than half an hour, a small ditch about half an inch deep and shallow was actually formed under the silver-white wings. On the other hand, the entire volume of the silver-white wings was nearly doubled, even the feathers, has begun to melt. The feathers of the Silver Emperor Falcon are the same as the amethyst on the skin of the amethyst wing Lion King, and they are very good protective materials. The change of the silver-white wings did not cause Xiaoming to panic. His eyes were still flat, and the handprints constantly controlled the temperature of the flames, so that they were kept at a constant temperature and did not rise, nor lower. With the passage of time, the volume of the silver-white wings is also getting smaller and smaller, and the silver-white liquid below it is more and more thick. Tick. After a long time, a small and crisp voice suddenly sounded in the cave. Xiaoming's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. He raised his eyes slightly, and soon found that the silver-white wings in the flames had completely disappeared at this moment, replaced by them. Yes, it was a viscous silver-white liquid. Because the temperature of the flame released by Xiaoming was too high, it also caused small bubbles to appear in the liquid. Every time the bubbles burst, a faint strange energy would be released. Looking at the cloud of silver-white liquid, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. After working hard for so long, he finally made it into this look. With a slight movement in his mind, the temperature of the diffused flame suddenly rose, and Xiao Ming's face gradually became solemn. He turned his palm over, and a dozen silver-colored bones that were originally on the ground appeared in his hand, and he threw them. The silver bones were thrown straight into the flames, and then in a strange low thunder, they gradually turned into silver powder and sprinkled into the silver liquid. These silver bones are a kind of thunder attribute magical beast bones, which are filled with some undissipated thunder attribute power. At this moment, they are used to mix into the flying wings that are about to be made. After the flying wings are formed, they have some of the boosting effects. If encountering some thunderstorms, will be able to echo the thunder attribute energy between heaven and earth, thus making the speed even faster. Of course, the wings of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon have thunder attributes, and adding these is just an increase. After throwing these silver bones into the flames, Xiao Ming threw the items that he had taken out of the ring into it one after another. There are feathers, bone spikes, and many small wings. Although these things have different styles, they have one thing in common, that is, they all contain some energy. Although these energies are not extremely strong, they are very useful for refining flight. In terms of wings, it can make the latter even more powerful. After throwing out the things he had taken out long ago, Xiao Ming thought about it carefully, and then took out an 8th Order Thunder Magic Core from the ring. The energy contained in the 8th Order Thunder-type Demon Core is very huge. With its blessing, even if the wings of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon are not as good as the wings of the original Sky Demon Phoenix, it will not be much inferior. This Thunder Attribute Magic Core has been eating ashes in the ring for a long time, so just use it up. Thinking so, Xiao Ming threw it into the silver energy liquid. There are about 24 things thrown, and when all these things are refined and melted into the piece of silver-white liquid, the original crystal clear color has become a lot richer, and even slightly it is mixed with some stripes of different colors, and it looks extremely mysterious. Looking at this piece of silver-white liquid whose color had changed a little, Xiao Ming exhaled slowly, the handprint in his palm changed, and he saw that the temperature of the flame began to slowly decrease, and this decrease reached every point. When measuring, it stopped abruptly, and in the end, it was like stewing soup with a warm fire, slowly roasting the silver-white liquid in it. Looking at the flame that slowly exudes a gentle temperature, Xiao Ming also sighed with relief, and then slowly closed his eyes. Next, it will be a gestation period that will take a long time. As long as this period passes smoothly, then this is the case. The moment when Tianyan's 9 elements wings took shape. As Xiao Ming slowly closed his eyes, the cave fell into tranquility again, only the sound of the red flame rising gently and the bubbles bursting quietly in the air. The time of gestation lasted for nearly 2 days and 2 nights. Xiao Ming was not surprised by this. When he came out, he had already informed Ziyan and the others. After 2 days and 2 nights, when Xiao Ming slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, he immediately turned his eyes to the flames in front of him. In the raging flames, the silver-white liquid flows slowly. At this moment, it looks extremely viscous, as if it is about to solidify. It seems that if the roasting continues for a few more hours, I am afraid it will directly turn into a pile of hard jade. Gently exhaled, Xiao Ming's soul power slowly spread out from his eyebrows, and quickly penetrated into the flames, and then extremely smoothly melted into the extremely viscous silver-white liquid. With the fusion of Xiao Ming's soul power, the viscous silver-white liquid suddenly trembled violently, as if it had vitality, and quickly wriggled. Pull in general. The peristalsis only lasted for about half an hour, but the cloud of silver-white liquid magically transformed into a pair of huge silver wings with a length and width of about 10 feet. The silver wings are the same as the wings of the previous Silver Emperor Sky Falcon. In the gaps between the silver feathers, there are strands of silver arcs flashing. In other parts of the silver wings, there are also magical patterns of different colors, which look extremely mysterious and gorgeous. If such wings are taken out and fly, I am afraid it will be extremely eye-catching. Looking at the pair of silver wings, Xiao Ming's eyes filled with unstoppable joy. He took a deep breath, his mind moved, and the temperature of the flame suddenly soared. The skyrocketing temperature lasted for only a few minutes and then gradually stopped, and when the flame began to retract into Xiao Ming's body, a miniature silver wing only the size of a palm, shimmering with a faint silver-white luster, gently suspended in the air, in front of Xiaoming. Looking at the pair of mini silver-white wings, Xiaoming's mouth showed a touch of relief. Biting his middle finger, a drop of red blood dripped out, and finally landed on the silver wings. The blood just touched the silver wings, the latter quickly absorbed it, and then burst out with a strong silver-white light, which turned into a ray of light and shot into Xiaoming's body. As the silver wings entered his body, Xiaoming felt a scorching pain in his shoulders, and immediately a pair of milky white wings fell from his shoulders. Xiaoming quickly caught Feiyuni, who was replaced, without paying too much attention. After included it in the collection ring, he began to try the effect of Tianyan Juxingyi. That is, he heard a chirp, and the broad silver wings flashing with silver-white light suddenly burst out from behind, and the silver wings flickered slowly, feeling the wind and thunder attribute energy that suddenly became extremely sensitive in the surrounding world. Xiao. Ming laughed and said, "The Golden Yan sect's 9-line wings are really extraordinary. With these wings, the snake people can be said to be unimpeded for me." Silver wings fanned lightly, and suddenly there was a faint sound of muffled thunder and howling winds in the cave. After feeling a little bit of the energy implied by the pair of silver wings, Xiaoming was satisfied and took it slowly. Take back. The silver wings quickly shrank under a tiny ray of light, and finally turned into 2 light rays, which were projected into Xiaoming's body again and disappeared. When taking back the silver wings, Xiaoming waved his hand, and the broken jade piece he had obtained from the Alchemist Association appeared in his hand. Touched the jade piece in his hand and felt the subtle warmth in his hand, Xiaoming nodded and said, "The production process of this burning flame valley is unique." Suspended the jade piece in the air, and Xiaoming summoned the fire of all beasts to scorch it. Under the scorching fire of the beasts and spirits, after more than 10 minutes, the jade piece, which had been quiet for a long time, finally moved. I saw that the originally broken and smooth surface suddenly began to wave like water waves, and it looked like it was about to melt. Seeing the appearance of jade piece, Xiaoming's body vindictive aura swam rapidly, and immediately, the temperature of the spirit fire of the beast suddenly rose again. As the flame temperature got higher and higher, the dark and broken jade pieces finally melted completely. After melting, the jade pieces were no longer black, but turned into a pool of green crystal liquid, and the liquid slowly flowed in the green fire. Like a living creature, quite strange. At a certain moment, the flowing liquid suddenly stopped, and the surface of the liquid was agitating, as if something was about to burst. The agitation of the green liquid lasted for more than 10 seconds. At a certain moment, a dazzling green light suddenly burst out from it, and in an instant, almost all the light in the cave was covered up. However, although the green light was dazzling, it did not make Xiaoming close his eyes, because at the moment after the green light lit up, countless streams of text information suddenly burst out from the liquid, and they were automatically sorted in the cave. In the middle of the sky, a special font painting is formed. His eyes swept across the light curtain in the midair. Xiaoming finally stopped on the top of the huge fonts and smiled. "Hehe, I finally came out. If there is no strange fire, it would be really difficult to get out the 3 mysterious transformations of Tianwo today. Although the heavenly fire 3 mysterious transformations in this jade piece is not a complete secret technique, only the first level, but it is enough for me for now. People at the level of Douhuang have no threat to me. When I break through to Douhuang, fighting against the powerhouses who are also Douhuang is as simple as chopping melons and vegetables." Said, Xiaoming put his fingers into the warm liquid suspended in front of him. Suddenly, the light curtain suspended in midair trembled, and then it was as if it had been resurrected, and it twitched rapidly. After a while, countless information turned into a stream of light, directly facing Xiaoming's head, poured into it. The huge flow of information rushed into his mind, causing Xiaoming to frown slightly, and then he quickly relaxed, closing his eyes to digest the information that contained the secret method of cultivation. Soon, Xiaoming opened his eyes. Obviously, the 3 mysterious transformations of the sky fire have been digested. After digesting the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, Xiaoming's purpose has been achieved this time. However, Xiaoming did not leave immediately, but took out the body of the Silver Emperor Tian Falcon. Cut off the claws of the Silver Emperor Falcon, Xiaoming refined a pair of gloves, and then used its skin to refine 3 pairs of feather armors. It only took half a day to refine the feather armor and the gloves. After everything was over, Xiaoming pushed aside the stone at the entrance of the cave. Xiaoming stood at the entrance of the cave, his silver wings came out through his body, and with a slight vibration, lightning surged, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. Chapter 141. Go to the Snake People. Hee hee, Xiaoming, you're finally back. Stone Desert City. As soon as Xiaoming returned to the inn's room, Ziyan happily stuck up. Did nothing happen to me during the few days I was out? Smiling and touching Ziyan's head, Xiaoming asked the little medical fairy in front of them. No, we stayed in the inn for the past few days when you left, so nothing happened. Xiaoyishan replied. Well, it's fine. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words, and then glanced at the little medical fairy again, and found that the realm of the little medical fairy had actually broken through a lot, and he couldn't help saying, are you approaching the doshi? This is also thanks to the poisonous weeds you gave me before. The poisons prepared with those poisonous weeds are extremely poisonous, and my realm has improved very quickly. The little medical fairy pulled the ends of her hair and responded by committing suicide. Xiaoming was speechless when he heard the words. His talent was already very good, but when he was in the fighter stage, he didn't take pills, and he didn't have the experience of breaking through several realms in just a few days. And the little medical fairy swallowed the poison, and his strength rose steadily, and he did not see his vindictiveness, and this poisonous body was indeed abnormal. After thinking about it, Xiaoming understood that it only took more than 5 years for the original little Dr. Immortal to go from Dojie to Dozong. Smiled, Xiaoming took Ziyan's hand and sat down at the table in the center of the room. Master Xiaoming, drink tea. As soon as he sat down, Qinglin obediently poured Xiaoming a cup of tea. Okay, thank you. Xiaoming's thanks made Qinglin's face turn red. She whispered, this is what Qinglin should do. Taking a sip of tea, Xiaoming took out the previously refined feather armor and glove from the ring. After averaging each of the 3 sets of feather armor, Xiaoming Kai said to them, this is the armor made from the hard feathers of the 6th order monster, the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon, and it has a certain degree of defense even against Dohuang's attacks. Li, you can change it sometime. The armor given by Xiaoming said it was feather armor, but in fact there were no feathers on it. The feathers of the Silver Emperor Falcon are harder than steel. This armor is made of the liquid after the feathers melted and some auxiliary materials, and the overall appearance is silver white. The color, and there are some strange patterns on the surface, which are extremely gorgeous. Armored Dr. Immortal and the others couldn't put it down after they got it, but when they heard Xiaoming's words, they were a little surprised. Especially the blue scales, he was so scared that he shrank his hands back. No, master, this thing is too expensive, I can't have it. Qinglin felt that Xiaoming could accept her and not discriminate against her. She was already very satisfied, and she could not take such precious things. If you give it to you, take it, this thing is not precious to me. Xiaoming knew a little about Qinglin's thoughts, so he had to say this. Hearing Xiaoming say this, and then looking at Ziyan who was looking at the silver armor with great interest, Qinglin finally accepted this thing, but secretly said in his heart that he must repay the young master in the future. Seeing Qinglin accepting the things, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction, and then handed the glove to Ziyan. This is a glove made from the sharp claws of the Silver Emperor Sky Falcon, you can see if it fits. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Ziyan put down her silver armor and took over the gloves. The glove is silver white like the armor. Different from the ordinary glove, the surface of each glove of this glove has 5 silver thorns more than 1 inch long, which are shiny and look sharp. The silver thorns on this glove are the essence of the Silver Emperor's falcon's claws. The Do Emperor takes a solid blow. I'm afraid he can pierce through a few holes. I think it's enough for you to use it for a while. Xiaoming smiled happily, looking at Ziyan, who was looking at the gloves. Ziyan has never had a weapon. Just this time, when she had the material, Xiaoming refined it. Thank you, Xiaoming, I like these gloves very much. She brought the gloves to her hands, feeling that the gloves fit her very well, and said very happily. Don't be so polite, it's your reward for helping me take care of Xiaoyishan and Qinglin these days, and they want you to look after them. Ah, you are going out again. Ziyan heard Xiaoming's happy expression lowered. As a clingy spirit, she was very unhappy that she couldn't stick to Xiaoming's side all the time. Isn't this to find medicinal herbs for Habadong? The mandala of sand is only available in the king city of the snake people. It's too unsafe to take you there. Just take me there, it's safe for them to stay in the inn. Ziyan pouted. There's no problem for us to stay in the inn. Xiaoyishan also nodded and said, although her strength has not yet broken through the Do Shi, but with a single-handed poison technique, there is no problem in protecting herself in the desert city. There is no problem with the blue scales. No, you'd better stay. I want you to pay attention to the area to the south of the east of Shimo City, where the different fires are located. Xiaoming shook his head and said, this time he plans to find the medicinal herbs first, and then come back to take the Qinglian earth core. Fire out. Logically speaking, it was all in front of him, and he should look for the strange fire first. Originally Xiaoming thought so too, but he thought that after taking out the strange fire, although it would not take him much time to devour it, the energy fed back by swallowing the strange fire was enough for him to break through to Do Huang, and the time it took to break through to Do Huang would be enough. Too long. That way, Hai Bodong will have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse in Mochang. So Xiaoming planned to find the mandala of sand first. Anyway, the different fire is there, it can't escape, and it will be the same when he comes to pick it up in a few days. Yiwo is on the southeast side of Stone Desert City. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Ziyan and Xiaoyishan were a little surprised. When they entered the city, they didn't think there was anything special about this Stone Desert City. Is this strange fire really around here? Under the ground, Xiaoming explained. So, you can just wait here and wait for me to come back. I have successfully refined the Tianyan Juxing wing, and the snake people can't keep my strong ones, and they don't have to worry about my safety. This, okay, Xiaoming said so clearly. Ziyan was not a vexatious person, and agreed. I'll take a good look at Chengdong for you. Above the clear sky, a huge blazing sun hangs high above the sky, like a big fireball that is constantly releasing flames. Smoked and roasted like little red iron grains. In the desert, due to the scorching temperature, wisps of hot air seeped out from the yellow sand, and finally evaporated the space into a distorted and illusory one. Under this high temperature, a desert monitor lizard was lying on the hill with its tongue out lazily. Suddenly, in the endless desert, a white-silver light galloped from the distant sky. Was frightened, and the desert monitor lizard waved its tail and got into the sand, hiding its figure. When the silver light in the sky flew over the monitor lizard, it suddenly stopped. The figure revealed by is Xiaoming. After talking with Ziyan and the others that day, Xiaoming left the inn and went to the depths of the desert. The Tager Desert was extremely huge. It took 2 days to fly before Xiaoming approached the depths of the desert. Xiaoming, who was hovering in the sky at the moment, held a map in his hand and kept pointing his finger at the route on the map. The fingers moved along the route, and finally slowly stopped on a red dot representing danger. There are 8 such red dots in the whole map, which are distributed in several different places in the desert direction. Among the snake people in the Tager Desert, in addition to some small and medium-sized tribes, there are 8 huge guys. Those are the 8 red dots on the map. They are the most powerful among the snake people. Tribes, with powerful warriors at the level of fighting kings. 8 behemoths dominate several directions of the Tager Desert, and in the depths of this desert, a main road drawn on the map was intercepted by the red dot pointed by Xiaoming's finger. In front of this is one of the 8 major tribes of the snake people. This tribe seems to be led by the snake men fighting king named Yueme, right? Chapter 142 Charming Snake Tribe. Yueme is one of the 8 commanders of the snake people, and her strength is around Duwang Kixing. This kind of strength is vulnerable in front of Xiaoming, so if he wants it now, he can go directly from the Charming Snake Tribe under the command of Yueme, and it can save some time. She couldn't help herself anyway. However, after thinking that he only came here to find the mandala of sand, and there is no need to provoke the snake people, Xiaoming gave up this plan and thought instead. The mandala of sand is only mentioned in the original work in the holy city of the snake people where Medusa is located, and this thing can help the snake people merge with the souls of the snake monsters in their bodies, and it is also a very precious existence in the snake people. Although there should also be wild sand mandala in the desert, but the Tager Desert is so huge, even if I have the talent for treasure hunting, I am afraid that it will take half a month to find it. The things you need can be counted on Hai Bo Dong's head. The snake people have always been hostile to human beings. I went to the holy city of the snake people to exchange the sand mandala with Medusa. I'm afraid there will be some moths. Although I'm not afraid of them, it's better to have less than one thing, middleman. Xiaoming thinks that this plan is very feasible. He has no hatred with the snake people. He talks about business well, and others should not plot against him. Just do it when he thinks of it. Xiaoming put away the map, his wings fluttered, silver light surged, and the person disappeared in place. After about 10 minutes of flight, Xiaoming arrived at the location marked by the red dot on the map. It is also the location of the Charming Snake Tribe. As one of the 8 major tribes of the Snake people, the Charming Snake Tribe is still somewhat large, about the same size as Shimo City, but the whole body is made of loess. At first glance, the same yellow color, only the central area, there is an oasis, not too small, that brings a different color to the city. On the streets of the Snake Charming Tribe, there are basically no people except for pedestrians in 2s and 3s. Xiaoming looked at this Charming Snake Tribe and couldn't help shaking his head, and said, no wonder the snake people are eyeing the humans of the surrounding empire, and the environment is too bad. Xiaoming hangs above the sky, his aura is not concealed in the slightest, and he is soon discovered by the snake people guards on duty outside. Doqi transforms into wings, has no tail, and is a human warrior. Quick, blow the trumpet. Reminder that a strong man is coming. With the sound of the trumpet, the seductive snake tribe, which had been calm, began to be in chaos. One by one, ugly male snake people and coquettish snake people women rushed out of the house with weapons in hand. In an instant, the originally wide street was filled with snake people warriors, and for a while, the scene was a bit spectacular. But for this scene, Xiaoming just glanced at it lightly and didn't care anymore. Only Yuemei from the snake people was a little bit of a threat to him, and everyone below the Duwang came to deliver vegetables. Who blows the horn? Where's the enemy? Look, in the sky. It's a powerhouse above the Duwang. How can there be a human fighting king? Didn't we have an agreement with the plus-size empire not to allow the strong above the fighting king to appear in the depths of the desert? After a brief riot, the snake people calmed down. Seeing that the strong human above had no intention of attacking, they did not attack rashly, but looked at Xiaoming rather dreadfully. Xiaoming waited in the sky for a while, and found that Yumei hadn't come out yet, so he couldn't help frowning. What's the matter with this guy? I've been here for a long time, and I haven't come out yet, and my vigilance is too bad. Xiaoming, who didn't want to wait any longer, landed directly on a house and asked a female snake man at the Do spirit level not far away, where's the commander of your tribe, Yumei? Being questioned by Xiaoming, the powerful Duwang, the snake man was a little nervous. This human powerhouse is here to find Lord Yuemei. You don't have to be nervous, I have no grievances or enmity with your snake people, and I won't take action against you. I'm just here to ask her for something. What about her? Hearing that Xiaoming was not here to make trouble, the surrounding snake people breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the relationship between snakes and humans is not good, and they are still a little scared when a strong human suddenly appears. Since Xiaoming is not here to make trouble, it is easy to handle. Although those snake people are still a little wary, they still answered Xiaoming's answer. Master Yuemei went to the holy city yesterday and will be back later today. Oh, Xiaoming frowned when he heard this. How long is it later? It won't take long, I'll be back soon. Because Xiaoming's performance was relatively calm, he didn't attack them as soon as he appeared on the stage. In addition to what he said before, the snake man answered Xiaoming's question wholeheartedly. It's not enough without an answer. As long as people at the Do King level try their best to perceive it, they can know that their leader is not in the tribe. Xiaoming couldn't help being a little speechless about the snake man's answer. He came to look for someone, but he didn't expect that he was not at home. How could this be done? Why don't we go directly to the holy city of snakes? Looking at Xiaoming, who was contemplating, the snake man, who should have a high status in the Meish tribe, asked cautiously, My lord, why don't you wait for a while in my tribe? Xiaoming heard the words and thought that he had already come, so let's wait a while. If Yuemei doesn't come back in an hour, he will go to the holy city of snakes by himself. Following the snake-human fighting spirit to a room in the central oasis of the charming snake tribe, Xiaoming waited. Fortunately, Xiaoming did not wait in vain, and Yuemei really returned to the charming snake tribe as the snake man Do Ling said. Hehe, little brother, are you the strong human being who came to find your sister? In the living room, Yuemei looked at the handsome young man in front of her and asked with a charming look. Because after Xiaoming came to the charming snake tribe, he did not destroy the charming snake tribe while she was not there, so Yuemei did not show much hostility to Xiaoming as a human being. Although there is not much hostility, Yuemei's words are very light, and her eyes have been wandering on Xiaoming's face. Little brother. Xiaoming glanced at Yu Mei lightly. He felt that it was still necessary for Yu Mei to know his capital. With the thought of, a coercion appeared in the room. The coercion came and went quickly, but Yu Mei in the room also recognized Xiaoming's strength. A powerhouse at the pinnacle level of Duwang. Realizing that Xiaoming's strength surpassed himself, Yu Mei's eyes were a lot more serious. Seeing that Yu Mei was a little more serious, Xiaoming said calmly, "Leader Yu Mei, Xiaoming, a 6th grade pharmacist, is currently the elder of the alchemy department of Canaan College. I have no malice in coming to your snake people this time. I just want to exchange a mandala of sand with you. You can make conditions. Anyway, Hai Bodong will pay the bill in the end. Xiaoming doesn't care what conditions the other party puts forward, as long as it's not too outrageous." Hearing Xiaoming say that he is a 6th grade pharmacist, Yu Mei's eyes flashed with surprise. Although Xiaoming is tall, his face is immature, and he is obviously not too old. It's very outrageous that her strength is higher than her. This is still a 6th grade pharmacist, which is too evil. When she heard the elder of Xiaoming's Canaan College's medicine refining department, Yu Mei's face showed a look of fear again. Although the snake people were besieged in the Tager Desert, they also knew about Canaan Academy, which was not a force they could afford. Not to mention Canaan Academy, even these 6th grade alchemists are not easy to provoke. Stared at Xiaoming's face for a while, and then Yu Mei said with a smile, "It turned out that it was Master Xiaoming in front of him. It was disrespectful and disrespectful. Master Xiaoming has such strength at such a young age. However, regarding the mandala of sand, I am afraid that you will be disappointed, Master. This medicinal material is also in short supply in our snake tribe. Our charming snake tribe has no stock, and only Her Majesty's holy city has some stock." Quote. "Yeah," Xiaoming replied lightly, not disappointed, just said, "In that case, I would like to ask you to be a middleman and take me to the holy city of snake people to trade. How about it? I will pay the remuneration." Chapter 143 Queen Medusa. Take you to the holy city. Yu Mei smiled when she heard the words, "Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out after you go? You know, among our snake people, there are many people who are extremely disgusting with humans. They don't treat you as peacefully as I do. Hehe, I don't think the snake people would have a grudge against a 6th grade pharmacist for no reason." Xiaoming said with a faint smile. Not necessarily. Yu Mei secretly thought that, as the leader of the Mei snake tribe, she knew very well that there were many people in the snake people who hated humans, and these people couldn't help but act when they saw humans. Even she herself doesn't have much affection for human beings. If it wasn't for Xiaoming's lack of harm to her tribe and her strength, I'm afraid she would have done it the first time she saw Xiaoming. However, although the snake people rarely face up to the strong human beings, they still have to try their best to avoid offending a master of medicine like Xiaoming. Even if there are mindless people who want to do it, they will be persuaded to come down, because they also know very well what kind of appeal a master alchemist like Xiaoming has. For example, as long as Xiaoming thought about it, he could easily find more powerful Duhuang than the total number of Duhuang of the snake people to destroy the snake people. At the same time, the snake people will also have a need for medicinal herbs. Because of their innate attributes, the snake people cannot produce alchemists, so it is also something that the snake people need to consider to have a good relationship with the human pharmacist masters. After Yu Mei thought for a moment, she smiled tenderly. "Since Master Xiaoming is not worried, then I will take you to the holy city. Then I would like to thank Commander Yu Mei. I don't know what kind of reward Commander Yu Mei needs." Xiaoming first thanked him, and then said straight to the point. "Reward." Yu Mei smiled lightly when she heard the words, looking at Xiaoming's cheeks with fiery eyes, licking her lips charmingly, not knowing what she was thinking. She didn't speak for a while. "Commander Yu Mei, he, Master Xiaoming is the most handsome man Yu Mei has seen in these years, and he was fascinated by it for a while, so please don't blame him." Xiaoming twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard the words. To say that he was Toxin, the best-looking man Yu Mei had ever seen over the years. After all the men of the snake tribe were hideous and ugly, but there was no need to stare at him all the time. Xiaoming sighed softly and said, "Commander Yu Mei is joking, this is about the reward. It's just for leading the way, the reward is nothing, as long as the master remembers the friendship of the snake people." Yu Mei stretched her waist and said lazily. When dealing with a pharmacist like Xiaoming, if necessary, the most important thing is to have a relationship with the other party. Isn't it stupid to abandon this opportunity for a little profit? Especially Xiao Ming is very young now and has huge room for development. Since Yu Mei said so, Xiao Ming was too lazy to say more. Anyway, if you want to find him to make medicine, you still have to follow the rules of the pharmacist. After Yue Mei agreed, Xiao Ming and her two quickly left the charming snake tribe and went to the holy city of snake people where Medusa was located. The charmed snake tribe is already close to the depths of the Tager Desert, and the two of them are fighting kings. When the scorching sun in the sky gradually fell towards the west, the two finally saw a huge city, faintly appearing at the end of the horizon. Hehe, the holy city is ahead, follow me closely, but don't run around, or you will be treated as an enemy by the guards of the holy city. Seeing the city, Yu Mei ran to Xiao Ming and said. Xiao Ming nodded to show his understanding, and then the two flew to the city at a faster speed. As he got closer to the city, Xiao Ming discovered that around this majestic city, among the uniform yellow sand, many huge stones began to appear. Queen Sha's Temple City. When was about to fly above the city, the speed of the two gradually slowed down. Like the charming snake tribe, there are also snake people patrolling the city walls of the snake people holy city, but after discovering Xiao Ming and the others, because of the existence of Yue Mei, it did not cause much disturbance. I just asked for a while, and after knowing the purpose of the two of them, I let them go. During this period, Xiao Ming deliberately observed the layout of the snake people and the strength of the snake people. Xiao Ming found that the overall strength of the snake guards in this city is definitely stronger than that of Yue Mei's charming snake tribe. Moreover, among those snake people guards, there are occasionally some snake people with strange clothes. These snake people have indifferent expressions and hide in the dark like pillars. Around these snake people, there is not a single other. The snake people dared to set foot in it. Obviously, they were quite afraid of these snake people with strange clothes. Medusa Guard. Xiao Ming squinted his eyes and ignored these people, but under the leadership of Yu Mei, he went to the temple in the center of the snake people. In the spacious and luxurious hall, a figure leaned slightly tiredly against the back of the chair, occasionally swept lazily at Xiao Ming who was sitting next to her, and said loudly. Master Xiao Ming, this time I've been exhausted for you to watch this time. I have opportunities in the future, but I have to repay them well. After a day of flying back and forth, even Yue Mei was a strong duwang, she couldn't help but feel a little tired. You don't want to pay for it yourself. Xiao Ming muttered inwardly, but he said, if there is a chance, definitely. When Yue Mei opened her mouth and wanted to say something, she suddenly closed her mouth for some reason, and her face immediately became extremely respectful and stood up and looked outside the hall. Xiao Ming also looked outside the main hall, and a beautiful snake woman appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, was dressed in a graceful purple brocade robe. The delicate body under the brocade robe was plump and exquisite, like a ripe peach, exuding a touch of charm, a head of 3,000 blue silk, casually fragrant. The shawl was scattered down, vertically between the slender willow waist, and under the brocade robe, a purple snake tail was exposed. For this kind of woman, it seems that the only word to describe it is coquettish. However, under the coquettishness, there is a touch of nobility and grace like a queen. This charming temperament makes Xiao Ming suddenly think of Xiao Ming, Yun Yun, the sect master of the Yunlin sect that I have seen at home. They all have this graceful temperament in high positions. The identity of the person who came was obvious, it was Queen Medusa. And behind Queen Medusa, there is a bald man with a trace of violent aura around him. On the shiny bald head, there is a gray-white snake pattern painted on it. From a distance, it looks like an entrenched gray-white, viper-like, chilling. And next to the bald man, there is a gorgeous-looking snake-human woman. Chapter 144 The Great Commander's Target. Medusa gave Xiao Ming the same feeling as the extra punishment day he saw in the overweight holy city. Obviously, his strength was at the peak of Do Huang. And the two men behind her, the bald men are only slightly weaker than Medusa, and their strength should be in Duhuang Gaoxing. And that snake woman is similar to Yue Mei, at the level of Duwang. The first time Xiao Ming saw Medusa, the Medusa trio also saw Xiao Ming. However, all three were a little surprised by Xiao Ming's youthful appearance, especially Queen Medusa, because the realm was the highest among all. In addition, the body of the snake body itself is cold, so she can clearly perceive the extremely hot flame breath in Xiao Ming's body. Crossing the Tager Desert for decades, it was the first time Medusa felt this fiery breath on a person. This made her narrow her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. "Your Majesty." Yu Mei immediately gave a respectful salute when she saw Medusa. "Yeah." Queen Medusa nodded slightly, then wiggled her snake's tail, walked to the vacant purple crystal throne on the high platform in the center of the main hall and sat down. Glanced at the few people who were still standing, Queen Medusa raised her hand and said softly, "Sit down." "Thank you, Her Majesty." When Yue Mei and the others were seated, Medusa held her pretty face with her right hand and asked in a flat tone, "Yue Mei, you just left yesterday, why did you come back non-stop today? You also brought a human back to the Holy City. Could it be that, don't you know that the Holy City does not allow humans to set foot on it?" Facing Medusa's question, Yue Mei, who had just sat down, got up calmly and replied. "Report to Her Majesty the Queen. This person is a 6th grade alchemist. Because he wants to come to the Holy City in exchange for a mandala of sand, please bring him to the Holy City to see you, Her Majesty the Queen." Medusa heard the words and nodded lightly, accepting the statement and saying nothing. And the bald snake man sitting on the seat closest to her throne frowned and said, "Oh, ask for the mandala of sand. Yue Mei, since when have you been so friendly to the human beings? The mandala of sand is very precious to our family, why don't you tell him where he came from, and go back?" "Where to go? It is incredible that this little white face can have the strength of a fighting king at this age, or is it a 6th grade alchemist? Haha, you must have taken a fancy to this little white face, right?" Obviously, the bald snake man did not believe what Yue Mei said, and the words were full of gunpowder. Of course, this smell of gunpowder was mainly aimed at Xiaoming. This can't help but make Xiaoming frown. Sure enough, as Yue Mei said, most of the strong snake people are not friendly to humans. Facing the questioning of the bald man, Yue Mei frowned, then stretched out and said with a smile. "I don't know what the commander is. Master Xiaoming is stronger than me, and I didn't attack the charming snake tribe before I returned to the tribe, so he should have no hostility to the snake people, and he is also in the medicine refining department of Canaan College. Elder, the famous commander of Canaan College should have heard of it." HMPH, confused. This man asked you for something, so he didn't attack your charming snake tribe. If he didn't ask you, see how he would deal with you. Humans are so cunning. They have fought with humans for so many years. Didn't you see humans clearly? The chief commander smiled disdainfully. And this person said that he wanted to get the mandala of sand, but which 6th grade pharmacist would take such a big risk to run into our clan just for one medicinal material? It's impossible to think about it. I'm afraid this person has no other purpose. Hearing what the chief commander said, Yue Mei was a little confused, but she still didn't think the chief commander was right. So, she turned her gaze directly to Medusa on the amethyst throne. "Okay." Medusa stopped the commander's words. Was stopped by Queen Medusa, and the commander immediately closed his mouth. Medusa turned her attention to Xiaoming and said, "Human, you heard the conversation just now. We snake people do not welcome humans, but since you are the one brought in by Yue Mei, this king will not embarrass you. Quote, my clan's sand mandala has a certain amount. If one is missing, there will be a clan with outstanding talent who can't fuse snake monsters. As long as you can come up with a similar medicinal material, and promise to serve my snake people. After refining the medicinal pill once, I can make the decision to exchange the sand mandala for you. What do you think?" Xiaoming felt speechless. Although there were a lot of medicinal herbs in the ring, he really didn't have any medicinal herbs to help the snake people merge with snakes. How could he change it? Thinking about it, Xiaoming took out a jade box from the ring. The moment Xiaoming took out the jade box, Queen Medusa, Yue Mei and the others immediately had an urge to open the jade box, as if there was something inside, which contained a fatal temptation to them. Feeling this kind of urge that seems to have never happened before, Medusa looked at the jade box in surprise and said, "What is this?" Xiaoming didn't sell anything, he just opened the jade box. After the jade box was opened, Medusa and the others only felt that the fatal temptation was stronger, and their eyes stared at the revealed medicinal materials. The shape of the exposed medicinal materials is like a small blue snake of the size of a foot. Looking at this medicinal material, the commander swallowed hard and said, "Human, what kind of medicinal material is this?" Xiaoming looked at the four people who were staring at the jade box in his hand, and smiled lightly. you should have heard the name of this medicinal herb, it is called the snake soul holy fruit. It's actually the holy fruit of the snake soul. Uemei and the others were a little surprised when they heard the words, and then they were relieved. No wonder this medicinal herb had such a strong attraction to them. The holy fruit of the snake soul can make the snake beast break through its own racial barrier, and its strength will be improved to a higher level. It is a very rare medicinal material. If it is refined into a medicinal pill, the effect will be even more extraordinary. This medicinal material is naturally unavailable to humans. It is very useful, but for the snake people, it is comparable to magic medicine. Although the holy fruit of the snake soul has miraculous effects on snake monsters, this medicinal material is very rare. Uemei and the others have only seen a few words about this medicinal material in the secret books of the snake people. This plant in Xiaoming's hands was obtained in the secret realm of Heijiaoyu together with Qinghongguo. Human, do you really want to exchange the holy fruit of the snake soul for the mandala of sand? Medusa asked with a twinkle in her eyes. This is natural. I don't have any medicinal herb similar to the mandala of sand. Only this sacred fruit of the snake soul can match snakes. Okay, we agreed to this matter, but I have one more condition. Any request, refining it into an elixir that can help me evolve. Xiaoming twitched the corners of his mouth speechlessly. The holy fruit of the snake soul, like the shapeshifting grass, has certain effects, but to be effective against a fighting emperor like Medusa, it must be refined into a medicinal pill. The shape transformation pill is a 7th grade high-grade medicinal pill. The medicinal pill made from this snake soul holy fruit is called the snake holy spirit entering pill, and its level is not inferior. It is also a 7th grade high-grade medicinal pill, even if he can refine it, he doesn't practice it. It's not bad that he can get the holy fruit of the snake soul for a mere sand mandala, right? So Xiaoming immediately said, Queen Medusa, you are only a mere 6th grade pharmacist, and the level of medicinal pills that can help you evolve is at 7th grade, and I am afraid that it cannot be refined below. Hehe, of course I know this, but at your age you can reach the 6th grade alchemist. With the support of my snake people, the 7th grade may not take a few years. Medusa looked at Xiaoming, her red lips raised a slender arc, and in an instant, her delicate face was full of enchanting aura, and her frown and smile made the snake man commander below her a little lost, and the admiration in her eyes the color doesn't hide it at all. Chapter 145 Negotiations broke down. Medusa's charming smile was captivating, but Xiaoming didn't mean to appreciate this moving scene at the moment. The meaning revealed in Medusa's words made Xiaoming's face turn cold, and his tone did not fluctuate at all. Queen Medusa, what do you mean? The snake soul holy fruit is exchanged for the mandala of sand. Saying that, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. This is not enough. What you said before, is it possible that you still want to imprison me in the snake clan? Hehe, imprisonment can't be said, this king just wants you to help us refine a pill. Don't worry, as long as you help us refine that pill, our snake people will naturally let you go and refine the pill. The medicinal materials of the medicine, we snake people have taken on it. What if I don't agree? Don't agree. Medusa didn't say a word. The great commander who was not far from her seat sneered when he heard the words, and said sternly, you have to agree to this. Do you think you are a mere fighting king and can escape? Quote. After finishing speaking, the great commander stood up, and when the snake tail swung, the whole person turned into a black shadow and shot towards Xiaoming. Seeing the action of the commander, Yu Mei couldn't sit still. She brought Xiaoming to the holy city, and she didn't want Xiaoming to have an accident here. So she immediately stood up to stop the Grand Commander, but Medusa on the amethyst throne just glanced at her lightly, and immediately stopped her movement. Queen Medusa's meaning is obvious, let Yue Mei not interfere with the commander. For Xiaoming, Yue Mei still admired her very much. Xiaoming gave her a different feeling than the strong human beings she had ever seen before. She was also the most beautiful person she had ever seen. That's why she only stood up just now, but under Medusa's order, even though she was a little reluctant, she could only watch the big commander take action on Xiaoming. After all, she and Xiaoming just met today, and no matter how much she appreciates it, she can't let her disobey Queen Medusa's orders. I can't change Her Majesty's decision. I just hope that the commander won't take too much action. Yu Mei sighed in her heart. Looking at the bald-headed commander who shot towards him, Xiaoming snorted coldly, turned his hand and put the holy fruit of the snake soul into the ring. After Xiao Ming finished this action, the great commander flashed in front of him. Looking at Xiao Ming's smooth and fair face in front of him, the corner of the commander's mouth drew a ferocious arc, clenched his right hand, and threw out a fist. All of a sudden, the sound of sonic booms could be heard incessantly. Stinky boy, it's been a long time since I saw that you were not salty or bland, but this time I'll see if you will die. As expected by the commander, his fist hit Xiao Ming, who was sitting, but he did not show the slightest joy. Watching his fist go straight through Xiao Ming's head, shaking Xiao Ming's seat into powder, his face was extremely ugly. This is the afterimage left by the speed too fast. This kid is just a fighting king, how can the speed be so fast? Looking at Xiao Ming, who was slowly dissipating in front of him, before the great commander could look around to find where Xiao Ming was, he felt a strong wind blowing from the back of his head. Humph, what's the matter with the speed? You actually want to fight against me with speed? It's a daydream. With a cold snort, the commander swung his tail. In the azure light, dense snake scales emerged, mixed with a chilly energy, and the snake tail smashed directly at the place where the strong wind hit. Passed. Boom. At the moment of contact, a low and muffled sound suddenly exploded, and then a terrifying energy ripple suddenly spread out. Xiao Ming and the bald-headed commander both took a few steps back. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was square and autumnal, Medusa and Yueme were also a little surprised. They didn't expect Xiao Ming to have such physical accomplishments, and compete with those Do Huang who specialize in body training. Not much in comparison. Feeling that his tail was tingling with Xiao Ming, there was a hint of numbness in his tail, and a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the great commander, which quickly disappeared. I saw him facing the front, the expressionless Xiao Ming sneered. Hee, I didn't expect you to have some skills, I really underestimate you, but I want to see how long you can last under my hands. After finished speaking, the great commander rushed towards Xiao Mingshan again. Glanced at the unhurried Medusa on the amethyst throne, and then looked at the great commander who was chasing after him. The coldness in Xiao Ming's eyes became heavier and heavier. It seems that a peaceful transaction is impossible. HMPH, since that's the case, before Medusa can take action, let's teach the serpent human leader who has been chattering all the time. Xiao Ming, who had been full of malice towards him before, was also displeased by the snake people's commander. He kept blaming him, as if he owed him money and hadn't paid it back. In his heart, he made up his mind to teach the commander a lesson. Xiao Ming shook his back, and a burst of silver lightning appeared in the hall. He avoided the attack of the commander at a terrifying speed and flew out of the hall. Want to run? The big commander who fluttered in the air had a gloomy look in his eyes, and his back also vibrated, and a cyan wing appeared on his back. HMPH, I see where you can escape. After speaking, the great commander turned into a shadow and rushed out of the hall. As soon as he rushed out of the hall, the Grand Commander found that Xiao Ming did not flee far away as he imagined, but was waiting for him in the air. Human, don't you run away. Escape, hee, I think it's necessary to teach you this noisy fellow a lesson first. Xiao Ming said lightly. When the commander heard the words, he smiled angrily. HMPH, arrogant. As he said, the cyan vindictive energy on his body rose violently by about 10 feet, and a coercion spread along with it. From a distance, it looked like a cyan giant. Whether as arrogant, you will find out later. He glanced at the bald-headed commander. Xiao Ming hee in his heart, said. 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, 10,000 beast transformations. The hands have changed rapidly, and the dull voice slowly sounded in Xiao Ming's heart, and when the last word fell, the handprint suddenly froze, and the vigorous red flames violently poured out from Xiao Ming's body, wrapping it into a red burning man. After a second, Xiao Ming's aura suddenly completely converged into his body, and in an instant, his breath burst out like a volcano that broke through the asterisk of the earth. Red flame do chi rushed out from Xiao Ming's body, and immediately swept across the air. The fiery flames directly caused the temperature of the holy city of snake people around him to rise rapidly. At this time, Xiao Ming's aura has far surpassed the level of a Do King. According to a vague measurement, it is at least enough to be comparable to a 4-star Do Emperor. At the entrance of the main hall before, Medusa looked at Xiao Ming in the sky and thought to herself. It really is a strange fire. Before, Queen Medusa was very surprised at why Xiao Ming's fire attribute grudge was so tyrannical. With ordinary people's brain circuits, it is naturally difficult to think that Xiao Ming has a strange fire. However, Medusa has been entangled in the past few days, borrowing the secret method of the clan to advance to Dozong, and this secret method requires a different fire. Therefore, Medusa immediately thought that the Do Chi fire attribute in Xiao Ming's body was so strong because of some kind of flame, and this kind of flame was very likely to be a different fire. In order to verify this idea, she only opened up to leave Xiao Ming before, in order to provoke him, so that he could take action, but she was really guessed by her. Of course, leaving Xiao Ming is not just to verify whether he has a strange fire, but also to really let the other party stay. The secret methods of the snake people are extremely risky. Now that there is such a risky medicine pill, she naturally wants to use a non-risky method. There are very few people in the Northwest continent who can refine the 7th grade medicinal pills, and those are the existences that the snake people cannot reach. If Xiao Ming ran away, who would she turn to refine this medicinal pill? Now, Xiao Ming has a different fire, and he can refine 7th grade medicinal herbs in the future. Queen Medusa doesn't even plan to let Xiao Ming leave. If Xiao Ming fails to refine the elixir, she can also borrow the other party's strange fire to evolve. All in all, Queen Medusa wants both. Even leaving Xiao Ming's move may offend Canaan Academy. However, Canaan College is so far away from the Tager Desert. When they find out that Xiao Ming has not come back for a long time, it is estimated that she has already advanced to Dozong. It is not necessary for her to be too afraid of Canaan Academy after being promoted to Dozong. Even if the promotion fails, Queen Medusa has nothing to fear. Because, although Queen Medusa intends to keep Xiao Ming in the Snake Clan, she does not intend to abuse him. As long as the Canaan Academy finds him, the Snake Clan will make a full compensation and let him go. Even if there are some risks, these risks are insignificant compared to advancing to Dozong and leading the tribe out of the harsh Tager Desert. Queen Medusa's thoughts were unknown. Above the sky, Xiao Ming and the Grand Commander's majestic momentum swept the entire snake-human holy city, attracting the attention of all the snake-human races. That's the Grand Commander. He's confronting a human. What's going on? How can humans enter the holy city? Hey, I know, this human seems to be brought in by Commander Yu Mei. Human beings are insidious, cunning, despicable and shameless guys. The commander is good, and he should give each other an unforgettable memory. Hee hee. Although, Xiao Ming is very imposing, and at first glance he is a master. But those snake people were not worried at all, and were extremely confident in the strength of the bald-headed commander. Logically speaking, there is really nothing to worry about the snake people. Now the holy city of the snake people has gathered 2 Do Huang and 2 Do Wang of the snake people. Both Do Huang are high star, and Medusa is the pinnacle of Do Huang. This strength, the other party only has 1 person, what else do they need to worry about? Therefore, their faces only had the gloating over Xiao Ming, who was about to lose his luck. Of course, Xiao Ming will be unlucky is just their own wishful thinking. What I said gave you self-confidence. It turned out to be this kind of secret method to improve your strength in a short time. The blue-colored fighting chi condensed into substance around the body, and the commander looked at Xiao Ming, whose strength had soared, with a look of disdain on his face. This kind of secret technique to increase strength in a short time is indeed very powerful. There are also such secret techniques in the snake people, but this secret technique cannot be maintained for long. Moreover, after using the secret technique, the other party's aura is not as high as his. Is that all? Do you still want to teach him a lesson? It's so ridiculous! Exclamation mark. He sucked all the flames released back into his body, raised his aura a bit, and felt the soaring power in his body. Xiao Ming didn't talk nonsense. With a flick of the silver wings behind him, lightning flashed, and the next moment appeared on the head of the great commander. The red flames of the right leg filled the air, and slashed towards the great commander. Damn! This speed, it's actually twice as fast as before. The commander was taken aback by Xiao Ming's speed. Quickly raised his hands to resist Xiao Ming's attack, bang! Under the eyes of thousands of snake people, the great commander was kicked from the sky into the ground by Xiao Ming, bringing up pieces of sand and dust. Seeing this scene, the snake people fell silent. How come this is different from what they thought? Queen Medusa chuckled softly at the entrance of the main hall and said, I have some strength, but just like this, I will stay with my snake people. Xiao Ming also knew that this kind of attack would at most make the opponent slightly injured, and it was not enough to teach him a lesson. Xiao Ming flipped his palm, and a small red sword with energy appeared in his hand. Using a seemingly random method, he fixed a small sword on the sky, and in an instant, the sky was covered with red small swords. Xiaoming wants to use the advanced fighting skills of the earth, the 4-flame sword formation. Damn human bastard, you actually hid your strength before. At this moment, a shout fell, and the great commander appeared in the sky again, but at this time the great commander lost his calmness before, his arms were extremely dark, and a lot of black scales fell off. The commander was really annoyed at this moment. The strength of Xiaoming's attack just now was much greater than when he was in the hall before, and the speed was the same. That's why he was caught off guard and was shot down to the ground by the opponent, and the flames surrounding the opponent's body were also very terrifying, which could easily dispel his cold fighting chi. He just suffered a loss, and the commander was no longer careless. With a wave of his right hand, his aura suddenly became fierce at this moment, his toes tapped the void, and his body shot upwards for more than 10 meters, and his hands formed lightning-like knots. A low shout sounded, "Snake skill, the bite of 10,000 snakes." As the sound fell, tens of thousands of cyan energy snakes appeared in the sky, and the palms were gently waved, and the cyan energy snakes above the sky shot towards Xiaoming like lightning, as if they were densely falling. The snakes are raining in general. HMPH, little tricks of carving insects. This kind of scattered energy attack can only be regarded as troublesome for people of Xiaoming's level. It is impossible to cause damage. The commander must be deceitful to use such an attack. However, Xiaoming didn't care either. He swung the red sword he released earlier with his right hand, strangling away at the cyan energy snakes. Under everyone's eyes, thousands of cyan little snakes and little swords collided, chi. The little cyan snake was evaporated one by one under the action of the little red sword. How is this possible? The commander looked incredulous. Nothing is impossible, but I have mixed fire in it. You, a little snake made of ordinary fighting spirit, is simply vulnerable in front of strange fire. Xiaoming shook his head, and quietly released a small sword from his hand into the sword stream. There was a white spot on the small sword that was extremely difficult to notice. Under the killing of Jian Lu, the little snake released by the commander disappeared quickly, leaving only a dark blue little snake left to resist stubbornly under the encirclement and suppression of the little swords. I knew your bald head wanted to ***** me off, huh? Although he didn't know what the little snake was for, Xiaoming snorted coldly and decided to kill it. Seeing the little cyan snake couldn't hold on, the big commander's face changed greatly, and he immediately recalled it to his hands. The red sword lost its target. Xiaoming's expression remained unchanged, his hands were sealed, the red swords immediately merged together, and the energy between heaven and earth gathered on those swords, and when all the swords were successfully fused, a 2-foot-sized red the giant sword appeared in all eyes. Above the red giant sword, the red flame was burning, and the terrifying temperature made the space around it seem to be distorted. Without stopping, Xiaoming waved his right hand, and the red giant sword flew towards the great commander. Chapter 146 Commander, Win. The red giant sword brought a great sense of oppression to the commander, and the temperature of the red flame on the red giant sword made the commander's face soaked with tiny beads of sweat. The power of the red giant sword was very terrifying, but the commander did not panic. After he snorted coldly, he dodged and suddenly threw the green snake in his hand into the air. Serpent Spirit Manifestation. With the low voice of the great commander, the light in the palm of his hand suddenly flourished, and a moment later, a huge column of dark blue energy that was several meters wide shot out of his palm. When the Yuking energy column was shot out of the palm, it was intertwined with the little snake in the air. After a while, an extremely huge green energy ball suddenly appeared in the sky. When this huge energy ball appeared, in the holy city of snakes, the wind suddenly rose, and an aura full of blood and violence suddenly emerged from the ball. Go! Seeing this movement, Xiaoming did not hesitate to let the red giant sword attack the energy ball. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword several meters in size collided with the energy ball attack. Exclamation mark! A huge roar resounded in the air, causing many low-strength snakemen in the holy city of the snake people below to cover their ears in discomfort. One after another huge energy ripples were transmitted at the junction of the two. Looking at the giant sword that was consuming energy at an extreme speed, Xiaoming frowned, but he didn't intend to consume it like this. It is very useful to keep the giant sword. Mind moved, dozens of flames appeared all over his body. Xiaoming's hands immediately moved again. In the blink of an eye, the flames condensed, and a huge colored seal appeared on his body. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, he shouted inwardly, and pushed the colored seal with both palms and headed towards the energy ball. At the same time, the giant sword dodged away. Exclamation mark. There was another loud noise, the sky was full of fire, and the green energy ball was surrounded by a flame, and the inside was not very real. After a few seconds, the flame disappeared, and the energy ball disappeared, leaving only the little green snake thrown in the air by the bald leader. Failed. The snake people below were a little puzzled. As soon as the doubts appeared, they suddenly found that the little snake began to churn. In an instant, it turned into a green snake of energy more than 10 feet long. Hey! As soon as the green energy snake appeared, the gust of wind in the holy city became even more intense. The winds that were visible to the naked eye spun rapidly around the energy green snake, and the whistling sound resounded through the Snake Man Saint city. Looking at the huge energy green snake above the sky, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with surprise, but he did not expect that under the attack of Sanyan's ethereal seal, this energy snake could still maintain such power. This snake spirit should be the bald-headed companion snake spirit. Tisk, it's a little troublesome. But we can't continue to consume it like this, let's make a quick decision. Otherwise, we really can't get away later. Glancing at the coquettish Medusa who had been staring at him below, he let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Ming flipped it over, and a red sword appeared in his hand. He grabbed the hilt violently, and his whole body suddenly became like a sword. The front is generally sharp. Looking closely at the huge green snake in midair, Xiao Ming tapped his toes in the air, and his hands were ready to launch a powerful attack, so that the body of the giant snake dropped 10 meters in an instant. Looking at Xiao Ming who shot at the giant snake, the commander sneered, and wanted to go forward and surround Xiao Ming with the giant snake. But before his footsteps moved, his expression changed slightly. The red giant sword that had previously collided with the energy ball between slashed towards his face. With a slight step of, the great commander narrowly avoided the attack of the giant sword, but the red flames lingering on the red giant sword had a brief contact with the blue vindictive aura emanating from his body, Chi. This flame is really scary. The chief commander muttered very solemnly in his heart, but found that he was slashing over him with a giant sword. The speed of the great sword did not match the clumsiness of its huge blade at all, but was extremely fast. For a moment, the great commander was actually dragged by the giant sword. Not far away, Xiao Ming held a red sword in his hand. The sword body was surrounded by fiery heat, and with each slash and slash, the snake spirit summoned by the commander became illusory. The snake spirit didn't have no sense of attacking Xiao Ming, but every time it probed, the silver wings on Xiao Ming's back flicked, leaving only an afterimage for it to attack. Seeing that the snake spirit has no achievements, and only gets beaten in the hands of Xiao Ming, the commander is a little anxious. If this goes on, his companion snake spirit will definitely be hit hard. The snake spirit is wounded, and he who is connected with the snake spirit's soul will not be much better. The great commander's eyes were ruthless, and he planned to solve the giant sword that was in the way first. The red giant sword came, and the great commander paused, not dodging, but touching a seal with one hand, wand snake wall. As the shouting fell, the energy of the heaven and the earth in front of the great commander was pulled and condensed into dense snakes. As soon as the snakes appeared, they were entwined with each other. In the blink of an eye, a wall of green snakes appeared in front of the great commander. The red giant sword was blocked by the snake wall. The energy snakes on the snake wall kept disappearing under the attack of the giant sword, and the red giant sword that had consumed a lot before became illusory. Obviously, a lot of energy was consumed under the continuous collision. Seeing the appearance of the giant sword, the big commander showed a smile on his face. His right hand was ready to go, and when the snake wall disappeared, he swung a punch towards the giant sword. Hong Hong shattered into countless pieces under this blow. Looking at this scene, the smile on the commander's face became a little more. Looking at Xiao Ming not far away, his eyes became grim. Now, I can finally clean up this human crumb. Not far away, Xiao Ming, who was beating the giant snake, heard the movement, glanced at the great commander in front of the shattering giant sword, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. But I finally got a chance. Ling, give me a crush on him. Mind moved, the giant sword shattered and caused the red energy fragment. An inconspicuous white dot rushed towards the forehead of the great commander with lightning speed. What is this? Xiao Ming's chief commander, who was just thinking about the lesson from the past, had no time to dodge. He quickly raised his right palm, blocking the only way for the spirit. At the same time, he lifted his body slightly, and his body instinctively wanted to dodge. Puff! Under the attack of Ling, the cyan fighting chi in the commander's hand seemed to be under attack. Ling easily penetrated through the palm of the commander, and then entered the forearm, the upper arm, and after penetrating the arm, the spirit flew directly over his right shoulder. Out! Ah! After receiving this kind of attack, the commander couldn't help shouting out. With just this blow, he could feel the inside of his right arm being destroyed in a mess. His right arm was abolished. If there is no panacea, he may not be able to recover in more than 10 years, and may even be abolished for a lifetime. Before he could get angry, the great commander felt that he was covered by a huge shadow. When his face changed, the great commander wanted to escape. Brush! A white giant snake entangled the great commander. The right arm of the entangled commander had been abolished, and he only used the strength of his left arm to struggle, but the next moment, a silver light appeared in front of him, and Xiaoming quietly stood in front of him. Humans! The commander just wanted to curse. Crack! Xiaoming raised his right hand to make a big mouth, and the big commander's mouth slanted slightly. The bald leader is stunned. Damn human, dare to slap him in the face. He has never been treated by humans in his life. The big commander's face turned red. He opened his mouth to scold again. Human. Snapped. People. Snapped. You. Clap clap clap. Gave the chief commander a few big mouths in a row, and Xiaoming smiled when he saw the bald chief commander's mouth tilted a little, obviously missing a few teeth, and his eyes that were beginning to turn white. Then looked at Queen Medusa, who appeared not far away from him. Queen Medusa, you, the great commander of the snake race, may not be very strong. Below, the snake people in the holy city of snake people were all dumbfounded, looking at the captured commander in disbelief. How come the great commander was captured in the blink of an eye? This great commander is fake, right? Chapter 147 Sealing Do Chi. The snake people under were very stunned at the arrest of the bald-headed commander of Do Huang's strength. The same is true of Queen Medusa in midair. No one would have thought that Xiaoming, like the great commander, hid a secret hand in the attack. This caused them to fail to react when the chief commander was caught. Even Queen Medusa, who responded the fastest, was only able to reach the chief commander not far away, and did not have time to save the bald chief. Of course, this does not mean that Queen Medusa is not responding quickly, it only means that Xiaoming is faster. Looking at the great commander who was entangled in the white giant snake, rolling his eyes constantly, his right arm was weak and dripping with blood, Queen Medusa said grimly, "Human, as long as you let go of the great commander, I will let you go. You cast a secret technique, and you won't last long, right? If you want the sand mandala, we can exchange it for you too." With a move of his mind, the spirit turned into a thin thread to bind the bald-headed commander. Xiaoming Kai said. "Hee, how long can I hold on to this secret method? I won't bother your Lord Medusa. If you want your great commander not to die, prepare the sand mandala. The day after tomorrow, wait in the green continent near the charming snake tribe. By the way, don't delusional thinking about where to ambush me, refining the spiritual power of the pharmacist, you don't need me to say it, you should also understand." After speaking, without waiting for Queen Medusa to reply, Xiaoming held the bald-headed commander in his right hand, his silver wings flicked, turned into a silver light, and shot into the distance. Because Xiaoming was holding the great commander in his hand, the snakemen above the city wall did not dare to attack rashly, but Queen Medusa chased Xiaoming for a while, but found that Xiaoming quickly disappeared from her sight, which had to be make Queen Medusa stop. In the back, Wuxia and Yuemei, who had the strength of Duwang, also followed closely. "Your Majesty, what about that human?" Hua Snake looked at Queen Medusa with a gloomy face and asked cautiously. "Run, his speed is very fast, he should have practiced some fighting skills that can increase his speed." Glancing at Hua Snake, Queen Medusa said solemnly. What about the great commander?" Hua Xie's face turned ugly. There are not many strong snake people, and there are only a dozen Duwang, and the loss of a high-level Duwang is not enough for the snake. The human race can be said to be broken. What else can we do? Exchange the mandala of sand. Queen Medusa sighed and said helplessly. To tell the truth, she was a little surprised that things had developed so far. Snake people are generally stronger than humans of the same rank, and the chief commander is a big rank higher than Xiao Ming. In this situation, they can still be captured. Queen Medusa didn't know whether to say that the chief commander was too rubbish, or that the opponent was too strong. To say that the great commander is too weak, I am afraid it will not work. Medusa and the great commander have fought against each other and know that although the strength of the other party is not as good as hers, he is also a strong player in Donghua. It can only be said that Xiao Ming is too strong. However, the mandala of sand exchanged for the commander, and obviously the snake soul holy fruit could not be obtained, let alone the medicinal pills refined from the snake soul holy fruit. Queen Medusa thought for a while, and then asked Yume, apart from knowing the name of this human being and being from Canaan College, what other information do you know about him? Yume hesitated after hearing Medusa's question. He didn't reveal other information. However, my tribe is in the direction of the Plus Empire, and the other party may be someone from the Plus Empire. The person from the Overweight Empire. If it is true, this person has this strength at a young age, and he must have a good reputation in the Overweight Empire, or we. Hua Shir had a bold idea. But before she could say me, she was interrupted by Queen Medusa. Forget it, the Overweight Empire's internal environment is complex, there are many strong people, and the other party is a 6th-grade pharmacist, who has great appeal. If you want to trouble the other party in the other party's territory, you will undoubtedly be asking for trouble. Then do you want to ambush him at the location that the other party said? In the Tager Desert, we have some secret techniques that can hide the breath very well. Even if the other party is an alchemist, it is difficult to detect us. You can't take this risk, let's change it back to the chief commander first. Well, by the way, go back to the treasure house to get a few more medicinal herbs and see if you can exchange for the snake soul sacred fruit. Medusa frowned. Said with a brow. Yes, comma. After flying with the bald-headed commander for a long time, Xiao Ming's speed slowly slowed down and landed on a gobi. At this time, Xiao Ming's breath was a little sluggish. This was the aftermath of the 3 mysterious transformations of Tianwo. Xiao Ming didn't care too much. He first sensed the rear and made sure that no one was catching up. He threw the bald commander on the ground. The bald-headed commander was thrown on the ground, just hitting his abolished arm, and the severe pain made him scream and wake up. What? Shut up, or I'll slap you. Under Xiao Ming's shout, the shouting stopped abruptly. Seems to be ashamed of his own reaction, the bald-headed commander stared at Xiao Ming in front of him shyly. Can Xiao Ming get used to him? Crack, walking over and backhand as a slap. This slap was so powerful that it directly slapped the head of the bald-headed commander with a buzzing sound, and the left half of his face that was in contact with Xiao Ming's palm swelled up. After a while, the great commander slowed down, staring at Xiao Ming and became fierce again. Xiao Ming raised his hand and slapped again. After 2 minutes of waiting with a big mouth, the big commander only felt that the Xiao Ming in front of him had changed from one to several, and he no longer dared to show his fierce eyes. Rubbed his sore palms, and Xiao Ming muttered inwardly. This commander is really thick-skinned, my hands are a little sore when I beat him. Xiao Ming slapped the great commander in the face purely to retaliate for his previous rude words, so he only used some physical strength, but it was able to make his hands feel a little sour, which also showed that the bald-headed great commander had a good body. Looked at the great commander who shrank his head like a quail. Xiao Ming shook his head and took out an elixir from the ring. As a well-earned pharmacist, Xiao Ming's Na ring has various healing elixir. Of course, he didn't mean to give the pill to the commander, but directly stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling that his grudge was recovering, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then the soul force poured out to find some caves in the gobi. A minute later, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and disappeared in place with the commander in hand. When he appears next time, he is already in a cave somewhere in the gobi. Expelled a Tier 3 poisonous scorpion in the cave, Xiao Ming threw the commander on the ground again, then found a clean place, sat down cross-legged, exercised his grudge, and healed his injuries. The cave was silent, not a single sound. The commander lying on the ground looked at Xiao Ming who was motionless, but his momentum was gradually recovering, his eyes kept rolling, and his heart was extremely anxious. The injury of this human is recovering, no, I will find a way to escape from here. The commander braced his arms, trying to spread the spirit around him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the spirit didn't move at all. Instead, it was the flipping action that pulled at his wound, causing him to sweat coldly. Seeing that he couldn't hold back the spirit wrapped around him, the great commander had another plan in his mind, wriggling and crawling out. The snake people have many secrets, one of which is that they can exchange positions with the snakes they come into contact with. There are many kinds of the Tiger Desert. Only when he walks out of this cave, he can easily find snakes and use this secret. At that time, he can escape. Abolish the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, and the great commander was finally about to climb out of the cave. Suddenly Xiao Ming's voice rang in his ear. If I were you, I wouldn't do it. When did you come out? The commander froze for a moment. Xiao Ming chuckled and did not answer, but dragged the other party's tail back to the depths of the cave. Throwing the commander on the ground, Xiao Ming's hands moved quickly, his fighting spirit condensed in his hands, and there were traces of flames emerging from them. What do you want to do? I warn you not to mess around. The bald-headed commander shouted sternly. Xiao Ming snorted coldly, his hand paused, and a strange mark was photographed into the body of the great commander. As soon as the imprint entered the body, the great commander only felt an unprecedented emptiness all over his body. Human, you actually sealed my grudge. Hehe, who made you dishonest? My teacher taught me this secret method of sealing, and it also used a trace of strange fire. Unless I solve it myself, or use a 6th grade medicinal pill to crack it, otherwise, you will only be able to use it in your life. It's a big fighting master. Xiao Ming said. Chapter 148 Back to Stone Desert City. Hehe, don't worry, I won't lift the seal for you. Whether you can find the 6th grade medicinal pill to lift the seal depends on your life. In fact, the seal of the great commander cannot be undone by ordinary 6th grade medicinal pills. It also requires the cooperation of an alchemist who is skilled in manipulating different fires. Otherwise, the medicinal power of 6th grade medicinal pills will only be left in Xiao Ming's body in the end. The strange fire pulls, and then detonates. When the time comes, the fate of this bald leader who is only a big fighting division is naturally self-evident. Xiao Ming didn't say this, who would foolishly tell the enemy how to remove it? The chief commander was furious when he heard the words. The snake people did not have alchemists, and the human empires around the Tiger Desert had hatred against them. What? This is not acceptable for a high-level commander, he couldn't help shouting angrily. Despicable humans, I'm despicable. Xiao Ming shook his head speechlessly. Those of you who do it first are despicable. He also had psychological expectations, and there were a lot of snake people masters. In addition to Medusa, there were 4 peak fighting emperors. He was entangled in the overweight empire and the surrounding masters. It was just a waste of time for him to trouble the snake people. The most important thing is that he didn't suffer this time, otherwise he wouldn't just abolish a great commander. Too lazy to say anything to this mindless commander, Xiao Ming recalled the spirit tied to him. After receiving Xiao Ming's thoughts, the spirit wrapped around the great commander reduced into a white light and flew towards Xiao Ming. After Xiao Ming happily circled around him for a few times, he finally disappeared into Xiao Ming's body. Looking at the commander who looked angry, Xiao Ming took out a monster beast rubber band from the ring and tied it firmly. After finding something random and gagging his mouth, only then did he go back to his original position and sit cross-legged. One day later, in the evening, there was a small oasis 20 kilometers west of the charmed snake tribe. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the desert beyond the oasis is billowing with yellow sand, and the rolling sand dunes for thousands of miles are scattered like frozen waves. The soft lines show its extraordinary charm and its momentum is particularly spectacular. Queen Medusa and Yueme were not in the mood to appreciate this kind of scenery they were accustomed to since they were born. For this view, all they felt was endless dissatisfaction. Yueme turned her head again and looked at the surrounding sky, but found no trace of Xiao Ming. Your Majesty, we have been waiting for a day, but the other party hasn't come yet. Why don't you go back to the charming snake tribe first, and how about I do it in exchange for the Grand Commander? It's up to you. The other party can capture the chief commander. With your strength, I'm afraid that human being will capture you together. Queen Medusa glanced at Yueme and said. Yueme said a little embarrassedly when she heard the words, probably not, I didn't have a holiday with him. Yume, who spent a day with Xiao Ming, felt that he could still communicate. It was the great commander's business to act before. She wanted to step forward to dissuade her, but was stopped by Queen Medusa. You didn't do it, but my snake people had a festival with him. Humans covet the women of our tribe and often rob our women, so I'm not sure what he will think. Medusa shook her head and said, the snake people have survived under the siege of the human empire, relying on unity. Offending a snake people leader can easily attract other snake people leaders. So, Yu Mei heard this, although she didn't seem like someone who would rob her, she didn't continue to say anything, but continued to wait behind Medusa. Until the sun went down, they still did not see Xiaoming. Just when Yu Mei couldn't help but want to speak, a small black shadow flew from afar. The person who came was Xiaoming, with a bald head in his hand. Your Majesty, the other party is here. Just when Queen Medusa and Yue Mei were communicating, Xiaoming, who was in the air, also found Queen Medusa and the others. After sensing the aura around him and making sure there was no ambush, he accelerated and quickly landed a dozen meters in front of Queen Medusa. Casually threw the commander on the ground, Xiaoming said, where is the mandala of sand I need? Queen Medusa frowned and glanced at the Grand Commander who was motionless on the ground. In her perception, the aura of the Grand Commander was only at the level of a great fighting master. What did you do to him? Not doing anything, just calming him down a bit. Queen Medusa was not fooled by Xiaoming, she felt her suddenly speaking. You sealed his grudge, yes, unlock the seal and you can get the mandala of sand. Forget it, Xiaoming shook his head, bent over and carried the great commander before wanting to leave. Seeing his actions, Medusa couldn't help laughing angrily, but the big commander, the Do Emperor, couldn't help but to save, and a cold voice suddenly sounded, wait, put him down. Xiaoming glanced at her, motionless. Understand Xiaoming's meaning, Queen Medusa took out a jade box from the ring. This is the mandala of sand you want. Open it and show me. Queen Medusa opened the jade box, Xiaoming glanced at it, and determined that the jade box contained the mandala of sand. Throw it here. No, let go first. At this point, Medusa did not give in. You throw the jade box over, how about I throw people over there? It is good, I count to 3 and throw them together. 1 2 3. Xiaoming and Queen Medusa threw the things in their hands at the same time, a silver light flashed, Xiaoming got the things faster than Queen Medusa. Didn't stay too long, turned into a silver light, and Xiaoming quickly disappeared into the oasis. Queen Medusa took over the command, and when she went to see Xiaoming, she could only see a dazzling silver light. This made her secretly annoyed. The sacred fruit of the snake soul is lost. Yue Mei leaned down, checked the bald chief's injury, and reported to Queen Medusa. The great commander's right arm was shattered and fractured, and his right arm has been completely destroyed. If it is not cured, his strength will drop by 40%. Moreover, Xiaoming sealed the great commander's vindictiveness. If the seal is not lifted, the great commander will lead him. Yue Mei paused and did not continue. Medusa has the ability to seal and knows what Yue Mei is behind. If the seal is not lifted, the great commander will always maintain the strength of the great fighter. I see. After returning to the holy city, I will find the elders and the others to see what they can do. The secret method of sealing has always been strange and unpredictable, and it is very difficult to understand, and Queen Medusa can't think of a good way. Yue Mei nodded and asked again, Your Majesty, why don't you exchange the snake soul fruit with him? Queen Medusa, of course, wanted to. At first, she wanted to use other medicinal materials and mandala of sand to exchange the chief commander with the holy fruit of the snake soul. However, after seeing Xiaoming's manipulation of the great commander, she gave up this plan, because before that, the other party might ask her to exchange other medicinal materials for the great commander. In order to avoid this from happening, she first changed the commander. But after changing the commander, the other party ran away, and it was too late to change. Did not answer Yue Mei's question, Queen Medusa directly asked Yue Mei to pat her bald head, and then took him away from the oasis. A few days later, Xiaoming appeared on the streets of Shimo City, walked slowly, and soon came to an inn. As soon as he walked in, he saw Ziyan and the others sitting on the chairs. And the people around looked at them in awe. Sitting on the chair, Ziyan suddenly sniffed her nose, and then her eyes lit up and turned to look at the door. Seeing Xiaoming smiling and looking at them, Ziyan immediately ejected and flew into Xiaoming with lightning speed, her little head constantly arching. Xiaoming, you can come back. Qinglin and Xiaoyishan were attracted by Ziyan's actions and also saw Xiaoming. The two quickly stood up to greet them. Master, you're back. Qinglin's soft voice sounded in his ears. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. You went to the Snake Clan this time without any accident, right? Are you injured? The little doctor looked up and down Xiao Ming's body, and there was no lack of concern in her tone. No, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, this trip went quite smoothly. The people in the inn looked at this handsome young man who suddenly appeared, surrounded by 3 beauties, big and small. Not all of them were envious. But he didn't dare to say anything provocative. In the past few days, it's not that no one has used his strength to talk to the 3 girls, and even tease and abuse them. Thinking of the other party's fate, the people around couldn't help but tremble, and looked at Ziyan in Xiaomingwei with fear. Many people admire Xiaoming Sheng. Being able to make such a terrifying person act like a spoiled brat to him is really not admirable. Chapter 149. Go to the center of the earth. Touched Ziyan's little head, Xiaoming took them back to the table and sat down. When I was out, did anything happen to you? Xiaoming asked with a smile at Qinglin, who poured water for him. With me, what can happen? Ziyan hummed. That's true, but why are they so afraid of you? Taking a sip from the water glass, Xiaoming pointed at the people next to him and asked. Xiaoyishan took over. That's because someone came to trouble them a few days ago, and Ziyan taught them a lesson. After that, these people are like this. Yeah, Sister Ziyan is amazing, and she smashed those people away. Qinglin agreed on the side. Xiaoming raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Ziyan's shot was either dead or disabled, no wonder they looked at her like this. After taking another sip of water, Xiaoming directly skipped the topic and asked Ziyan. There shouldn't be any problems in the east of the city, right? No, always the same as before. That's good, I'll go to the east of the city to look for Yiwo later, and Qinglin will go with me. Ah, Qinglin was stunned when he heard the words, and immediately reacted, shaking his hands nervously and said, Master, what can Qinglin do? Qinglin can't help the young master or something, let Sister Ziyan accompany you. Quote. I'm going. Ziyan puffed up her cheeks unhappily when she heard that Xiaoming had just come back and was going out again, and he didn't bring himself. I didn't say that I wouldn't let you go with me. Xiaoming sighed and glanced at the silent Dr. Xian again. Shaner, come with you too. Bringing one person is a belt, and taking 3 people is also a belt. Anyway, they don't go into the magma, and it doesn't matter if Ziyan is watching. Little Dr. Immortal smiled and nodded. After taking another sip of water, Xiaoming took Ziyan and the others to the east of the city. In the vast desert, the yellow sand is raging. Xiaoming, are you sure you are here? Ziyan looked at the flat desert in front of her suspiciously. The terrain here is extremely ordinary, without any features that can attract people's attention. Similar to this kind of flat sandy land, in the vast desert, there are almost countless numbers. It is hard to imagine that this inconspicuous place has a strange fire trace. Didn't I already say it was underground? Xiaoming said softly. If it's underground, how are we going to get down there? It's impossible to dig through it randomly, right? Asked the little Dr. Fairy. Small problem. Xiaoming didn't worry at all. He closed his eyes immediately. An invisible and powerful soul force spread from his eyebrows to all directions, and all the movements around him were clearly transmitted to his mind. After a while, Xiaoming opened his eyes. How is it? Did you find it? I found it, come with me. Saying that, Xiaoming walked in the northerly direction, Ziyan and the others followed closely, and soon the 4 of them walked to a sandy area with a slightly sunken terrain. After Xiaoming stopped, he raised his hand and punched, and red energy flew out of his fist. A hole about 2 meters in diameter was immediately blasted out of the sunken ground. His eyes glanced at the hole, it was pitch black, and a slightly faint heat rose from it. This should be the cave leading to the underground. If you look down here, you should be able to reach the underground. Little Dr. Immortal slowly came to the entrance of the dark cave, flipped his palm, a moonstone appeared in his hand, and then threw it into the cave. The faint light emitted by the moonstone gradually disappeared completely after tumbling in the pitch-black hole for a few times. Are we going in? Ziyan slowly came to the edge of the cave and asked. Certainly. Then I'll go first and explore the way. Ziyan finished speaking. Without delaying, she jumped into the dark hole with a light jump. Seeing Ziyan jumping in, Xiaoming tilted his head and waved to Qinglin beside him. Seeing Xiaoming's actions, Qinglin hurried over and stared at him with a pair of strange green eyes. His eyes glanced roughly at those charming green pupils, Xiaoming stretched out his arm, and in Qinglin's stunned little face, he took it into his arms, smiled and said, "The environment in the cave is unknown, you are too young and your strength is low. Come on, stay in my arms for a while." Being held in Xiaoming's arms, Qinglin's little face gradually turned crimson, lowered his little face, nodded softly, but secretly said in his heart, "Young master smells so good." Xiaoming didn't know what Qinglin was thinking. Holding the young green scales, he gestured to the little medical fairy and jumped in. In the dark passage, Xiaoming hugged the green scales in his arms tightly, and the two of them continued to slide down the asterisk of the passage, chasing Ziyan in front. The little doctor fairy behind is holding a moonstone, and her soft eyes radiate from it, enabling her to discern whether the road ahead is obstructed. After a while, with a slight muffled sound, Xiaoming landed steadily. Putting the green scales down, Xiaoming turned around and caught the little medical fairy who was standing behind him. "Thank you." Xiao smelled the unique aura on Xiaoming's body, held the somewhat disordered hair, smiled and thanked, then looked forward. A dozen dark passages appeared in front of him. Oops, this passage is not a straight line, there are actually more than a dozen passages. There are indeed more than a dozen passages. These passages should be opened by a kind of snake-like beast, and there are still some breaths left on them. Judging from the breath, this little snake should be a fourth-order beast. In front of the channel, Ziyan with her eyes closed turned her head and said. Hearing this, Xiaoming thought to himself, this passage is most likely opened by the two-headed fire spirit snake. I just don't know why, what is this snake running around restlessly for? After thinking about it, Xiaoming asked Ziyan, can you find the snake's residence? Of course, Ziyan said with a smile. As a Taishu ancient dragon, she has a stronger perception of the breath of other monsters than Xiaoming, and it's just a matter of distinguishing the lair of monsters. Xiaoming laughed when he heard the words, this monster has drilled so many holes here, you should be very familiar with this area, you lead the way, first find this monster's residence, and then we will communicate with him, you should be able to know the difference. The exact location of the fire. When several women heard the words, they all felt very reasonable. Ziyan recognized the entrance of the hole, pointed her little finger to a passage to the left, and said softly, it should be this passage. Well, follow me. His eyes swept to the dark passage, which was obviously very long. Looking at it, it was a deep pitch black. Seeing this situation, Xiaoming didn't hesitate and went straight in. In the dark and deep passage, it seems that there is no concept of time, it is so rigid and keeps moving forward, and the passage seems to never end, and the end of the light can never be seen. This kind of scene it was as if he was constantly walking towards the center of the earth. As the distance deepened, Xiaoming and several others were enveloped in a faint fiery heat, and the fiery heat finally turned into a high temperature. Xiaoming even felt that the fighting spirit in his body was a little more active. Xiaoming, who was at the forefront, looked back at Ziyan and the others, the fire energy here is too high, can you hold on? No problem. Ziyan has no problem. Qinglin's body was also continuously releasing a bit of cold energy, which was maintained by her, so she behaved very calmly. Xiaoyishan had a lot of sweat on his face. Looking at her appearance, Xiaoming's mind moved. Xian, the little doctor, felt a sense of coolness, and she was a little surprised when she looked at the small milky white water droplets that were swirling in the cold air beside her. This is the essence of ice. Xiaoming didn't explain too much, but turned his head and walked deeper into the passage. The essence of ice. The little doctor looked at Xiaoming's back, and his heart was gradually filled with warmth. The passage came to the end, and the speed of several people increased faster and faster, swiftly crossed the last route, and then came to the end of the passage. Standing at the end of the passage, looking at the fiery red world that appeared in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of Xiaoming's mouth. In the huge crypt, the fiery red magma flows slowly in it, and occasionally huge bubbles emerge from the magma, but after a while, with a slight sound, it burst open, the hot magma burst out from it, like a fiery red fireworks. Standing at the end of the small passage, looking at the magma world in front of him that was almost indistinct, Qinglin and Xiaoyishan were a little shocked, and they swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Because of Xiaoming's frost essence, the little medical fairy feels more relaxed now, tisk amazed. I didn't expect that there is such a terrifying place hidden under the ground in the unremarkable east of Stone Desert City. Chapter 152 Headed Fire Snake. The underground magma is of course scary. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Little Dr. Immortal nodded, then remembered another question. She swept left and right, wondering. The living environment here is so terrifying, so where do the monsters you mentioned before live? You can't live in magma, right? Young master, Sister Shaner, that magical beast really seems to be in the magma. Qing Lian grabbed Ziyan next to her tightly, her green eyes staring at the boundless fiery red magma and said. Ziyan, who was caught by her, glanced at Xingscale in surprise. That little snake is indeed in the magma. I didn't expect you to be able to perceive it. Tisk tisk tisk, this should be the credit of your eyes. I have to say, your eyes are really good. Ziyan had already sensed the location of the little snake, but she was too lazy to say it because she believed that Xiao Ming had also discovered it. Xiao Ming has indeed discovered the traces of Warcraft long ago. Staring somewhere in the constantly tumbling magma, Xiao Ming asked Ziyan and the others to wait for a while, and then jumped. The whole person appeared on the surface of the magma, the beautiful silver wings on the back slowly vibrated. Fizz! There was a sharp hissing sound under the fiery red magma, and a huge black shadow shot towards Xiao Ming in midair. The pillar of fire rose from the sky, which was extremely spectacular. The speed of the black shadow is also very fast. At the moment when the hissing sound fell, the huge body showed a fast speed that did not match its body shape at all, and it reached Xiao Ming in an instant. Zhong, the scarlet three-pronged letter sun, like a sharp sword, stabbed out violently. Sure, although he knew that Xiao Ming's strength was extraordinary, but seeing this scene, Qinglin and Xiao Yishan couldn't help but feel a little worried. Haha, your courage is commendable. Facing the attack of the shadow, Xiao Ming calmly threw a punch at the shadow. This punch did not add any grudge, and only relied on physical strength, with a violent sonic boom, sounded. With a loud noise, the blood-red magma splashed across the sky, and the fourth-order double-headed fire snake was smashed into the magma. After a while, a monster appeared on the surface of the magma. The monster that emerged from the magma was a kind of monster in the shape of a snake. It was extremely long. If you looked at it roughly, it was probably at least 4 or 5 feet. From a distance, it looks like a round fire jade. On the surface of its body, palm-sized red scales are densely covered. The head of this beast actually has 2, at the forked part of the slender neck, 2 hideous heads. It is the double-headed fire snake. Controlling Do Qi into a giant hand, Xiao Ming lifted the 2-headed fire snake that was constantly turning white in the magma, and flew back to the edge of the magma. Young master, you are so powerful. You killed the bad thing that attacked people in one move. Seeing Xiao Ming flying back to the cave, Qinglin's little face flushed with excitement. In her opinion, the snake was for no reason. The young master who attacked him deserved to be killed, but Xiao Ming killed this thing at once, which was very powerful. This guy isn't dead yet, he just fainted. Xiao Ming said with a smile, but he still had to rely on this snake to find Qinglian's heart fire. How could he kill him? He deliberately controlled the force of the punch just now, just stunned the snake. Xiao Ming, you keep this little snake, don't you want to give this little girl Qinglian? Ziyan used the question, but her tone was very certain. In view of Qingscale's performance when she entered here, Ziyan quickly remembered that Xiao Ming had told them last time that Qingscale's eyes had the magical effect of enslaving snake monsters. That's right, Xiao Ming nodded and waved at Qinglian. Come here, Qinglian. Qinglian heard the words and slowly came to Xiao Ming's side, looking at the huge body of the 2-headed fire spirit snake next to Xiao Ming. She couldn't help clenching the corner of Xiao Ming's clothes. Master, it's all right, don't be afraid. Xiao Ming touched Qinglian's head as a sign of comfort, and then pulled the eyes of the 2-headed fire snake over, making him and Qinglian look at each other. Xiao Ming put his hand on the head of the fire scale snake, and with a slight force on his hand, the fire spirit snake in his hand seemed to be stimulated, and his pupils, which were originally scattered, began to focus. When the fire spirit snake regained consciousness and saw the green scales in front of it, it subconsciously wanted to roar. But just as he was about to move his mouth, he found that his mouth could not be opened, and a hand was propped on his head. The owner of the hand clearly saw that it was the human who knocked it out just now. A very anthropomorphic fear flashed in the eyes of the 2-headed fire snake, and he swung wildly to leave. But no matter how much the 2-headed fire snake struggles, its body is trapped, and even the other head can't move. Blue scales, just use your eyes to meet its eyes. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, Qinglian nodded timidly, and then his eyes met the fire spirit snake that was close at hand. As soon as he met the two-headed fire spirit snake, Qinglin noticed that the fire spirit snake had unclosed huge diamond-shaped pupils, full of violent and bloodthirsty killing intent. This shocked Qinglin, and under her mood swings, 3 green dots suddenly appeared beside her green pupils. The 3 green dots that appeared this time are much clearer than what Xiaoming saw last time. Even, if you look carefully, you can find these 3 green dots, which seem to be like 3 small flower buds, generally. The 3 green dots in the green scale's pupils suddenly became bright, and the 3 dots turned into 3 extremely tiny green flowers in an instant. With the emergence of this strange green flower, a strong dim light suddenly burst out from it, illuminating the fire snake in front of it. When irradiated by this somewhat strange dim light, the huge body of the fire spirit snake suddenly stiffened, and 2 pairs of giant eyes stared at the little girl in front of him with a little horror. The strange light moved slowly above the body of the fire spirit snake, and finally stopped at the center of the foreheads of the 2 snake heads. When the dim light stopped moving, it began to gradually shrink, and as the range of the dim light became smaller and smaller, the light contained in it became more and more abundant. The range of the dim light is getting smaller and smaller, and at the end, it is only about the size of a palm, and when the dim light shrinks to this area, it stops and continues to shrink. Small green flowers were imprinted on the 2 heads of the fire spirit snake. When the flowers appeared, the dim light began to gradually disappear. After a while, the tiny flowers in the blue-scaled pupils quickly receded, but in an instant, the green color was restored. After S pupils returned to normal, Qinglin's body swayed for a while, his eyelids gradually dropped, and finally he fell into Xiaoming's arms and was caught by Xiaoming with one hand. After Qingscale fell, the eyes of the huge fire snake were still a little silly. However, whenever its eyes swept across the blue scales, the ferocity and ferociousness in it would disappear quickly involuntarily, and instead, it was actually a docile color. At this moment, Xiaoming kicked him into the magma. There was a loud bang, the magma splashed around, and the fire spirit snake, which was kicked into the blood-colored magma, let out a roar, and after seeing Xiaoming's gaze, its 2 heads couldn't help shrinking, obviously fearing Xiaoming. Ignoring the fire spirit snake lingering below, Xiaoming observed Qinglin. "Qinglin, is she all right?"